The events begin in the temple, where Nivea Erber is summoned. Hearing her name, the girl slowly raised her head and looked forward. Her luxurious long red hair fluttered and shone in the light. Nivea is an incredibly beautiful girl with a beautiful figure. Walking past the rest of the people, a fair-haired girl stood and cried. She looked at Nivea and felt like crying even more. The high priest said that she was named Erber, and therefore should not have done such a thing. People were trying to figure out if she was crying because of what happened last night. He said that she was one of the candidates chosen by God for the role of a sacred priestess. Nivea stood there in bewilderment, not understanding what he was even talking about. The high priest asked again if she really thought that what she had done was not a sin, adding that she had called Rosanna into her room last night, insulted her, and even hit her. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Nivea's face and she giggled. The high priest was furious that she was laughing at this. She remembered that this really happened last night. Nivea grabbed Rosanna by the hair, watching her in pain. The girl turned to the high priest. She wanted to say something, but he interrupted her. He said that she should admit it, and also apologized to Rosanna from the bottom of her heart. Nivea scratched her head and asked what to do if she didn't want to. The high priest was stunned, not understanding how she dared to say such a thing. That light-haired girl behind Nivea thought she had simply gone crazy. Nivea said that Rosanna came herself, and she didn't call her. The high priest said that the main thing is what happened in the room. Nivea addressed the high priest as a grandfather, which greatly angered him. She slowly raised her hand and pointed her finger straight at the man, adding that if it were only her who did this, she would have immediately apologized. Nivea said that Rosanna hit her too, so she was also to blame. She said indignantly that if she had known that everything would turn out like this, she would have tried harder. The girl noticed the crowd of people standing behind her and whispering. She lowered her head slightly, closed her eyes, and exhaled heavily. Although it was not in her nature, Nivea had to endure this. To become a sacred priestess, capable of rivaling the imperial family in power. And all this for the sake of her worthless fiancé. She understood that since she had become Nivea, she was not going to turn a blind eye to all of this. Nivea pointed her finger at the blonde girl, saying that she said that her fiancé actually loved her. After which, Rosanna hit Nivea, and she only defended herself. Nivea looked at herself, thinking that her dress really irritated her. Her nerves were on edge. She suddenly grabbed her dress. Nivea tore it off in a matter of seconds in front of everyone. The dress fell on the high priest's head. Nivea added that they should decide for themselves whether to believe her or not. She said that she still had no intention of becoming a holy priestess. Nivea was able to live in this dismal place for 3 whole years. She decided that she didn't want to live like that anymore, but would just enjoy life. Just a week ago, the girl became Nivea Erber. At first, of course, she couldn't even believe it. Nivea was an unproduced archery champion. Thanks to her talent and hard training, she has won many awards. Like any athlete, Nivea has suffered serious injuries. After one of them, her sports career went downhill. Then followed a series of dark and dreary days. Nivea thought that she would feel better. She decided to read a novel that was once recommended to her. But after reading it, she realized that the whole novel was complete nonsense. Nivea was extremely furious about the events that were happening there. She said one phrase, that if she were Nivea, she would tell everyone to go to hell. That was her last memory. When she woke up, she became Nivea. A week has passed since then. But just yesterday, a terrible situation occurred. Rosanna Paravis, a candidate for the role of sacred priestess, came into her room. Rosanna was outraged that Nivea had missed her afternoon classes. Nivea pretended that she didn't understand anything and asked to leave, saying that she had a headache. Rosanna was furious at what she heard, and Nivea said she was too noisy. Rosanna noticed Nivea's strange behavior, but decided that she really was not quite right in the head. Nivea asked Rosanna again to leave. The girl was even more angered by this and replied that she would decide for herself when to leave. Nivea said she looked like a stubborn 5-year-old. Rosanna was stunned. It was terribly unpleasant for her to hear this. The girl gritted her teeth and said that Nivea was a pathetic tramp. She asked how she dared to desecrate the temple with her presence. Rosanna called her names a few more times, adding that Nivea needed to realize how worthless she was. She said with a smile that this is why her fiancé wants to break off the engagement and marry her. Hearing this, Nivea remained silent in response, although she wanted to say a lot. Rosanna mocked the girl for not even having anything to say. Nivea shouted with a smile for her to take it. The girl added that trash belongs in the trash can, so they are a perfect match. Rosanne was simply furious. She did not understand what to do or how to take revenge. She swung at Niveus in anger, shouting something. Nivea was even a little scared, but she managed to turn away from the blow. She decided that she seemed to have lost her grip, probably because she was in a different body. Rosanna couldn't calm down and swung with all her might again. Nivea silently looked at the girl's hand as it flew towards her face. She deftly grabbed Rosanna by the hair, thereby preventing the blow. The girl begged him to let her go, but Nivea looked at her and couldn't understand who she even thought she was. Nivea said that it was all her fault, because she was the one who started it. The girl nevertheless let go of Rosanna, pushing her away from herself. Nivea watched her and mocked her. She felt sorry for her. She said that Rosanna had better leave, or she would be left without any hair at all. The girl was quite scared, and clutching her head, ran out of the room. At this moment, Nivea was finally wearing clothes that she felt comfortable in. She realized that she had a bag in her hands and reached her hand inside it. There were some jewels there, and the girl made sure that everything was okay with them. She had some kind of oppressive feeling in her soul. Something was bothering her. She was worried that she was not in her own body, but in the body of the main character, Nivea. Nivea Erner, unfortunately, dies at the end of the novel. The girl never read the last page, hoping that there wasn't some kind of plot twist. The tragedy began when Nivea became a priestess. The Duke used it, and with the support of the church, raised a rebellion. They used Nivea as a puppet and abandoned her in the end. The only way to survive was to not become a priestess. The Erber family's holdings were located to the southeast of the capital, where the main temple is located. She understood that it would take about a week to get there, and if she set out now, there would be enough time. The kingdom of Ericilia, according to legend, God flooded all the continents except this one. What followed were bloody wars and changes of several rulers. As a result, only 2 kingdoms remained on the continent, Ericilia and Arkan. A loud horn sounded, and everyone was told to make way for the Duke. Nivea was frightened that this could really be the same Duke. She knew she couldn't let herself be caught, and she started running away. The girl decided that it was best to blend in with the crowd. She hoped that everything would be fine. Raising her head, she saw the Duke on horseback in front of her. Nivea decided she had to run. She had a bad feeling about this. The Duke, noticing the running girl, rushed after her, thereby frightening the residents. Nivea ran away quickly, but the Duke caught up with her almost immediately. She ran with the thought that if he caught her, it would be the end for her. Nivea had almost no strength left. She was panting from fatigue. The girl turned her head slightly to the side to make sure he had left her behind, but the Duke did not break away, and Nivea did not understand why she was pursuing him. She decided that she needed to turn into some narrow street so that he could not follow her. Literally right away, the moment presented itself, and the girl turned. But her brilliant plan immediately failed. She ran into a dead end. The Duke spoke Nivea's name firmly and menacingly, beckoning her to turn around. The girl turned back angrily, looking straight into the Duke's eyes. The Duke looked at her in bewilderment, wondering why she was running away from him like that. Looking at him, she realized that he was indeed a handsome man. His name was Edius Timutero. Nivea's fiancé allowed himself to be seduced by Rosanna in a dirty way. Edius dismounted and asked what Nivea was doing there, adding that it was more important for him to know why she pretended not to know him at all. He bombarded her with questions about why she wasn't in the temple and other things, but Nivea ignored them all. Edius looked at the girl from head to toe and asked what she was wearing. Nivea couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at the Duke to stop asking so many questions. She put out her hand and told him not to come closer to her. Edius calmly said that if he didn't want to talk about what happened, then there was no need to talk. He added that it was dangerous to wander around here alone and said that he would take her there. Edius extended his hand to Nivea, expecting her to simply silently agree with him. He said that she was not acting like herself and asked her not to be stubborn. Nivea smiled and pretended sarcastically that she had just remembered that he didn't know anything yet. She said she hoped he would at least look at her once. Nivea waited for him for a long time, but Edius did not send her a single letter. Edius began shouting for her to calm down, that he could explain everything. Nivea said that she didn't need to explain anything because he never heard or listened to her. She asked him to do it, at least now, and to be attentive to her words. Nivea screamed that they would cancel their planned engagement. Edius was stupefied. He didn't even know what to answer Nivea to this. The girl repeated again, but in a more menacing voice, that they would call off the engagement. One of the servants ran to the Duke, saying that the Emperor himself wanted to greet him. The servant repeated that he urgently needed to return, but Edius simply remained silent. He turned to Nivea and asked if she was serious about what she said. The girl thought for a moment, then adjusted her hair, tucking it behind her ear. With a smile and a slight mystery, she said that she had always been sincere with him. As she passed him, she said she hoped they never met again. Afterwards, she thought that she should have demanded compensation, because he had really gotten on her nerves. But she realized that there was something wrong with taking money from him. The girl approached a passerby and asked where the pawnshop was. Nivea gave her jewelry to the pawnshop and received a bag of money in return. Nivea asked the pawnshop owner where the place was, where she could find out about the carts. She noticed the man and walked up to him, thinking that it was him. The girl asked if the carts were leaving for Avil anytime soon. The man looked at his notes and said that, unfortunately, there would be no carts. Nivea screamed as if there were carts passing by him. The man said that the Northeast Road was infested with bandits and demons. He added that they tried to transport passengers through it, and it didn't end well. Nivea, sadly lowering her head, said that she really needed to go there. The man suddenly remembered about the knight who was heading to the Northeast. Nivea ran up to ask if it was true and who it was. The man tried to remember what he looked like, and noticed him behind Nivea's back. The girl headed straight towards the knight, shouting for him to wait. The knight slowly turned his head to the side. Seeing the knight's face, Nivea stopped abruptly, and seemed to be afraid of something. The knight asked what she wanted. The girl hesitated slightly. She asked if it was true that he was heading northeast, adding that she really needs to get to her hometown for family reasons. The knight rudely replied that he had nothing to do with it. Nivea began to say through tears that she had not seen her family for 3 years. From the knight's eyes, one would think he was truly moved by this. But he immediately repeated that he didn't care about it at all. Nivea begged him, saying that she would pay him, but the knight firmly told her to leave. The girl tried to persuade him, saying that she would definitely be useful. Nivea began to think that the more handsome a man's appearance, the worse his character. She decided that it was better to look for other options than to persuade the stubborn knight. Nivea started to leave, but suddenly someone pulled her by the cape. She turned around in fear, but didn't notice anyone. Looking down, she noticed a little girl who said that Laura was hungry. The girl asked if she could give her at least 1 coin. Nivea felt very sorry for the girl. She was wearing ragged clothes and was dirty. Looking to the side, she noticed 2 more small children between the houses. Nivea sat down next to the girl and asked her to look at her. After adjusting her hair, the girl said that Laura had very beautiful, warm-colored eyes. Nivea told her to bring her brothers and sisters so that she could feed them all. Laura, hearing this, immediately ran away with shining eyes and a wide smile. Suddenly, someone pulled Nivea by the shoulder, calling her over. She turned around and beat that same knight, not understanding why he called out to her. Nivea looked at him menacingly and asked what he wanted from her. The knight, with a serious expression on his face, told her to follow him. Nivea looked at him questioningly, not understanding why. She decided not to ask questions and silently followed the knight. The knight turned sharply and shouted, asking what she was thinking about. Nivea was even a little scared and asked what he meant. The knight asked the girl if she knew these children. Nivea said that she was seeing them for the first time. She thought that he didn't want to help them. The knight asked why she was so eager to feed them. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said loudly that these children were poor. The knight asked if she wanted to feed them for the rest of her life and if she was going to protect and raise them. Becoming very angry, he also asked if she would be responsible for them. Nivea said that it was her money and she would manage it as she saw fit. This made the knight even more angry, and he said that it was not about money at all. Nivea stood there, bewildered and furious, not understanding why he cared about her at all. The girl couldn't believe that she was even trembling because of some knight. Nivea couldn't resist asking what the problem was then. The knight said that this kindness shown to the children would only come back to haunt them. He said that children yearning for love hope for more than just goodwill. The knight began to shout even louder that they should not give them a reason to get attached to her. Nivea smiled and said that if he cared so much about the children, he should feed them tomorrow. The knight was stunned, not even knowing what to answer to this. She asked if he had ever thought about taking them under his care himself, since he was showing such concern. Nivea said about the older girl that in order to feed her brother and sister, she would first hear 1,000 refusals. Hearing this, the knight stood silently and simply listened attentively. She asked if he had any idea what it was like for someone to get used to rejection. Nivea clenched her fist in anger, saying that the person would suffer from every refusal and would never get used to it. Nivea said that nothing matters when you're just starving. The knight stood as if petrified. He was afraid to even move. The girl shouted that if they were ignored, things would get much worse for them. She came close to him and started shouting that they were starving every day. Nivea said that if a person like her passed by once a day, the children would not die of starvation. The girl turned away from the knight. She was very angry at his words. Finally, she told him not to dare to interfere with others helping poor children. Having calmed down a little, Nivea turned to the children and said that it was time to eat. The knight felt uneasy. He wanted to stop the girl, but she did not hear him. He watched her as she picked up the smallest child in her arms. Nivea bought a lot of different food and told them to enjoy it well. The eldest girl is named Laura, the boy is named Roy, and the youngest is named Rosie. Nivea asked where they lived and if they had parents. Laura gave the address of their house, but when she started talking about her parents, she suddenly fell silent. Nivea understood everything and asked if they had an adult who cared for them. Laura said that there is a man in white clothes who sometimes comes to them. Nivea realized that it looked like a priest, but she also understood that it would be difficult for them to live off this. She suddenly remembered the knight's words about not giving anyone a reason to get attached. Nivea understood that there was no way she could ignore the children asking for help. The girl bought them more food and wrapped it in bags for each of them. She said that this should be enough for them for a month. Laura looked at the girl with tears in her eyes. She called her sister. Nivea said that it was time for them to go home, and it was time for them to say goodbye. The littlest Rosie, hearing this, began to cry loudly. Nivea said that when she returns to the city, she will definitely visit them. From behind her, Nivea suddenly heard someone say that she was a cool older sister. She saw 4 men in front of her, mocking her. Nivea said that she had never had bearded younger sisters before. She carefully extended her hand towards the children, thereby covering them. The knight couldn't stop thinking about the girl's words, playing them over and over in his head. His thoughts were interrupted by the children, who were tearfully tugging at his cape. Laura started screaming for him to save her little sister. She was crying loudly. The knight became frightened. He raised his head and looked around. Nivea asked the men what they wanted from her. One of the men said that everything was very simple, and they needed money. Nivea tried to figure out if she could escape from them and keep the money. The girl thought that she had seen these impudent faces somewhere before. She asked one man if he had helped her on the street, and upon hearing this, the man laughed. He told her where the pawn shop was, and seemed like a simple citizen. They all started laughing, saying that he liked to stick his nose into other people's business. Nivea asked menacingly, did he really want money? The man said that since he helped her, he should get paid for it. Nivea said she would give him 10% of what she had, adding that it would be enough for them. Hearing this, the men began to loudly mock the girl. The man grabbed her by the hair and asked if she knew how much people were willing to pay for such a prostitute. This made Nivea very angry, and she hit him sharply on the hand. The man laughed and said that apparently she didn't understand something. He said that even all the jewelry was worth less than her body. Nivea said that she has people who will always help her. He asked her if she took into account that she was alone all day today. One of the men offered to try the product personally before selling it. The man approached Nivea again and said that they would receive money for her for several years in advance. Nivea couldn't listen to this anymore, and when he finished speaking, she spat right in his eye. The man screamed that she was just crazy and began rubbing his eye. While he was not paying attention, she hit him in the jaw with her elbow. He winced in pain, and Nivea seized the moment and kneed him in the groin. The other men understood this pain and made faces. They started shouting, asking if he was okay. Mike got a nosebleed, a tooth was knocked out, and he screamed at everyone to shut up. Nivea didn't listen to all this and ran with all her might. Nivea was proud of herself for being able to stand up for herself. All that was left was to simply run away. She heard shouts behind her that she needed to be grabbed immediately. It was already difficult for Nivea to run, as she ran straight up the hill. Her strength was running out. She ran without looking and did not notice the person in front of her. She crashed right into him, but he didn't let her fall and caught her under the back. Opening her eyes, Nivea saw that same knight in front of her. He asked if she was okay. Nivea heard the children sobbing in fear. The children threw themselves into the girl's arms because they were very afraid for her. Nivea asked the knight if he could take the children away so she could call the guards. But it was already too late. Those same men appeared right in front of her. The knight walked forward, shielding Nivea and the children. Turning his head slightly, he told her to wait here. He confidently drew his sword. He was quite serious. Nivea asked the children to close their eyes for a moment so they wouldn't have to see what was happening. The children immediately obeyed the girl. And besides covering their eyes, they covered their ears with their hands. Nivea was amazed at how skillfully the knight dealt with the four men. The knight dealt with them mercilessly, without even a drop of regret. Literally, a few minutes passed. Nivea looked at the knight, who stood proudly in front of her. The girl looked at him and could not take her eyes off him, feeling admiration. The knight put away his sword and slowly began to approach the girl. Nivea was a little scared. She thought that he wanted to kill her too. The knight paused and carefully asked if the girl was okay. Nivea became a little embarrassed and said that she was fine thanks to him. The girl turned to the children and said that they could now open their eyes and ears. They were glad that everything ended well, and Nivea was no longer in danger. Nivea said she would take the children home, and the knight volunteered to go with her. They all went together to the house of the little poor children. Nivea told Laura to be sure to contact the guards if they had any problems. The children were glad that Nivea had led them, and that they were not walking alone. The girl waved to the children with a smile, and the knight stood with a serious face. The knight said that those freaks should be judged by the law as criminals. He added that he had already informed the guards, and that they would now be taken care of. Nivea asked him if he had been so soft with them on purpose. The knight said that killing them was as easy as crushing an ant, but it would not change anything. Nivea thought about his words, lowering her head. She turned the thought over in her head that she had a hard time believing it. The knight, not hearing an answer, said that he would make sure that they paid for everything. Putting his hand on his heart, he swore by everything that was dear to him. Coughing slightly, he apologized to the girl for being too rude. Nivea awkwardly said that everything was fine and thanked him for his help. They both looked at each other intently, slightly embarrassed. Nivea came to her senses and asked if he knew of any restaurant nearby. They went to some establishment nearby, where they got into an argument. Nivea shouted that she was not a witch at all, that she did not steal other people's children. The knight, exhaling heavily, said that such rumors were already circulating about her. Nivea said indignantly that it was she who was almost sold there. Nivea asked if that was why he was so rude, to which the knight replied that he was simply worried about the children. The knight decided to ask if Nivea was afraid of those thugs. Nivea replied anxiously that she was seriously scared, adding that the most important thing for her is her life. Suddenly, she asked him if he knew where she could find a gun store. The knight, perplexed, asked the girl why she needed him. The girl said thoughtfully that she needed something with which she could protect herself. The knight simply remained silent in response, looking intently at Nivea. He held out his hand holding the dagger, saying nothing. The girl was very surprised, because it looked very expensive. The knight told her to be sure to accept it as a gift. Nivea suddenly said that she had thought about his words, and he was absolutely wrong. The knight admitted he was wrong, adding that one should not impose one's beliefs on others. Nivea said that those who accept their mistakes are good people. The girl thanked the knight for his help, introduced herself to him, and asked his name. The knight lowered his head slightly and did not raise his gaze to Nivea. He carefully extended his hand and said she could call him Kyle. Nivea suddenly said that since they shook hands, now they would travel together. She added that he had helped her, so now he could take her with him. Kyle pointed to the dagger and said that it was a parting gift for her. Nivea exhaled heavily and said that traveling alone was very boring. The knight did not give in to the girl's persuasion, and she said that she would then gather a gang of cutthroats. Kyle said sharply and firmly that she would not do this. In turn, Nivea thought that then he would definitely take her with him. Before Kyle could say anything, the girl began to thank him and shout that she had succeeded. After some time, Nivea had drunk quite a lot and didn't quite understand what she was saying. She repeated several times that Sir Kyle was very strong, which put the knight in an awkward position. Kyle, slightly displeased, asked if it was time to slow down with the drinking. Nivea looked at Kyle without taking her eyes off him, as if she was admiring him. Nivea admired the way he handled those men so skillfully, comparing them to dominoes when Kyle drew his sword. Kyle snatched the mug from the girl's hands and told her that she had enough to drink. The girl became indignant, thinking that he wanted to drink alone, without her. She started screaming loudly that there was no way he could deceive her. Kyle felt awkward about everything that was happening, and he closed his eyes out of shame for Nivea. Behind him, some man appeared. He was also holding a sword. The man sat down on the floor and asked if he should deal with this girl. He suggested using torture on Nivea, as it would be much more effective. Kyle didn't like this and said that he just needed to know everything about her past. Literally, a second passed. When Kyle turned his head, the man behind him was no longer there. He looked at Nivea. She was so drunk that she fell asleep on the table. Kyle thought about how hard it was to believe that Nivea Erber had come to him on her own. He understood that she was too defenseless to be a spy. Kyle was incredibly curious about how Nivea would behave when she woke up. The next morning, Kyle woke Nivea up and told her that they had to go if she was still going to travel. The girl was surprised that she woke up quite easily. Usually she has a hard time doing this. Kyle said that wasn't true at all, because he knocked on her door exactly 34 times. The girl suddenly noticed the sign and shouted out that there was a gun store nearby. Upon entering, Nivea was amazed by the number of different weapons. The girl approached the seller and said that she wanted to look at the bows. The man thought for a moment and said that such a weapon was not at all suitable for a young lady. Nivea said that everything was fine and asked to at least take a look at them. Upon request, the seller immediately showed all the bows that were in the store. Kyle said that learning to shoot takes a lot of time, but Nivea didn't listen to him at all. She had already chosen a bow for herself and was now looking at the arrows. The girl said that since she already had a blade, it would be better if she also had a bow. Nivea bought a bow and arrows, tied her hair, and cried out that she was now completely ready. They walked out of the store and stared at something. The girl overheard a conversation. Someone was asking if that girl was really staying there. Nivea hid behind Kyle and told him not to move. It was Rosanna, looking for Nivea, asking passersby if they had seen a girl with red hair. Nivea was puzzled as to what Rosanna herself was doing here. Rosanna asked the man what kind of transport Nivea had taken and where she had gone. Nivea didn't understand why Rosanna was doing all this. It was much easier to just leave her alone. The girl addressed the knight in a quiet voice, and he looked at her questioningly. Nivea said that it would be better if she waited somewhere else. Without waiting for an answer, Nivea immediately began to quickly walk away. Kyle wondered what was going on and why she was hiding from someone. He walked past Rosanna, but he wasn't at all interested in what they were talking about. Kyle walked up to his horse and started talking to him, asking if he had had enough rest. From behind him, he heard a man cry out that the lady was asking for the knight's help. Kyle immediately put the hood on his head and mounted his horse. His path was blocked by priests from the great temple, asking him to spare just a second of his time. Rosanne also ran up to Kyle and asked if he had seen a girl with red hair. Kyle looked at the girl and confidently said that he saw her just recently. Rosanna said it was an order from the church and asked where she was now. Kyle said he couldn't tell them anything without knowing the reason. The priest said that the girl was one of 2 candidates to become a priestess. Kyle said he wouldn't hide the fact that he had no idea where the girl was now. He didn't wait for an answer and went forward, while the priest and Rosanna shouted that it was very rude. Kyle reached the forest on horseback, lost in his thoughts the entire way. Kyle stopped and stared ahead, as if he had heard something. As if out of nowhere, the same guy who was in the cafe appeared. Kyle asked him what exactly the Duke was doing. The guy said he was in correspondence with the southeastern nobles, using hawks. He added that it would be quite difficult to find out the hawk's path in order to steal them. Hearing this, Kyle became lost in his thoughts. Nivea stood there, confused as to why Kyle wasn't there yet. Kyle appeared in front of her, and Nivea was even a little scared. Kyle said that if she commits crimes, she won't be able to hide for long. Nivea said, slightly indignantly, that she had never broken the law. Kyle asked what? Did she really mean to say that the criminals were those people from the temple? Nivea simply swore again that she had committed no crimes. Kyle didn't say anything else, and held out his hand for Nivea to climb onto the horse. She was pleased with this gesture, and with a slight smile on her face, she extended her hand. She climbed up very deftly, which surprised Kyle a little. He said in a barely audible voice that Nivea was quite a clever girl. Nivea said that was why he had to show her how to use a sword. On the way, Nivea thought that this was quite a pleasant trip. They didn't travel for long, but Nivea's back still got really stiff. She started to stretch to make things a little better. Kyle stood there, confused as to what strange movements she was making. Nivea said she stretches her muscles to improve her flexibility, adding that it is better to warm up the muscles beforehand. Kyle handed the girl a sandwich and told her to eat it. Nivea took a small bite and realized that it was tastier than she thought. Nivea noticed that Kyle was drinking something and asked for some too. The guy pointed to the bag that contained water. The girl suspected that he had wine poured into his glass, but did not ask. Kyle told her to get ready because it was time to move out, adding that they needed to hurry and find a place for camp. Nivea asked if she could at least go wash her face. Kyle waited, wondering if they had enough food. He was haunted by the thought that the Herbert family was supporting the Duke. Nivea Erber, 19, has a quiet and balanced character. Kyle wondered what kind of character she had and became very doubtful. He said that she still needed to be looked after. Kyle knew she knew who she was, but Nivea didn't know who he was. In his eyes, she looked like she knew nothing about the world. It was as if Nivea had come from another world. A loud scream off to the side caught Kyle's attention. It was Nivea's voice. She screamed in fear and pointed at something. A nasty green goblin stood in front of her. Nivea was horrified, not understanding what was happening at all. Kyle said in a calm voice that it was an ordinary mountain goblin. He added that she should take out the dagger he had given her yesterday. Nivea looked at the goblin with a strong fear inside, afraid to move. Holding the dagger in her hand, she tried to come to terms with the fact that she needed to kill him. The goblin made scary and not entirely understandable sounds. He was aggressive. Nivea was confused about what to do. Kyle yelled at her to get into a low stance. Without listening to Kyle, Nivea swung at the goblin. Goblins, although not as strong, are very quick. The girl was very surprised that he jumped back like a grasshopper. The goblin continued to make terrifying sounds. Nivea was in a panic, not noticing how the goblin's hand reached for her hair. The girl didn't have time to react before the goblin pulled her by the hair. Kyle was quite scared when he saw this. Suddenly, strands of hair began to fall to the ground. Without thinking, Nivea cut off the part the goblin was holding onto. She was serious and rushed straight at him. The girl very deftly thrust the dagger straight into the goblin's neck. Rubbing her forehead, she thought about how she could have died because of stupidity. Kyle was shocked, because it was still a demonic creature. He tried to comprehend that Nivea was capable of defeating him very easily. Kyle approached the girl and asked if she was okay, to which the girl replied that it was time to go. She said with displeasure that he should have come earlier to help. Kyle told her not to consider it murder. Nivea looked away and realized she hadn't thought about it. She looked at the goblin lying on the ground and felt relieved. The girl understood that she needed to get used to this in order to survive. The main goal was to get home, so it was worth trying. Nivea asked to practice a little more before the real fight. It was already sunset. They stopped to make a rest. Nivea sat near the fire, lost in her thoughts. Kyle was busy preparing the food, skewering meat. He said he learned this by watching others. Nivea was terribly hungry, and the smell seemed to penetrate her brain. Kyle handed the skewer to the girl, to which she asked, "What about him?" Before Kyle could respond, Nivea grabbed the meat, saying that it was incredibly delicious. Kyle noticed that she often used some strange words. Nivea said that these were just her unexpected phrases. She repeated that this rabbit was cooked very tasty. Kyle pretended not to hear and started cooking for himself. Nivea couldn't tear herself away from the meat. She wanted to prolong the pleasure. The girl took 2 small jars out of her bag. Nivea asked to borrow Kyle's skewer for a few seconds. There were spices in the jars. She sprinkled them on the meat. The girl handed the meat to Kyle and told him to try it right now. Nivea looked at him with great anticipation, knowing that he would like it. Kyle slowly brought the meat to his mouth and carefully took a small bite. Kyle was confused about what she did with the meat. Nivea asked him if he liked it, but he just continued eating. A couple of seconds passed, and the skewer was already completely clean. Kyle looked at Nivea and said that it was damn delicious. Nivea was glad to hear this and smiled. The fire continued to burn, producing a pleasant crackling sound. Nivea lay and gazed intently at the stars. She was immersed in her thoughts. There were a lot of them. The girl realized that she had no concrete plan at all. She understood that she couldn't die because of the monsters and the war that would soon begin. She has no power to stop the war. All she can do is run away. The legend said that it was Nivea Erber who was chosen by the god. Suddenly, she heard Kyle's voice asking if she could sleep. Nivea looked at him and realized that the knight also couldn't sleep. Kyle said it was a pretty bright night tonight. Nivea didn't understand what he was talking about because she couldn't see anything at all because it was so dark. Nivea's expression changed suddenly, as if she had noticed something. She saw in the sky how quickly, but very beautifully, a star fell. The girl was sincerely delighted with what she saw. In the morning, Nivea had a very hard time waking up. She asked for a little more time. The knight said that if she did not get up right now, he would leave without her. Nivea didn't like this at all and immediately jumped up from her seat. Kyle was already preparing breakfast, and a very pleasant smell was coming from the pot. Nivea turned to the knight in surprise, asking what was being prepared. He said that there were some small pieces of meat left over from yesterday, and he decided to make a roast. Nivea became interested in trying out what was happening there. After tasting it, she realized that if she seasoned it, it would be just perfect. Without thinking twice, the girl decided to make him simply addicted to spices. Kyle suddenly asked if she had ever thought about becoming a chef. Nivea said she simply had to learn to cook since she lived on her own. She handed Kyle the plate, expecting to hear his delight. Kyle, just like yesterday, slowly raised the spoon to his mouth and also slowly tasted the roast. Nivea thought he didn't like that she went overboard with the spices. But before she could ask him, Kyle ate the entire contents straight from the plate. Wiping his mouth with his hand, he said it was damn good. Nivea was pleased to hear this and simply giggled. It was already the 4th day of an interesting journey. Nivea continued to train. She tried her best. Kyle watched the process and gave various advice on what would be best and what would be safer for her. He showed that the dagger should be used to deliver quick thrusts. Nivea listened carefully to everything and used his advice. Kyle was a little surprised that the girl was a very quick learner. Evening came. They were already quite hungry. The guy took a beautiful piece of meat out of his bag, which made Nivea happy. She said that sometimes it's better to leave the natural flavors of the ingredients. The guy couldn't hold on any longer. His drool was simply flowing from hunger. Nivea even felt when it was time to turn the meat over. Kyle was looking forward to enjoying a delicious steak. The girl watched as he kept his eyes fixed on the meat. The steak was ready and had a very pleasant aroma. They tried to prolong their pleasure, although it didn't work out well. Nivea experienced quite severe joint pain after training. She was already dreaming of lying in a hot bath and relaxing. Kyle didn't quite understand what was wrong with her and why she was groaning. Nivea was glad that she had finally instilled in him a sense of taste. The guy said that tomorrow they would come to a small village. He suggested stopping there for a while to rest and replenish supplies. Suddenly, Nivea decided to ask where he was actually heading. Kyle thought for a moment and said that he was going to Artem, adding that it is not far from Aval. Nivea didn't understand what they were talking about because she's not good at geography. Literally a couple of minutes later, the girl fell asleep. But the guy couldn't fall asleep. He was watching Nivea. He didn't understand how she could not know about Artem, since she was the first daughter of the Erber family. Suddenly, the guy grabbed the girl by the shoulder and told her to stand up. Nivea didn't understand what was happening. She realized that she had hardly slept. Kyle leaned over and told her to be quiet. He whispered in her ear that there was someone next to them. Within seconds, they were both armed and listening intently. In the distance, they noticed a light. It looked like the light from torches. They arrived at the conference hall in the village of Haral, where heated discussions were taking place. Nivea was outraged that all the children of the village had been kidnapped. The residents were in despair, saying that the demons had appeared unexpectedly. Nivea was shocked by what she just heard. The old man said that they never found the demons. The guy shouted out that he was on guard that night and saw them. Nivea realized that he couldn't confirm that they were demons. The residents asked the knight for help to protect them and find their children. Nivea was moved by their requests and felt very sorry for them. She called out to Kyle, who looked at her in confusion. The girl said that she would stay to help them. The guy didn't understand why she should stay, because she had no reason to do so. Nivea said she couldn't help but just ignore the problem. One woman thanked Nivea in tears. The girl said that she was in no hurry and would not persuade him to stay. Kyle looked at the girl and thought about her words. He said they could stay there for 2 days. The guy said that while he was resting, he would help with the hunting. The old man, through tears, thanked the knight for agreeing to help. Kyle asked for sketches of the area to be made and for them to show him the place where the children had disappeared from. Nivea stood in one place, as if puzzled by something. She could not believe that she was in the village of Haral. The girl decided that she would help in order to increase their trust. Looking at Kyle, she knew he was there and a reliable ally. The residents took Kyle to the community shed where they hid the children. The guy looked at this place and didn't understand how they could hide all the children here. He dropped to the floor and noticed many small footprints. After thinking, he said that a demon had indeed broken in here. Residents were shocked and did not understand what to do next. Turning away, Kyle said that this was all very strange. He added that there were no traces of blood in the barn, which meant that no one had been injured. Nivea realized that the children might still be alive. Kyle said that judging by the tracks, the demon acted alone. He added that most likely the children were simply scared and ran away. Nivea happily informed everyone that the children were safe. One of the residents asked menacingly how they were going to look for them. The man's name is Armin. He was furious that there were hordes of demons around the village. He shouted that they could all die while looking for the children. Armin shouted that no one could hunt an organ, or even an entire group. Nivea answered him that the demon was still small. Armin didn't listen to the end. and shouted out that there were also big ones outside. Nivea was very angry about this and said that it was impossible to remain inactive unless his child was missing. This infuriated Armand even more, and he started pointing his finger. He shouted that he also had a son, but he didn't understand anything. Nivea looked at Armand with contempt and distrust. Mei Ling, a villager, confirmed that he has a son. Sobbing, she said that among all the children, there was also his little son. Nivea became thoughtful and began to reflect on Armand's words. She asked Armand in bewilderment what the problem was then. The girl asked him again if his son had gone missing. She said that if that was the case, then the desire to find him was completely normal. Armand shouted that the lives of the villagers and families were no less important. Nivea was simply shocked by what she heard, not understanding how he could say such a thing. The boy yelled to Kyle that they had made a map of the area. Kyle was glad to see them, because at least for a little while, he would stop listening to the argument. He carefully studied the map. The residents said that there were only bushes and a couple of caves everywhere. The boy said that they combed everything so much that not even a mouse could hide there. Kyle tried to figure out where the children could be then. He said that a search needed to be launched as quickly as possible before all traces of the children disappeared, adding that they might have to fight back and needed volunteers. Kyle was serious and didn't want to waste a minute. 5 men stepped forward. The rest will search near the village. Nivea approached Armand, who looked at her angrily. Armand asked the girl if she hadn't heard what the knight said. Nivea replied with disdain that she had listened to him attentively. She said that he had completely misunderstood the knight. She said with a grin that those who understand all the risks go. Armand shouted that the little girl would not be able to do anything in danger. Nivea repeated again that he had misunderstood the knight's words. Armand looked at the girl in bewilderment. Nivea said that it is important to understand that everything will be on everyone's conscience. Armand shouted out what she thought of herself. Nivea became very angry and already grabbed the dagger. Through his teeth, Armand shouted that Nivea was a stupid little girl. He was in a terrible rage and had already pointed his fist towards the girl. But Nivea reacted quickly and put a dagger to his throat. She asked with a smile if he wanted to check her hand's bad habits. Kyle put his hand on Nivea's shoulder and told her to stop. The residents began to ask Armand to calm down, because Nivea and Kyle agreed to help them. Armand lowered his head and looked away, asking for forgiveness through his teeth. Nivea couldn't let go of this situation. Unexpectedly, Mei Ling called out to the knight very hesitantly. Holding a pitchfork in her hand, she said that she too should go searching. Kyle was slightly surprised by this woman's courage. Together, they gathered their thoughts and set out to search. There was enough light around thanks to the torches. Kyle said they needed to split up because the trail was running out. Looking at Nivea, he reasoned that she was better at fighting than the others. The guy said that we needed to split into 2 groups of 4 people. Nivea became the leader of one group. She walked in front. Something caught her attention. She stopped abruptly and began to listen. Armand told her to stop talking nonsense. Nivea reiterated that their main task now is to find the children. She was angry at Armand. Why he was behaving so strangely. Every time she looked straight into his eyes, she doubted him more and more. Nivea pointed to the side and said she thought she heard children. Armand cried out that she was mistaken, that this simply couldn't be. The girl insisted that they would then simply go and check it out. Armand cried out, "What would she do if she ran into demons?" Nivea let out a sigh of relief and said that she would simply kill them. In a commanding tone, he told her to stop immediately. Nivea couldn't resist and pointed the dagger right next to Armand's face. Without removing her hand, she told him to answer her question. Armand was quite scared and asked to remove the dagger. Nivea asked if he knew what was going on here. Armand inhaled heavily, afraid to move, and said that he didn't know anything. Nivea was furious, telling him to confess right now. She looked at him intently, telling him that she was not joking at all. The girl said that no one would be able to stop her. She asked Mei Ling to check the bushes near them. The woman carefully moved the branches of the bush aside with a pitchfork. Right in the bushes sat a little boy, shaking violently. Seeing his aunt, he rushed to hug her, sobbing. Armand fell to his knees, as if he was upset about something. Mei Ling began to cry even harder. Glad that at least he was safe, she sat down next to the boy and asked where the other children were. Anton looked from behind his aunt and saw his dad. He started crying even harder. He screamed and ran straight towards him. Hugging Armand, he apologized, saying that he knew that Armand had told him not to make a sound and to sit here. He screamed that he was very scared and cold. Nivea angrily asked where the other children were. Armand, through tears, began to say that he simply had no choice. Anton walked back to Malin and took her hand. Nivea told Armin to stop crying immediately, adding that he should confess now before it got too dark. The girl said that he would definitely apologize, but only when they found the children. Armin shouted that the bandits wanted to kill him and his son, adding that this is precisely why he simply had no choice. To keep them safe, the rest of the village's children had to be brought in. He came to the barn and said that there were demons in the village and sent them to the mountain. Armin said that he hid Anton and gave the other children to the bandits. He began to beg for forgiveness, saying that he was very sorry. Nivea told Mailing to take the boy to the group and bring the knight Kyle. Nivea jumped up and ran somewhere. She told herself that she needed to get there before sunrise. The girl understood that if she waited for the knight's group, it would be too late. With all her strength, she pushed off the ground and made a long jump. Nivea landed near the bushes, behind which stood a cart and people. She didn't expect there to be so many of them. Nivea realized that they had simply decided to threaten the coward so as not to put themselves in danger. The bandits had wide smiles on their faces, and there were children in the cart. The children's hands were bandaged, and they were screaming and crying. Hearing the sobs, Nivea became even more enraged. Taking hold of her bow, she estimated that they were about 40 meters away. The only problem was that she only had one chance. She noticed that they were already getting ready to leave. Nivea drew the arrow, her hands shaking slightly, realizing the full responsibility. The girl was ready to shoot. All that was left was to aim. She remembered her past self because she was a shooter. Literally, a second later, Nivea released the arrow, knowing in advance that it would definitely hit. The arrow pierced the horse's hoof right through the knee. Nivea felt proud of herself. The bandits immediately began to look around, looking for who was shooting and from where. Nivea hid behind a tree, holding her breath. The girl began to pull the second arrow straight from behind the tree. Suddenly, Kyle appeared on a horse, and the girl was slightly frightened by his sudden appearance. Kyle held a sword in his hand. His face was too serious. Nivea watched as blood flew in all directions. Screams were heard. The girl herself was stunned by such a sight. She couldn't watch for long. She felt sick just from the sight of the blood. Kyle was scared for her and began to stroke Nivea's back. He said it was quite difficult to come to terms with. Nivea pushed Kyle's hand away and said she didn't understand what he was talking about. She said that she thought she was going to die while she was running here. Nivea was outraged that Kyle had arrived so easily on horseback. Kyle invited the girl to ride his horse, Philippe Nenadal. The girl was so ashamed that she felt bad in front of Kyle. She changed the subject by saying that she was already hungry. The guy looked at the girl with slight affection. At the entrance to the village, residents were waiting, shouting with joy when they saw their children. Mailing laughed and cried the most when she saw her daughter and son. Suddenly, Nivea heard someone say to the side to leave the village. This is what the old man told Armin not to even go near the village. Armin begged for forgiveness on his knees, and little Anton was crying next to him. Nivea looked at them with regret, even though he had truly acted terribly. Malin turned to Nivea and Kyle, who stared intently at the woman. Sobbing, she thanked them for helping her find the children. Malin invited them home to eat. The woman quickly prepared the food. The aroma was very pleasant. She was worried that they would like it, but Nivea was so hungry that she couldn't take her eyes off her. Nivea thought that home-cooked food was better than any other, especially when cooked by someone else. A few moments later, the girl had filled her belly to the brim. Mailing put her hand on the girl's shoulder and called her. She handed her some clothes from the village for her to change into. Nivea still dreamed of going to the bathroom because she felt like a slob. The woman gave Nivea a bar of soap, which she was extremely happy about. Mailing said they have baths with tubs filled with hot water. Nivea cried out in joy, thanking Mylene. Without waiting for an answer, the girl immediately ran to the bathroom. She didn't hear Mylene say that a knight was already waiting for her there. Nivea ran and already imagined how she would enjoy this moment. The smile never left her face. Her eyes sparkled with joy. She thought of Kyle and hoped he would let her go first. As she approached the bathhouse, she heard music and stopped. Nivea carefully and slowly opened the door. Her expression changed abruptly, as if she saw something she shouldn't have seen. Kyle was already in the bathroom, and she saw his neck first. Kyle, hearing the door open, turned in that direction. He was completely naked, looking at the girl in bewilderment. Nivea froze in place, her eyes never leaving the guy. But she suddenly felt ill and ran out of the bathhouse, covering her mouth with her hand. Kyle was just shocked. He didn't understand what was going on. At this time, Mylene was busy with her household chores. Turning around, she noticed an almost blue girl. The woman was very scared and began to ask what had happened. She thought that something had happened in the bathroom and was already grabbing a pitchfork. Malin pointed the pitchfork at Nivea, which surprised the girl greatly. Before her eyes was a naked Kyle, and his dignity was just covered by a pitchfork. The girl felt even worse. She could barely contain herself. Miley handed her a glass of water, still not understanding what was going on. Nivea drank all the water in one gulp without even thinking. She began to say that she came to the bathroom, and the night was already there. Malin was touched and asked if they were dating, adding that she just realized that they were in a relationship. She began to apologize because she thought that they were just fugitives. Mei-ling hastened to say that she would prepare another bath for her. After a few minutes, Nivea finally found herself in the bathroom. The girl even closed her eyes with pleasure. It has already been 2 weeks since Nivea took up residence in this body. In order to escape from them, she has to suffer like this. The girl had a goal. It was better to be a villain than a priestess. Trying to think about the upcoming problems and ways to avoid them caused severe headaches. The residents said goodbye to Nivea and the knight and thanked them once again for their help. Malin personally thanked them several more times. The old man held out something in his hands, saying that they wanted to give them something. Nivea's eyes lit up. She realized that this was what she needed. The old man said that this was found when the village was first built. The knight was about to refuse, but Nivea skillfully covered his mouth with her hand. Nivea understood that they didn't even know what kind of egg it was. Finally, the residents wished them a safe journey ahead. Kyle suggested finding a place to spend the night before it got dark. The guy asked her to make a fire while she hunted. As soon as Kyle started to leave, a smile spread across the girl's face. Kyle walked slowly through the forest, lost in his thoughts. Stopping abruptly, he whistled some melody. That strange guy appeared behind Kyle. The guy said that the Duke's correspondence had become much more active on both sides. Hearing this, Kyle wondered how they could find out what was in the correspondence. He said they needed to find out somehow, but not on the surface. The guy replied that if you go into it, you'll make sure that they are all the Duke's men. Kyle told them to keep watching, not missing a single move. Kyle, the enemy of the kingdom of Ericilia and the main heir to the throne. Duke Ethius was greedy. His family could easily seize power in the kingdom. The guy handed Kyle a roll of paper and asked him to look at it. From what was written, it could be understood that they wanted to conclude an alliance by carrying out the engagement of the heirs. Kyle was surprised and asked if they were talking about Nivea. The boy confirmed Prince Kyle's thoughts, causing the prince to squeeze the piece of paper in anger. He wondered if Nivea Erber might be involved in all of this. Nivea might just be the key, since she's a priestess candidate. Kyle tried to understand why she had run away then. The boy remembered that he had found something in a nearby stream. He held out the fish, apologizing for not cooking it. Kyle turned to Eden, which surprised the boy. The prince immediately made it clear that he was now talking to him as a man to a man. Kyle whispered something in Eden's ear. Eden was very surprised and asked what he meant by my thing. Suddenly, he began to exclaim that it was simply magnificent and wonderful. Kyle asked without flattery, because he wanted the truth. Eden said that he was the most worthy of all that he had ever seen. Kyle started to walk away, humming a tune. Nivea lit a fire, and Kyle started cooking fish for them. He said that they would reach the castle of Erber in 4 days. Nivea asked him what he would do, and whether he would go with her. The guy immediately said that he would immediately move on. He added that there was no need to thank him, since she had already done enough for him. The girl thought that it would be better if he didn't go with her. Nivea's father will ask her for forgiveness in tears, and her stepmother will tell her not to dare return until she becomes a priestess. Nivea understood that there was no way she could save this family. Kyle was afraid for her, thinking she had a headache. Nivea couldn't believe how upset she was. She said abruptly that she had run away from the temple. Nivea said that it was her family who wanted her to become a priestess. Kyle asked what? Didn't she want this? The girl said that if she became a priestess, it was the only way to marry Adius. She suddenly asked if he had any wine left. Kyle handed over the wine without asking any questions. Nivea exhaled heavily and took several large gulps. She continued to say that it is normal for a family for one person to suffer in order to feed the whole family, adding that she realized that this was her life and she shouldn't feel guilty. Nivea said that it was impossible to take such risks because there were no guarantees. The girl said with a smile that happiness must come from within oneself. Nivea spoke about this to everyone with ease and with shining eyes. Kyle thought seriously about Nivea's words, lowering his head. The girl looked at the guy and thought that he was very cute when he listened. Stretching, Nivea said that she also told the Duke to break off the engagement. Hearing this, Kyle suddenly raised his head and asked again what she said. Nivea didn't understand why he was so surprised by this. Kyle couldn't even say anything from shock. Nivea said that of course she liked him for a while, but it was just a trifle. Seeing Kyle's reaction, Nivea said that she was just being stupid. She added that the Duke did not respond to this, but simply grimaced. Nivea said that they were engaged only because their families decided so. Kyle said he really enjoyed listening to her. He added that interest had arisen since people from the Great Temple had been asking about her. The guy decided to ask her where she learned to shoot like that. Nivea turned away and lay down, saying that the wine was finished and she would not say anything more. Kyle said that they needed to finish the conversation, but the girl was already snoring. Kyle tidied up a bit and went to bed too, and it was a sunny morning. Nivea slept so soundly that even the sun's rays did not disturb her. Kyle looked very tired. The circles under his eyes told the story. The guy tried to wake up Nivea, but she only muttered something. With some difficulty, Kyle realized that she had said something about his sword. He grabbed the sleeping bag and began shaking Nivea. Nivea stood up with displeasure and began rubbing her eyes. She noticed dark circles under the guy's eyes and was horrified. In response, Kyle simply remained silent. Continuing to look at her, Nivea felt uneasy under such a close gaze and decided to go wash her face. Suddenly, Kyle jerked and looked up. Nivea immediately grabbed the dagger, thinking it was a demon. The boy took aim and threw his dagger into the sky. He tried to hit a homing pigeon, but the attempt failed. Nivea decided not to waste time and was already drawing the arrow. Kyle turned slightly, noticed the girl's serious face, and was surprised. The girl pulled the arrow back with all her might and did not lose sight of the dove. Kyle was in shock, realizing that even the best archers in the kingdom would not serve. Literally a second later, Nivea smiled proudly. Kyle was stunned. He didn't understand how this was even possible. He watched as the dove fell, pierced through and through by an arrow. The guy just looked at the dove for a few more seconds. Nivea asked him if he was trying to catch the bird because of the piece of paper on its leg. The girl indignantly said that he didn't need her for that. Kyle carefully reached for the small piece of paper on the pigeon's leg. He unfolded the paper and began to read what was written. Throwing it aside, he said he would have to change his target. Nivea was perplexed by what was happening. Suddenly, she heard Kyle ask indignantly how she did it. Nivea happily offered to teach Kyle how to shoot a bow. She decided that she should thank him for teaching her how to use the blade. Kyle said he still couldn't quite believe it. The girl giggled, asking if he had developed feelings for her. Turning away, she added that she uses Cupid's arrows just as well. Kyle's cheeks turned slightly pink, and a small smile appeared. 4 days have passed since then. Kyle looked at the sky and said it didn't look like it was going to rain. Nivea was slightly surprised, because everything looked exactly the opposite. The guy said they could make it to the Erbers' territory before sunset. The girl exhaled heavily, saying that time flies very quickly. Kyle turned to her and said that they were moving out right now. They mounted their horse, which lifted Nivea's spirits a little. The whole way Nivea kept talking, her mouth wouldn't close. She was singing some song, as if she was riding all alone. Kyle, listening to all this, began to feel touched, and his smile began to appear more and more often. He gripped the rope much tighter, and they rode faster. Time flew by quickly, and they were already on the Erbers' territory. As soon as Nivea dismounted from her horse, she immediately drooped. Kyle stared at her and said nothing. The girl didn't even raise her head. She was clearly upset. She thanked Kyle awkwardly and with a fake smile for his help. Kyle thanked her in return for making the trip more fun. He added that his direction had changed, and his goal had changed. Nivea, hearing this, became even more upset. Nivea extended her hand to him and offered to shake his hand in farewell. Kyle felt a sense of unease and a strong sense of awkwardness. The girl asked if her hand really bothered him that much. The guy took something out of his pocket and held it out to Nivea's hand. Eden told the prince that Nivea had pawned all her jewelry. Kyle then decided that he owed her an apology for cheating on her all the time. He handed Nivea a golden comb with precious stones. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. Kyle said it was a comb, so it's not clear why. Nivea didn't understand why he gave it to her. Every morning he asked her to comb his hair, but Nivea said that he should buy her a comb. The guy said that there wasn't really anyone around who could look at her appearance. He added that he himself had already become accustomed to such a sight. Hearing this, Nivea became slightly angry and put the comb into the bag. A ring fell to the ground when she jerked her hand sharply. Kyle picked it up and began to look at it closely. It was a wedding ring, which bore the coat of arms of the Duke of Timotero. Kyle didn't understand why she kept it all this time and handed it to the girl. Turning away, Kyle said with displeasure that she was acting like a fool. Nivea was shocked by what she had just heard addressed to her. She thought that the comb was probably expensive and would come in handy when she needed money. The guards did not allow the girl into the Viscount's estate. The guy kept repeating that she had to prove her identity. Nivea called the owl's name several times, but it didn't help. The girl became irritated by the fact that he repeated the same thing over and over again. She started shouting that she was Erber's eldest daughter, but the guards told her to come back. Nivea didn't understand how they couldn't let her through. She asked with a sly smile, "Was the passage really closed for Nivea?" Nivea thought that they probably already knew that she had escaped from the temple. Gritting her teeth in anger, she said that this family was damned. She understood that, until she returned to the temple, she shouldn't return home. The girl collapsed to the ground and began to say that she would die in the forest. She asked the guy with displeasure if he was ready to take responsibility for her death. Nivea asked again if he was ready to let her in. The guards began to discuss among themselves that she became like this because of the pressure in the temple. The girl screamed that she didn't care at all and lay down on the ground. The security was shocked. They thought that Nivea had fallen asleep. After some time, she moaned sharply. Barely opening her eyes, she tried to understand what was happening. The guards were at lunch. They both held pieces of bread in their hands. Nivea said that the sun was already setting, so it was no wonder she was so hungry. Taking a closer look at the bread, she realized that she was hungry, and very hungry. The guards were unhappy that she still hadn't gone anywhere. The girl did not take her eyes off the food. Her eyes lit up. The guy felt awkward about the way she looked at him. Nivea seized the moment and snatched the piece right from his hands. Time flew by quite quickly, and it was already deep night. Nivea carefully wiped her dagger with a handkerchief. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her and turned her head slightly. It was Azula Erber, Viscountess, Nivea's stepmother. The stepmother immediately spoke about how shameful Nivea's situation was. Nivea replied that she had been traveling for a long time and had nothing to meet in. The stepmother was clearly angry. She bombarded the girl with a ton of questions. Nivea was burning with a strong desire to teach her stepmother good manners. Azula asked her if she had forgotten the reason she was sent to the temple. She shouted at the girl to come back immediately. Her stepmother told her not to return until she achieved the status of High Priestess. Nivea was outraged by the way her stepmother greeted her. The girl said that she came to see her father and brother, but Azula was adamant that she return to the temple. Nivea asked what? Would she really not let her into her own house? The stepmother said that she was not someone important here. The girl called her stepmother Granny and asked her to let her pass, adding that she herself hates it when she calls her mother. Azula seethed with anger, calling Nivea a worthless girl. Nivea repeated her request to be allowed inside. The stepmother clenched her teeth in anger and mumbled something. Nivea was glad that she was able to stand up for herself. Nivea's stepmother assured her that if she said anything useless to her father, she would be kicked out immediately. The girl was serious and was just waiting for the right moment. Conrad Erber, Nivea's father, was very happy to see his daughter. The father threw himself into his daughter's arms, talking about how much he missed her. Nivea was surprised that her father didn't know where she was all this time. Tears welled up in her father's eyes as he looked at her and marveled at how much she had grown. Stroking his daughter's cheek, he couldn't believe that she was already so grown up. Azula took his arm and told him it was time to rest and take his medicine. Azula told him that Nivea wanted to rest and suggested that they postpone everything until tomorrow. It seems Azula is doing everything to ensure that power is concentrated in her hands alone. According to the novel, it turns out that she wanted her son to become the head of the family. Nivea watched as her stepmother led her father away. There was no limit to her indignation. She clenched her fists in anger. From behind, Nudolf Erber, Azula's son, appeared and asked how Nivea was. Nudolf said with a grin that rags suited her. This son and his mother Azula are like two peas in a pod. Nivea replied that clothing could not affect the birthright, so it did not matter. This clearly didn't please Nudolf. His smile suddenly disappeared from his face. Nivea realized that he had never learned to hide his emotions from his mother. Nudolf grabbed his sword, saying that Nivea was a crazy bitch. The girl simply continued to calmly watch his actions. Nudolf somehow panicked that Nivea was not afraid of him at all. Nivea said he looked like one of the lowborn. The guy swung his sword at her and yelled at her to shut up. Nivea fixed her gaze on him, her eyes fixed on him with a serious expression. A man stood between them and told Nudolf to stop it. The guy shouted that she had gone completely crazy after years of living outside the home. Hugo Callista, The young head butler of the Herbert family stood between them. He asked Nudolf to stop, but the guy didn't like it. Nivea was also a little upset because she was already ready to kick his ass. Nudolf shouted, "What right does she have to insult him?" Hugo asked if blood shouldn't at least be shed between family members. The guy couldn't calm down. He was deeply hurt by Nivea's words. Hugo suggested that Nivea rest and stay in her room. Nivea didn't understand why he was trying to hide her from prying eyes. Nudolf told Hugo not to see a single red hair again. Hugo directed the servant to take Nivea to her room. The girl was outraged that she was literally dragged rather than accompanied. Hugo politely asked Nivea to go to her room, adding that she must do it even if she doesn't want to. Nivea realized that she would be satisfied if she saw blood. She remembered herself as a little girl. When she said goodbye to Hugo, Nivea said that she had only one way that would allow her brother to live. Hugo then watched the carriage drive away with sadness. Nivea had little hope left, because he was the only one who was kind to her. She didn't understand. Maybe this made her feel even more depressed. Nivea decided to go into the room anyway, as she was going to rest. Indignantly, she threw away the servant's hands, saying that she could go on her own. Hugo turned his head slightly and said he would show her the way. Nivea followed right behind Hugo, feeling a little awkward. She didn't quite understand where that kind boy had gone. The girl had a desire to hit him, realizing that it would make her feel better. Hugo stopped abruptly and turned to Nivea. He said that they had already arrived at the room. Hugo kindly opened the door, and the girl walked inside. At the same time, one of the maids entered with them. Nivea sat down on the bed, carefully and slowly, closing her eyes. There was a deathly silence, but it was interrupted by a sharp slam of the door. Nivea raised her head and looked at Hugo in bewilderment. Covering his face with his hand, he asked why she had come back. He said she shouldn't have come back. Nivea replied that she had returned home and that he did not care. Hugo cried out that if she had intended to come back from the start, she should never have left. Fearfully, Nivea asked if he was angry with her. She added that the Great Temple was not for her and that this was not enough reason to return. Nivea proudly asserted that her place was here, at home. Hugo asked if she hadn't left this place on her own 2 feet. Nivea didn't understand why he was so angry with her. She asked why he was even talking to her, adding that he should have said something different after so many years. Nivea said Hugo acted as if everything was for the good of the family, adding that she had already noticed that he had decided to serve Azula and Nudolf. These words made Hugo very angry. He clenched his teeth. He said he didn't wait for her, because she said she wouldn't come back. Nivea asked indignantly why he blamed her, adding that in the end it was his decision. Hugo simply closed his eyes and stood silently. Nivea called out to him several times. Nivea asked him to be honest with each other. She asked him to tell her that he had been waiting for her to return. Hugo said that he never waited for her, that she herself said that she would never return. Nivea ran her hand over the bed, saying that the sheets looked like they had just been washed yesterday. He added that there was not a speck of dust on the floor, and it seemed that there had never been a day when it had not been swept. She stood with her back to Hugo, who couldn't even answer. Running her hand along the windowsill, Nivea said that even it was sparkling clean. Nivea stood with a smile on her face, waiting for an answer. Hugo said that all the rooms are always cleaned, regardless of whether they are empty or not. The girl asked if they used her room as a guest room, to which Hugo shook his head uncertainly, denying it. The girl continued her thought that he was still waiting for her return. Nivea said she was not offended, but asked for his cooperation. The guy, perplexed, asked why he should do this, adding that she could suddenly disappear again. Nivea said she made a promise. The girl, hand on heart, said that she would never leave again. Hearing this, Hugo felt somehow uneasy. A lump in his throat prevented him from responding to it. He simply turned and headed for the door. The next day arrived, and it promised new adventures. Nivea woke up feeling refreshed. She was already thinking about the state of the house and understood that she would have to work. The girl decided that she needed to create at least one safe place in the house. Nivea couldn't resist the urge to stay in bed. She writhed as best she could, trying to find strength within herself. The girl stood on her hands and thought about something. Nivea thought about the fact that no one really comes to see her. It looked like she had convinced Hugo, but nothing changed. She sat back down on the edge of the bed, displeased. The girl remembered the comb from Kyle. She began to carefully comb her hair with it. But then, Nivea remembered his last words, that she was like a fool. And anger woke up in her again. The comb flew to the floor. She took the very same egg that was given to her in the village as a farewell gift. A sly smile appeared on his face. holding the egg in his hands. Nivea was just about to take a closer look at him when someone asked to come in. It was the servant who brought food for Nivea. Nivea was shocked that she had to eat in her room. Looking at the food, she wondered if the food was poisoned. She swore to herself that she would haunt them as a ghost if she died. When I broke the bread, a folded piece of paper fell out of the break. Nivea took the piece of paper in bewilderment and began to unfold it. The note simply said midnight. Nivea didn't understand what it meant, thinking it was from Hugo. Of course, the girl, being hungry, ate absolutely everything that was brought to her. She understood that if she didn't exercise regularly, she would lose her shape. A few minutes later, Nivea had tidied herself up and started training. A long time passed, and Hugo entered the room. He calmly told Nivea to come with him. Nivea only thought about the fact that he didn't come to her. He looked intently at the girl, even with some anger. Without waiting for words, Nivea followed straight after the guy. They climbed the spiral staircase in deathly silence. Hugo slowed as the door appeared in front of him. Nivea didn't understand why they came here. She carefully opened the door and looked behind it. Her expression changed abruptly, as if she had seen something unpleasant. It was a room in which a girl was lying on a bed. Nivea approached the girl and addressed her as Eulenia. She wondered if she was still breathing. The girl sat on the edge of the bed, not taking her eyes off Eulenia. Hugo said that due to the effects of the medication, Nivea would not be able to wake her up. Eulenia has been ill since birth. She spent most of her life in bed. Because of this, Nivea always felt sorry for her younger sister, and the past her felt the same way. She couldn't do anything after being wounded. After the injury, she was unable to even lift a spoon on her own. Even after going through the rehabilitation period, nothing changed. It was as if she had turned into something useless in a second. Nivea felt uneasy at these memories. Covering Yuli with a blanket, Nivea froze. Eulenia opened her eyes and even smiled slightly. Nivea couldn't even move. Eulenia recognized her and called her by name. Yuli started to cry. She said that she missed her very much. The girl panicked because Yuli started coughing. Hugo immediately brought a glass of water when he heard the cough. He helped the girl to rise and held her by the back. Nivea was very worried about the girl and asked her not to rush. Yuli began to ask Nivea if she had become a priestess. The girl said with a smile that she just wanted to go back. She asked Yuli not to worry and to focus on her health. Nivea began asking the girl how she was feeling and whether she was taking her pills. Yuli replied that the pills she was taking were different now. She added that the dosage had simply increased. Yuli told Nivea not to worry because she was getting much better. She said anxiously that she was more worried about her father. Nivea asked if he had gotten worse while she was gone. Yuli began to cry, saying that sometimes he couldn't remember who she was. Nivea carefully wiped the tears from the girl's cheeks. She asked Yuli to stop crying. Nivea said that she would definitely sort this all out. She added that she might get better and be able to run around the estate. Nivea was furious that they locked her in the attic, waiting for her to die. Nivea turned to Hugo, who had been simply watching the whole time. The girl got out of bed and walked towards him. She asked if she could assume that he trusted her. Hugo lowered his gaze and remained silent. Nivea asked him if he would trust her this time. Hugo was very hesitant about what to answer. There was a knock at the door, which scared everyone a lot. Nivea realized that this was very bad for her. The girl couldn't believe that this was a trap from Hugo. Seeing that the guy himself had turned pale, she realized that this was not true. Nivea slapped him on the back to make him say something. The guy asked very hesitantly who was there. From behind the door, they asked why Hugo was there, which shocked him. It was Nudolf's voice, and it made Nivea angry. Nivea didn't understand what he was doing here at such a time. Hugo asked the girl what to do now. Nudolf began to tug at the door handle, trying to open it. He was furious. Why didn't she open? Hugo started saying that she must have broken down. Nudolf tried to understand why she broke down so suddenly. He began to say that he would now call another servant. Hugo opened the door and immediately heard what he was doing there. Nudolf looked at Yuli and was shocked. Holding Yuli by the chin, he said that she still looked the same. Hugo said she drank some water and took her medicine. Nudolf asked rudely, was she really waiting until her dad died? The guy started sniffing and asked if anyone else was there. Turning his head slightly to the side, he asked again why Hugo was here. Hugo changed the subject and asked if there was a big event coming up. He added that it was necessary to ensure that no incidents occurred. Hugo said no one wants the event to be canceled because of a funeral. Nudolf said that after he became the head of the family, they would throw out this junk, hinting at Yuli. Hugo said that he had to take him to his room because it was already late. Nudolf looked at him with distrust and turned to him. He asked that this door be in perfect order. As soon as they left, Yuli immediately stood up. She stood up and opened the window, trying not to make too much noise. Nivea appeared from the window, saying that she thought they were finished. She was very angry with Nudolf, calling him a fucking idiot. Yuli started crying, saying that they would soon be thrown out. She said that the inheritance ceremony would take place very soon. Yuli began to say that Nivea should run while she could. Nivea told the girl not to even think about it. But Nudolf's words were deeply ingrained in Yula's head. Nivea kept repeating that this was their home, adding that this is their family, their territory, and their heritage. These words could not calm Yuli down. She continued to cry. Nivea placed her hand on Yula's and asked her to trust her, adding that they will return what is rightfully theirs. Yuli responded to this by saying that her father had long since taken her stepmother's side. Nivea began to apologize for leaving Yuli alone. The girl claimed that it was she who should apologize for everything. Nivea tried her best to calm her down. Oracles announce the role of priestess to a family, not a specific person. Usually, the eldest child inherits the right to rule the family, and the other is sent away. Yuli was not in such a serious condition at that time. However, Azula was the one who insisted that Nivea be sent. At this time, Eulenia's condition worsened, and Nivea decided that she would become a candidate for the priestess. It was then that Azula smiled at Nivea for the first time. Nivea became a sacrifice so that Nudolf would become the heir and head of the family, and she would become the wife of Duke Timutero. Nivea repeated that if Eulenia got worse, she would return home. After Azula's promise, Nivea boarded the carriage and left for Ericilia. Nivea said that no one could take away their happiness. Yuli continued to cry and could not calm down. Nivea asked not to show her what they wanted to see. The girl repeated that she had nothing to worry about. Nivea wished her a speedy recovery. Stroking Yula's cheek, she stopped crying. Nivea left the room very carefully and quietly. She was too angry and could barely contain herself. The girl decided for herself that she would simply destroy them. The next day came. Nivea was sitting at the table, looking out the window. Her attention was drawn to an insistent knock on the door. A maid entered the room and brought clothes for Nivea. Nivea wondered if she would be able to put on the dress herself. She decided not to refuse help. The maid helped the girl put on her dress. Nivea began to look completely different than how she seemed at the beginning. She was outraged that even the priestess's clothes were more comfortable. Nivea was sure that she would not be able to leave the room. Luckily, thanks to Hugo, Nivea was able to find out what was going on in the house. The girl entered the dining room. The father was very happy to see his daughter. The father asked if everything was okay with her and how she was feeling. Nivea was frightened by the fact that her father's pupils were greatly dilated. At this time, Nudolf was greedily eating a chicken leg with his hands. Nivea thought that she seemed to be getting sick. Azula said it was all because she had to travel this distance alone, adding that both the older and younger sisters seemed to have poor health. Father told Nivea to sit down and have lunch. He handed her a plate of meat, which surprised Nivea slightly. Azula snatched the plate from his hands and told him to behave himself. Nivea became angry as she looked at Nudolf again. Azula said that she can't eat fatty foods yet. Nivea thanked her father for his concern, adding that she would definitely eat well. She was filled with anger just by looking at the guy. She asked her father how his health was, to which the father said that lately he has been really full of energy, but the dark circles under his eyes and cloudy pupils said otherwise. Nivea was very worried about him, biting her lip as she thought about his words. She asked if the medications he continued to take were helping him. The father said that his wife had a hard time getting them for him. This seemed quite suspicious to the girl. Hugo watched all this quietly, with a dissatisfied look on his face. Azula said she had made a medicine from herbs growing on her family's estate. Nivea asked if she could try the medicine. She added that she had indeed been feeling unwell lately. Hearing this, Azula became angry and did not know what to answer. Nivea looked at her stepmother with a smile, waiting for an answer. Azula said she would have to wait a few days. Nivea agreed that her father's health was a priority. The stepmother decided to ask the girl when she would return to the temple. The father was slightly outraged by this, not understanding why this was necessary. Azula said sarcastically that Nivea would soon become the pride of their family, adding that she would become the duke's wife and a priestess who acts in the name of the god. Nivea said she would return there when her health improved. The girl asked her father to allow her to take her leave. The father suggested that his daughter go for a walk together when she felt better. Nivea agreed with a smile and added that Eulenia would go with them. As soon as she turned away, the smile disappeared from her face in an instant. They wanted Nivea to disappear, but she wouldn't let it go. Hugo entered Nivea's room very slowly and quietly. The girl was lying with her head covered with a blanket. Hearing the door creak, she lifted the blanket. She was lying with an egg. Hugo looked at the girl in bewilderment. Hugo asked her if she was hatching an egg. This surprised and stunned the guy even more. He asked very hesitantly if she had put it down herself. Nivea threw a pillow at him, telling him he was crazy. Hugo decided to find out where this egg came from. The girl said with a smile on her face that she didn't know. This gave the guy even more questions. Nivea asked indignantly if he had ever seen a man lay eggs, to which the guy replied that he had heard that nothing is impossible for the messengers of God. Nivea told him to be careful with his words. Looking at the egg, she realized that it was not simple at all. The Duke arrived at the same village where Nivea and Kyle were staying. Residents asked him for help in finding their children. The old man tearfully begged them to do this favor. The Duke said with displeasure that he had no time to deal with this, adding that it was too late to search. The old man said that they would present him with a sacred egg. This interested the Duke, and he asked what kind of egg it was. But he immediately said that he didn't care, and left the village. Nivea continued to insist that she didn't know what kind of egg it was. After all, that's where all the explanations about him ended. She was incredibly curious to find out. That's why she remembered it. Nivea changed the subject and asked if the medications were really treating her father. Hugo said that Azula personally gives the Viscount medicine. He added that he had managed to get hold of some with difficulty and drank it. Nivea was shocked and asked if he was okay. Hugo said that it was definitely a cure. But the girl was sure that this simply couldn't be. She said that first, they need to figure out what kind of medicine it is. Nivea was sure that something was wrong with him. Hugo said he would send a man who could be trusted with this matter, adding that it would take about 3 days. Nivea thought for a moment and said she had something else. She said that she wanted to see her aunt. This greatly surprised and alarmed Hugo. Nivea's aunt refused the marriage and became the head of the family. Hugo said she couldn't even imagine what she would have to go through to achieve this. Nivea was surprised why her niece couldn't see her. Nivea's mother received the title as her aunt inherited the headship. Besides, Auntie really couldn't stand the Herbert family. While participating in the war between Atheus and the prince, she took the prince's side. She did not choose the Duke, on whose side her younger sister's family was. Hugo said there was a chance she might even kill her. Nivea didn't understand and asked why. Hugo asked the girl if she had really forgotten. Ferrari Artem's aunt told her not to show up in her sight so as not to start another war. Hearing this, Nivea was briefly lost in thought. She said that in the temple, they were taught to think correctly, but now it seems to her like ordinary brainwashing, adding that it seemed she had forgotten everything, even the unpleasant memories. Hugo felt sorry for the girl and looked at her with sadness, but he said he thought she was lying. Nivea realized that it looked like she wouldn't get away with this. Hugo said that not only her memories, but also her character had changed. The guy said that at first he didn't even believe it was her. The girl said with a smile that she hadn't been home for a long time. Hugo said that in appearance, she resembled Nivea like no one else, adding that there is something that cannot be expressed in words. Nivea suddenly shouted at him to shut up. She said it was rude to judge a person directly. The girl asked to tell why her relationship with her aunt had deteriorated. Hugo began to say that Ferrari was the head of the Artem family. Nivea thought she had heard that name before. Kyle's silhouette appeared before my eyes. She remembered the long sword and tried to somehow connect it all. That's where Kyle was headed. Or at least that's what he said. Nivea thought it was all because her mother and father got married, despite her aunt being against it. Hugo said that after Eulenia was born, her mother died and a new mistress appeared, which became a problem. Nivea still had doubts and suspected that something was wrong. On the wedding day, Ferrari came with a warning. But the warning was quite threatening. Mrs. Ferrari was simply furious at that moment. She said that she would deal with everyone who caught her eye. Hugo added that the lady was as hot-tempered as a flame. Nivea said that the auntie could generally be understood. It was no longer surprising that she hated everyone. In my aunt's eyes, an ordinary situation seemed like something terrible. The wife dies, and the father, not having time to recover, marries again. Hugo concluded their conversation by saying that they could not see each other. Nivea was lost in her thoughts, trying to build a logical chain. Auntie's reaction already seemed quite normal. Nivea said that if she were in her place, she would have cut off their heads long ago, adding that it was no wonder she was so angry. She said with a smile that they should meet anyway. She said that she needed her aunt's help. Hugo felt truly sorry, but he didn't understand how she, knowing everything, was ready to meet. He realized that he was powerless to dissuade her. Nivea changed her clothes, armed herself, and set off on her journey. Hugo reluctantly provided Nivea with a horse. He said that she simply had to return safe and sound. Nivea said she would try not to cause him any trouble. Hugo exhaled heavily because he was worried about Nivea. He handed her a map with the route to Artem. Nivea climbed onto her horse skillfully, thanking Hugo. The guy was surprised that she could ride a horse. She immediately thought of her daily trips with Kyle. Nivea said she would be more comfortable alone. She asked him to say that she had run away if they found she was gone. Hugo said it would be better if she did so. Hearing this, Nivea was very surprised, to which the guy said that perhaps it really would be better for her to just run away. Hugo was sure that something terrible would happen. Nivea looked at the guy with displeasure. She said she would never run away from home again. As she left, she said that she would definitely come back. Hugo told himself that he would wait for her. A small strange sound was heard in the street. It was Prince Kyle who jumped off his horse. He looked around and walked towards the entrance, slowly but surely. The servant immediately bowed before him and addressed him. Kyle ordered him to report everything he learned. The guy said they checked the correspondence between the Sandra and Erber families several times. He added that they are asking for more of some raw materials for medicines. Kyle ordered to find out what this medicine is. The servant said that he had already obtained some of it. He added that a large army would soon begin moving from Sandra to Erber. The servant suggested that it was more likely connected with the inheritance ceremony. Kyle remembered that Nivea had said that her father had been out of his mind for a long time. He remembered well everything she told him then, especially that she would like to focus on her own happiness. Kyle decided that the Viscount had gone crazy and sent Nivea to the temple. The knight added that the house is now run by his wife, who is from Sandra's family. Kyle squeezed his hand tightly and realized how things were. He thought that the Sandras had also sworn allegiance to the Duke, using the Erbert family for this purpose. He began to worry about what had happened to Nivea, who had gone to Erber. She kept thinking about Kyle. Everything turned out to be more complicated than he could have imagined. Kyle remembered that he and Nivea had intercepted a bird with a message. This message was sent by Duke Ethias. Kyle had a lot of thoughts in his head. He called Ethan. In just a second, Ethan was behind him. Ethan thought that His Highness the Prince was testing him. He said he thought Nivea Erber was someone to be wary of. Kyle, without listening to the knight, immediately said that this was wrong, adding that no matter what, it is still not true. Ethan was shocked that Nivea had tricked the prince into subjugating her. Kyle said that he was leaving for Artem without delay. The thought of Nivea just couldn't get out of his head. He believed her words about breaking off the engagement. He believes the girl who helped the children by sticking to her beliefs. However, he was embarrassed by the engagement ring that Nivea had accidentally dropped. It was hard for Kyle. He believed the girl, but he had doubts. He couldn't believe that she was up to something bad. Kyle was riding his horse and kept going over Artem in his head. Realizing once again that there was no time to waste, he rushed straight there. At the same time, somewhere on the way to Artem, was Nivea Erber. She stood behind the tree, thinking that this was the end for her. There were two demons standing in front of her. They were terribly scary and huge. Nivea knew that if she had her way, she would have rushed back right now. But the problem was that her horse was not nearby. And most importantly, the precious egg was also there. A little earlier, Nivea got off her horse and walked, looking around. She decided that she would simply do as the knight taught her. Nivea was looking for a suitable place to spend the night. The location should be where there are a lot of trees, and where it is easy to hide in the dense foliage. She tied the horse securely to a tree and was about to light a small fire. The girl went to collect twigs and leaves, but two huge monsters, terrifying to the point of horror, stood in her way. Nivea didn't understand what to do next, because she definitely couldn't cope on her own. The monsters took turns making terrifying sounds. They approached the horse, which clearly didn't like them, and reared up. The monster continued to say something in his own language and looked terrifying. He swung a huge log straight at the horse. Nivea was terrified. She froze in place, afraid to move. She had been quite optimistic up until that point. The girl decided to somehow lure them one by one, remembering the fight with the goblins. But she understood that her amazing strength would not help her now. She desperately accepted that this was indeed the end for her. Nivea was torn between thoughts about what she should do and how she should act. Nothing good came to mind. She wondered if she should try to escape. There was no guarantee that she wouldn't encounter an even larger crowd of monsters. The map wasn't with her either. She couldn't get to Artem without it. She remembered that there was an egg there that she had to save. The monster made a sound that sounded like surprise. He took the egg in his huge hand and looked at it intently. Seeing this, Nivea wanted to scream in despair. The monster extended his hand with the egg forward, towards the second one. He pointed to his mouth. They thought it was food. Nivea was in a panic, realizing that she could do nothing. Suddenly, there was a strange sound. Something rushed past her. Nivea looked around in surprise, trying to figure out what it was. She clearly heard the neighing of a horse, but she did not understand where it came from, because her horse was dead. A white horse appeared from behind the bushes. It seemed to glow. Nivea looked closer, not understanding where she could have come from. It was obvious that the foal was frightened. He was shaking and tugging at the rope with which he was tied. Nivea realized that they both had to survive. Even if the foal, she decided for herself that two would be fine, no matter what the price. The girl began to think, based on what she had with her. She understood that it would not be possible to hit them with just one arrow. Nivea looked around, but there was nothing but branches and leaves. She was just about to burst into tears from helplessness. The girl looked at the ground and noticed something. There was a huge footprint on the ground. She had seen similar ones in a museum as a child. There were only two options left: survive or die. Nivea, carefully, so that the monsters wouldn't hear, followed these tracks. The girl came out to a river in which there were huge boulders. She happily realized that she had found what she was looking for. Suddenly, a giant emerged, the same as the one there, only many times larger. Nivea felt disgusted by the sights she saw. She decided that she seemed stronger than this scarecrow. Nivea hesitated for a long time. She inhaled very heavily and exhaled just as heavily. Very hesitantly, the girl still pulled the arrow. She understood that this shot would not be fatal for him. Nivea aimed straight at his ass, which she successfully hit. The monster screamed loudly throughout the forest, and it seemed that everyone heard it. Nivea started jumping on the spot and screaming for him to pay attention to her. The monster immediately started running straight after Nivea. The girl ran as fast as she could, screaming loudly in fear. Periodically, Nivea looked back to see how close she was to the scarecrow. Seeing that he was almost behind her, she ran even faster and screamed even louder. Her face changed abruptly, as if she saw something in front of her. She was glad to see those two monsters that had finally reached her. Hearing the screams and loud stomping, the monsters immediately turned around. They stood in a stupor, not understanding where such a roar was coming from. One of them opened his mouth slightly when he noticed the giant behind Nivea. This monster was 5 times bigger than these two. The monsters immediately began to scatter in different directions. Nivea grabbed her bag, and most importantly, she grabbed the egg. The girl ran up to the foal and shouted loudly that it was necessary to run. Nivea pulled him by the rope, but he resisted strongly. Tears streamed down his face as if he didn't want to leave. Nivea couldn't figure out what the problem was. What made her panic even more? The girl carefully reached her hand towards the foal. She began to pet him, saying that he could go with her and that everything was okay. The foal immediately, without any hesitation, walked next to Nivea. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and stared ahead. Nivea tried to understand what he really wanted. There was a roar, the ground shook again, and Nivea slowly looked back. Nivea and her horse tried to escape in terror from the huge, scary monster. The horse suddenly stopped and began to resist. The girl guessed that the horse wanted to help her escape from the monster. The horse was delighted with Nivea's insight. The enraged monster suddenly struck, frightening the girl even more. Panicked, Nivea didn't know what to do. Finding no other way out, she jumped on her horse. Suddenly, the girl's face filled with surprise. She didn't expect the horse to run so fast. Nivea decided to look back to see what the monster was doing. The demon was filled with rage, and he grabbed a huge, heavy boulder. Unable to bear it, he threw the stone with all his might straight towards Nivea. In a panic, the girl could not understand what had just happened. Out of fear, she pressed herself even tighter against the horse's neck. Hearing the deafening sound of the stone hitting her, Nivea decided to open her eyes. The girl's eyes were filled with surprise at what was happening. Suddenly, the horse took off, and Nivea found herself high above the trees. Tears of disappointment filled the monster's eyes. He couldn't understand how they managed to escape. All he could do was watch in confusion as Nivea flew further and further away from him. The girl looked at the beautiful night sky with admiration. The sudden realization that she was flying on a horse right now confused her. Nivea thought that this happened because when the boulder hit her, her soul separated from her body. She looked down at the foal and thought. It seemed to her that the horse was smiling with happiness that they had managed to escape from the demon. After a while, they landed, and Nivea felt uneasy about feeling the ground beneath her feet again. The girl, confused, placed her hand on the horse's forehead, in the place where a horn had recently been. She couldn't understand how she managed to catch a unicorn, because they were only mentioned in fairy tales. The foal was still very small, so Nivea wondered about his parents. Hearing this, tears appeared in the horse's eyes. Nivea, confused, hastened to calm him down. Realizing that he had nowhere to go, she invited him to come with her. The girl smiled slyly, because now she had a means of transportation. Looking around, she saw a cave that looked perfect as a shelter. Once inside, Nivea made a fire to warm herself. Tired from the day, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. The overwhelming fatigue overcame her, so Nivea decided to go to bed. The idea that the foal would be walking around without a name all this time prevented the plan from being carried out. Illuminated by the bright light from the fire, Nivea was lost in thought. The horse didn't like the idea of naming him Snow after his snow-white coat. The reaction of her new friend greatly embarrassed the girl. The comparison with the wind also did not please the foal. Realizing that the work would be difficult, Nivea decided that the horse would definitely not remain without a name. The girl began to go through all the names that came to her mind, but the foal still didn't like them. After going through dozens of names, Nivea began to lose hope. She realized she was hungry and said she wanted a corn cone. Noticing the horse's strange reaction, the girl was surprised. The foal really liked the name Horn. Nivea was surprised by her new friend's unusual choice. Not believing it, she thought his reaction was due to the fact that he was hungry. To make sure, she asked him again about his choice of name, and the foal nodded approvingly. Nivea thought that the name really suited the horse very well. Having finally made up her mind, the girl was incredibly happy. Having coped with the difficult task of choosing a name, the girl settled down on the ground with relief. The foal looked at the girl in surprise. The girl began to calmly look at the starry sky. At that moment, the girl remembered the night and wondered if he had reached the place he was going to. The girl thought that perhaps he was a little bored without someone to talk to next to him. The sad thoughts faded into the background when she thought that perhaps he still couldn't forget the taste of those very same meat seasonings. She laughed and called him silly. Having thought about this, the girl decided that if she met him again, she would definitely give him a slap on the back of the head. At this time, the knight was already approaching a huge castle. He felt very confident. His companion said that he would go there to inform everyone of the knight's arrival. In response, Kyle nodded and directed his gaze towards the gate. With complete confidence, he headed towards the entrance to the castle. Lady Ferrari was already waiting for him there, and without missing a beat, she said that the knight had grown taller since their last meeting. In response, he joked that perhaps Lady Ferrari had become shorter. Kyle remembered their last meeting. Surprised by the knight's sudden visit, Ferraria decided that something important had happened to him. Having apologized for his unexpected appearance, the knight hurried inside the castle. Immediately, Lady Ferrari gave orders to the servants to meet the important guest. Kyle walked inside thoughtfully. Lady Ferrari's face instantly became serious. She realized that the knight's intentions had finally become serious. Lady Ferrari's servant kindly escorted the guests into the room. Having reached their chambers, he informed the prince and his companion that he would immediately prepare new clothes and a bath for them. Kyle ordered Ethan to go and rest, as the man was no less tired after the long journey. Having reached his destination, the knight left his sword on the table. Having put down his weapon, the man hastened to free himself from the heavy armor, which fell to the floor with a loud clang. Tired from the long journey, he decided to change his clothes. Gradually, he began to take off his dirty clothes. The guy's entire body was covered in scars. Every little scar reminded him of what he had to endure. Kyle's gaze fell on the sword lying on the table. He himself no longer remembers when he first picked it up, because he never parted with it. In ancient times, his grandfather waged a war against the Middle Kingdom, and it was especially hard for ordinary people at that time. Many were starving. Most of the funds from the treasury went to military needs, but it was not enough. Ending the war was impossible, because in case of defeat, the problem was not only the starving people. This war took place during Kyle's growing up years, which left a huge mark on him. His father always said that learning to wield a sword properly was very important for Kyle's life. The guy trained a lot in strict autumn conditions. Kyle's father was considered the best among the sword masters in their kingdom. He always said that if Kyle retreated, innocent people could die because of it. Over time, wounds on his body became a common occurrence for Kyle. With each passing day, the boy became more and more self-confident, and he no longer hesitated either in military campaigns or in capturing the enemy. Kyle recalled that the war ended the moment his father ascended the throne. Memories of the past made the guy tense. The war made him understand that either you die or you will be killed. Kyle believed that the end of the battle was facilitated by the goddess Horatia, who was angry with the people. Realizing what could have caused the goddess's wrath, the people made a truce. Everyone still understood that no one had sincerely repented, and they just wanted to protect themselves. Understanding his responsibility for a war-torn country, Kyle's father worked tirelessly. Over time, his health deteriorated greatly due to hard work. He tried with all his might to hide this from his people. Nevertheless, rumors spread quickly among people. At this moment, Duke Edius Timotiro appeared, taking advantage of Kyle's father's grave condition. Kyle's father did not give his life so that the kingdom could be his. It was obvious that the rebellion that had arisen would weaken the kingdom of Ericilia once again. Kyle arrived in the kingdom of Arkan. A servant entered the room and said that they had prepared the bath. Two men carried a bathtub filled with water straight into the room. Ethan silently walked up behind Kyle. He said that he would help him take a bath. Kyle said there were no enemy forces here, so Ethan could get some good rest. He wondered if it was a good idea to put him in charge of security. Ethan cried out that when he didn't see the prince, he became anxious. Kyle just accepted it and told him to do what he knew. Ethan asked if the water was warm enough. Ethan was determined to prove his unwavering loyalty to the prince. Kyle slowly and carefully lowered himself into the bathtub. Ethan offered to help, but the prince said everything was fine. But Ethan didn't listen and snatched the washcloth from his hands. He carefully soaped every part of the body. Kyle's entire back was covered in small bruises and cuts. Ethan froze and stared at the prince's back. He turned to Kyle with fear, even a little indignantly. The boy cried out that the prince really was the greatest man in the kingdom. Kyle closed his eyes and simply agreed with him. Ethan was delighted with himself for telling him that. After taking a bath, Kyle went to lunch. A beautiful girl with a smile was waiting for him near the table. Bowing, she said she was very pleased to see him again. She told him, hand on heart, to feel at home in Artem. Kyle immediately told her to finish with the formal greetings. The girl noticed that Kyle's shoulders had become as strong as stone. The guy said that he had always envied her for this before. He remembered himself when he was still very little. This girl served as a loyal knight to the kingdom of Ericilia during the war. It is no exaggeration to say that she dedicated her entire youth to the kingdom. Ferraria Artem was one of the greatest heroes of the kingdom of Ericilia. On top of all this, Ferrari was Kyle's mentor. The girl looked at the young guy with a smile and admiration. She said she was sorry they couldn't give him a proper welcome. Kyle looked at the food and thought that everything looked great and not greasy, served with medicinal herbs and fresh vegetables that grow only in Artem, and most importantly, barbecue on coals from the meat of mountain animals. Kyle remembered heading west to defeat a bunch of ogres. Ferrari laughed, because back then, His Highness almost turned the meat into a handful of coal. She said with embarrassment that something like this would never be forgotten. The girl's eyes sparkled expressively, filled with sincerity. She remembered him as a little boy, trying to get closer to everyone. Kyle said that he has now improved his cooking skills too. He stood up and said that he had watched how they were cooking, and that something was missing. Artem's best chef, Tugo, was shocked to hear this. Kyle asked him to bring more spices. I immediately asked him to bring everything that was in the kitchen. Tugo brought a lot of different spices, saying that everything was there. Ferrari asked if she would have to go hungry again, like she had to then. Kyle would really like to go after Nivea and bring her here, and at the same time ask about that seasoning. After sniffing all the spices, Kyle selected several jars. He skillfully, as if he had been doing this all his life, added them to the meat. The dining room was filled with pleasant smells. Tugo was shocked, because he added different seasonings than those used for meat. The cook had no idea what this guy was doing. Looking at him, he thought that Kyle looked like people who were obsessed with drugs. Sniffing the meat carefully, Kyle said that was enough. Ferrari asked awkwardly if it was definitely edible. Kyle told her to be honest with him. The cook continued to watch Kyle closely. He looked at his eyes, thinking that he was really into narcotic herbs. Kyle handed over the plate and invited Ethan to eat with him. Ethan was slightly surprised and, after hesitating, agreed to the proposal. He decided that this was the prince's third test of loyalty. Kyle watched carefully as they tasted the meat. Ethan asked that if he was honest, he wouldn't hate him. The guy looked closely at the piece of meat. He decided that even if he died, he would still try this meat. His expression changed abruptly. A mountain animal that has lost its mother and home and is left all alone. grown and strengthened on various useful herbs. That beast whose muscles have become harder than rock from jumping over the mountains. Ethan was delighted with the taste of the wonderful meat. After chewing one piece, she pounced on the plate. Ferrari, looking at the meat, said that it looked pretty good. She slowly raised her fork to her mouth. The girl hesitantly took a very small bite. Ferrari's expression showed that she was very surprised. Kyle was very worried about whether she would like it. Without saying anything, Ferrari reached for another piece. She started eating meat straight from the skewer. Ethan cried out as the meat seemed to disappear. Ferrari told Tog to light the fire and bring more meat. The girl and Ethan were surprised by the exquisite taste. They couldn't put into words how much they loved it. Kyle said there was one expression that would be most appropriate. He said with delight that Nivea said it was damn delicious. The guy said that this recipe was recommended to him by the person who taught him how to cook. Ferrari was delighted and couldn't stop talking about the excellent taste. Ethan agreed and couldn't even find the words. Kyle was proud of himself for being praised like that. Tugo was slightly indignant that he was relegated to the background. He took a small piece and decided to try it himself. The cook was very surprised when he tasted it. Tugo decided that this taste was like a drug, the only legal drug on the continent. He realized that this recipe was worth its weight in gold, the very recipe that will rewrite the centuries-old history of the kingdom of Ericilia. After dinner, Kyle and Ferrari went to the living room to talk. Kyle slowly placed the cup of tea on the table. He said he would get straight to the point. The guy said that Duke Edius Timotero was rumored to be reaching the southeast soon. Hearing this, the girl was clearly surprised. She asked him again, "Was the Duke really heading here?" Kyle added that they said a huge army was moving from Sandra to Erber. The girl's face immediately changed. She became very angry. The guy said that there was probably some connection between the arrival of the Duke and the army. Ferrari said that a message had recently arrived in Artem. Kyle immediately asked where it came from and what the message was. Through clenched teeth, Ferrari spoke about the title, Succession Ceremony. The girl threw it into the fireplace and burned it the moment she received it. Ferrari didn't even want to think about it anymore. What she had been trying to forget for decades, she didn't even want to look in the direction of the Erbers. She constantly thought about her sister, Victoria, who died there. Kyle assumed that the reason for the Duke's arrival was precisely the ceremony. Ferrari didn't understand why aristocrats from all walks of life gathered there. Kyle said that at first glance, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The girl did not understand why the Duke was here, since his possessions were in the very south. Kyle, lowering his head, said it was probably because of the bride. Nivea verbally broke off her marriage agreement with the Duke. But the Duke doesn't even think of accepting her refusal. Ferrari asked him again which bride he was talking about. You could tell from her face how surprised she was. Cal took a deep breath, not knowing how to say it correctly. He hesitantly said that he was talking about her niece. The girl simply could not believe it, repeating that this could not be. For many years, Ferrari tried to cut ties with them. Kyle said that this is the eldest daughter of the Erber family, Nivea. The girl was outraged that she had left the estate. Ferrari tried not to notice anything, closing her eyes and ears to what was happening to them. She kept hearing news that Nivea had been chosen as a candidate for priestess, because trust in the priestess who preceded her was lost. The country was instantly engulfed in unrest. The Erber family's situation seemed to have worsened considerably. Therefore, they decided to get out of the state of decline in this way. Ferrari was furious that it was not her youngest daughter who went to the temple. She screamed about Azula brazenly taking Victoria's place, and Nivea seemed to have fled to that temple, unable to protect her family. Kyle said he only learned about it during the investigation. He added that it was said that the engagement was imposed in order to reach an agreement between the families. Ferrari could barely contain herself, clenching her fists. She asked him what was the reason for him telling her all this. Kyle is one of the continent's 3 swordmasters, and also the youngest to receive the title. He does not act without reason. He has a strong-willed and unbending character, although he is a little stubborn in some ways. Ferrari was confused, not understanding what he wanted to ask her. Kyle, having composed his thoughts, turned to the girl. He said he wanted her to go with him to Erber. Ferrari looked down and thought, she has already left service in the royal troops. But if His Highness orders, she is ready to follow him anywhere. It was very difficult for Ferrari to agree to this. Kyle watched the girl's emotions carefully. He didn't know the details, but he knew some things. For a long time, Ferrari has been feuding with Erber, to whose member her younger sister was married. To others, the legacy ceremony appears quite ordinary. He understood that if anything happened, the Shadow Guard Knights with Ethan would always protect him. However, They are not the kind of people who can easily show off their face. Catching one of them would immediately pose a threat directly related to Kyle's life. He knew only one who could attend the ceremony as a feudal lord of the southeastern region. This is Ferrari Ardem, and no one else. The southeast was the area where the number of the Duke's supporters and confidants was particularly high. Pretending to be loyal to the king, many served the Duke. He really hoped that Ferrari would agree. Kyle knew that if she refused, he would have to ask one of them. But then the Duke learns that Kyle is conducting his own secret investigation. Ferrari, after a long silence, turned to the prince. She dropped to one knee and said that perhaps the trip to Erber would be too difficult for her. Kyle extended his hand and said he hadn't even thought about forcing her. She said that in return, they would help him and support him in everything else. He said that he would try to find other noble feudal lords. Ferrari said there are about 10 days left until the ceremony. Kyle felt a little sad, as this was happening sooner than he thought. The guy was confused, not understanding what to do next. Ferrari was also deep in thought. Kyle turned to the girl sharply, which slightly frightened her. He told her not to worry and that her decision wouldn't change anything. Ferrari said it wasn't something you'd normally expect to hear from a swordmaster. She said she really hoped he would get a good night's sleep. Kyle thanked Ferrari with a smile. The next day, only already on Nivea Erber's journey, the girl happily walked with the foal Rojok. She folded the things neatly so that they wouldn't get in the way. Nivea skillfully climbed onto Horn. She raised her hand and cried out with a smile that it was time to go. Since Rozok was very young, they walked slowly. Suddenly, Rozok stopped abruptly, which alerted the girl. The foal noticed some interesting grass in front of him. He was incredibly happy to see her and began to slowly eat her. Nivea thought that last night was just a dream. The girl asked Rozok if he wanted to run. She understood that until he himself wanted it, it was better to leave it. Nivea believed that flight was only possible if a lot of energy was put into it. They also moved on slowly. They had no choice. They were climbing a fairly steep mountain. Suddenly, Nivea's expression changed dramatically. Some buildings opened up before them. Nivea decided that they needed to go there and got off the horn. She understood that it would not be easy and asked Rojhak to climb carefully. Time flew by quickly, and it was already getting a little dark. Both Nivea and Rozok were very tired. The girl reassured the foal that they had already arrived and that there was just a little bit left. Right in front of them stood Artem, where her aunt lives. At this time, Ferrari was sitting in her office. Someone knocked on the door, which slightly alarmed the girl. The servant said that she had a message for the mistress. She spoke very hesitantly, saying that there was someone near the castle right now. Ferrari was very tense at this point. Kyle was also sitting with papers, writing something. Someone had quietly appeared right behind him. Ethan said there was something he had to report. He said that Nivea Erber was standing at the gates of Artem. Kyle immediately jumped up. He couldn't believe it. Ethan added that security had blocked the entrance, so she couldn't get in. He said that Mrs. Ferrari had already been informed about this. Kyle asked for constant reports on Ferrari's activities. The guy tried to understand why Nivea was here. There were a lot of thoughts and just as many questions in my head. Besides, the legacy ceremony is just around the corner. Even if she had announced her arrival, it would not have changed anything. Kyle decided he needed to watch a little longer first. The Ferrari came out into the street and stopped at the gate. Approaching them, she ordered the knights to open them. The gates, as luck would have it, opened very slowly. Ferrari stood waiting to see Nivea. In front of her, in the rays of the setting sun, the silhouette of a girl appeared. The knight ordered Nivea to salute Countess Ferraria Artem. Nivea then knelt down in front of her. She heard a rough voice telling her to raise her head. Nivea felt uneasy when she learned what was happening. Right in front of her, Aunt Ferrari stood with a menacing look. Nivea asked to introduce herself formally, saying that she was the eldest of the Erber daughters. Ferrari said she didn't remember having nieces. Nivea started talking about her mother, but Ferrari immediately ordered her to shut up. She said that the affairs of the Erber family were none of her concern. Auntie said she could have ordered the guards to throw her out. She added that it was her personal concern not to let anyone from her family in. Whatever Nivea tried to say, her aunt immediately shut her up. She said she didn't want to hear anything that came out of her mouth. Nivea looked at her aunt, who was already leaving. The girl said that she ran away from home, risking her life. Nivea screamed and begged to be given at least one chance. Ferrari lit up like a match at that moment. She walked up to the guard and snatched the spear from his hands. Literally a second, and the sharp end was already pressed to Nivea's throat. Ferrari said that her head would fly off her shoulders in an instant if she said another word. The guards and servants stood in fear and horror at what was happening. Nivea stood motionless, not saying another word. Ferrari said with a grin that she made the right choice to remain silent. Turning away, she began to leave, telling Nivea to return home. Nivea decided to go all the way and turned to her aunt again. Ferrari angrily repeated that she would lose her head right now. Kneeling down, Nivea asked her aunt to save her. Ferrari was perplexed, saying that her life was important to her. Nivea said that even if she died here, she didn't care anymore. Ferrari laughed and said that if this was truly her wish, she would gladly fulfill it. Nivea herself reached out to the spear, clasping it with her hands. This surprised my aunt very much. She didn't understand what was happening. The girl pulled the spear towards herself and slightly pierced her neck. The end was so sharp that blood immediately began to drip. The blood dripped even faster, straight onto Nivea's legs. She said in a barely audible voice that there was no point in her aunt leaving her alive. The aunt was very indignant, not understanding what kind of nonsense she was talking. She stared intently at Nivea. Nivea begged her aunt to save her little sister. She kept telling Ferrari to take her life right now. Nivea started screaming that she was just a loser who was forcibly sent to the temple. She screamed that she didn't want to put up with it any longer, and that this life had to end. Barely audible, Nivea repeated that she really wanted to save her innocent sister. Ferrari asked in a calm voice what she meant. Nivea said that Eulenia was dying, that like her mother, she had a weak body since birth. She began to say that despite this, they very often went out for walks together. Nivea said that as soon as she left for the temple, Eulenia began to get sick again, adding that she now lives locked in a room and hardly speaks. Nivea immediately remembered the conversation between Nudolf and Hugo. She was unbearably angry at that moment. If she could, she would run out at that very moment and cut his throat. There was one reason that made her keep silent, biting her tongue. Nivea remembered Kyle's words when he dealt with the hooligans. Khan said that everyone must carry the burden of their past sins on their shoulders. Azula and Nudolf must also live with the knowledge of the weight of the sins they have committed. Nivea said that if her aunt wished, she would serve in the estate and repay with all she could. Ferrari looked at the girl in bewilderment. The girl, pursing her lips, looked at her aunt with hope. For Ferrari, Nivea's family has been a source of anger for years. The too-soon second marriage of Viscount Conrad had an impact. Azula and her eldest son from a previous marriage, whom she brought with her. It was very clear what they wanted to do with our family. To get closer to the root cause of her anger, it is necessary to discard such superficial judgments. The more Nivea delved into it, the more her lifeless shell crumbled. Suddenly, the aunt removed the spear from the girl's neck. She told Nivea to get up with regret. The girl stood up slowly, with trembling legs, not understanding her head. Looking at her aunt, Nivea felt very dizzy. Ferrari, seeing the staggering Nivea, immediately rushed towards her. She grabbed her arm, which helped her stay on her feet. Nivea, with fear in her eyes and voice, thanked her aunt. Ferrari felt a little uneasy and pulled her hand back. Auntie was furious, trying to hide it slightly. And this rage was directed at no one other than herself. As the best of knights, dedicated to serving the kingdom, she was always spinning around like a squirrel in a wheel. That is why Ferrari could not interfere with Victoria, and especially her younger sister's wedding. Ferrari learned of this event too late. She received this news by carrier pigeon while on the battlefield. Her sister simply died and Ferrari could do nothing about it. She couldn't recognize her slowly melting before her eyes, even when she was pregnant. Ferrari could have given 1,000 reasons why she couldn't keep her safe. However, when she stood next to her cold body, everything seemed like just an excuse. With tears in her eyes, Ferrari tried to shout to her sister. She begged her to open her eyes, saying she was just joking. Ferrari couldn't believe what was happening. She was very hysterical. She screamed very loudly and painfully. Looking at Nivea, Ferrari didn't know what to say. She looked down and thought. She said she hated herself for not being able to save her sister. Ferrari looked at Nivea, waiting for an answer. Looking at the girl, she saw Victoria in her. She realized that Nivea was ready to give her life for her younger sister. Kyle appeared out of nowhere, holding a handkerchief in his hands. He pressed it sharply against Nivea's neck, which scared the girl. Nivea raised her head to thank him for that. Seeing Kyle, the girl's expression changed dramatically. She didn't expect to see him right now. Ferrari was quite frightened by the presence of His Highness. He tried to make it clear that Ferrari should not call him Highness. Nivea was confused about what her aunt was trying to say. Ferrari suddenly cried out that they were having dumplings for dinner today. She said that it was time to go to dinner. Nivea was very glad to see the knight again. Kyle, looking at the girl, also smiled. Nivea began asking if Kyle knew her aunt. Kyle said that they belonged to the same nightly order. They went inside, where the table was already set. Ferrari said all products are fresh and healthy. Nivea said she couldn't remember the last time she was greeted with such sumptuous treats. In the temple, they lived modestly, and they were also fed quite simply. Ferrari was surprised that she perceived this food as a luxury. After all, Erber is located in the southeast, where the land is very fertile. Watching Nivea throw everything into her mouth, she realized that she wasn't lying. Kyle looked at the girl with pity. Before this, Ethan burst into Kyle's office, saying that Ferrari had raised her sword over Nivea's head. Hearing this, Kyle immediately jumped up. He rushed to her, realizing that he could not let her die without knowing anything. Kyle saw the girl in front of him, after which he felt calmer. The moment when he applied the handkerchief was unusual for him. He looked into her eyes, so sincere and beautiful. Suddenly, Ferrari said that Veroniki are just a combination. Ferrari decided to ask how Nivea and Kyle knew each other. Nivea said that he accompanied her when she escaped from the temple and headed to Erber. Auntie understood that from what was said, it was clear that their meeting was accidental. She thought that it turned out that Nivea didn't know everything. For example, that this knight is, in fact, the first heir to the throne. Kyle Alec, Prince of Ericilia, remained silent throughout the entire journey. Nivea said that it was thanks to him that their journey ended well. Ferrari asked the girl if she had really escaped from the temple. The girl said that, to be honest, it was very difficult to live there, adding that she often got into trouble with another candidate for priestess, Rosanna. Nivea understood that it didn't take any special talent to raise her hand and slap someone. The real Nivea, at that time, silently listened to the nasty things behind her back. The girl was a little upset that she was chatting again, although she wanted to eat her fill. Ferrari said she shouldn't have asked and apologized, adding that she thought she had simply abandoned her family and run away. Ferrari said she was confident that Nivea would be the one left to protect the family. Nivea wondered what was inside her from the warmth. Even her snot started to run. Ferrari began to apologize for being so indifferent to her. Nivea said she never blamed her, understanding that everyone has their own things to do. There were tears in the aunt's eyes, and the girl continued to say that she had saved so many people. At one point, Nivea lowered her head and began to think. She said that she gave her word to Eulenia and promised Hugo that she would not run away anymore and would protect them. The girl said that she wanted to become stronger to keep this promise. Listening to this, Ferrari silently began to cry even harder. The servant was perplexed when she noticed tears on her mistress's face. Auntie giggled and said that she had become very sentimental with age. She added that if she had a child, she would want him to be like Nivea. Ferrari said her mother was brave at heart, not to mention stubborn. Nivea felt uneasy because she remembered almost nothing about her mother. Kyle was shocked that Nivea managed to find the key to her aunt's heart. Kyle thought that cooking, archery, and training were enough to call her talented. Looking at her, he realized that, in addition, she was very good at conversation. Kyle decided for himself that he simply had to get her into his service. Nivea closed her eyes and thanked her aunt with a smile. Ferrari said that if she needed anything, she should not hesitate to speak up at any time. Hearing this, the girl looked away and thought. The aunt noticed this and asked the girl not to hesitate and to speak directly. Ferrari was looking forward to what her niece would ask for. Nivea asked hesitantly if she could look around the kitchen for a bit. Ferrari was shocked by such a request, but Kyle's eyes lit up. He was already salivating just at the thought of spices. A bandaged hand reached out from under the table, straight towards Kyle. Ethan whispered that there was an urgent matter, after which Kyle began to wipe his lips. Ferrari screamed loudly the name of her cook, Tugo. Tugo immediately ran into the dining room in a slight panic. Auntie asked him to take Nivea to the kitchen. They immediately went to the kitchen together. Ferrari knew she couldn't know everything that was on Nivea's mind. Nivea didn't want to become a priestess. She had nowhere else to go, so she came here. Auntie thought that Nivea was just a child, but she grew up to be a beautiful girl. Even in the face of death, Ferrari looked her straight in the eyes. There was no fear in Nivea's eyes. She remained steadfast from start to finish. Nivea is in control of the situation and is able to convince others. I don't doubt for a second that she does what she must. Ferrari looked at Kyle and thought. She asked him that Nivea might become an outstanding person in the future. Kyle closed his eyes and realized he was the one who noticed it first. The lady said that if it were possible, she would take the girl under her guardianship. Kyle added that her outstanding warrior character cannot be denied. Ferrari was very surprised that even Prince Kyle had such a high opinion of Nivea. Kyle started to tell her that she was very good with a bow, remembering that he had only helped her with the correct stance. But her body itself was well trained, and she quickly mastered the art of fighting and fencing. Ferrari said with a smile that she still has Artem family blood in her. She wondered if Victoria, too, had a special talent for handling weapons. She was not strong enough, so she could not handle a sword or a spear. But Victoria was amazing with daggers. Her throws were so accurate that she always hit the target. Kyle said that when he finished his business, he would take care of her. Ferrari said that Nivea is still her niece, and she will train her. Kyle said it was time for her to rest. He added that he was thinking about accepting her into an order that was personally subordinate to him. Ferrari fixed her gaze on Kyle. She asked him if she knew his real identity. Kyle replied that the time would come, and he would personally teach her everything he had learned from the mistress. The situation between them was quite tense. Meanwhile, Nivea came into the kitchen. Nivea was delighted with the large number of wonderful ingredients. Tugo said that our team had some problems with food supplies. The girl asked Tugo if she could look at their pickles. On the table, there were various pickles in different dishes. Tugo said that Nivea took the white cabbage. The girl was incredibly interested in trying something new for herself. He handed her the spoon tightly. It was important for him to hear her opinion. Nivea scooped up some brine. Tugo cried out that if he drank it, it would be very salty. After trying it, Nivea said with a smile that the salt was just right. She asked Tugo to pour her some brine. He didn't understand how she was going to use him. Nivea was very pleased that Tugo agreed to share with her. The girl took several ingredients and began to mix something. After trying just a little bit, she realized that everything was ready. I thought hard that, judging by the recipe, it looks like a sauce. The girl returned back to the dining room, where the tense conversation between Ferrari and Kyle continued. Nivea held out a small plate and asked to try it. Ferrari looked at her in surprise and asked what it was. Nivea said she just thought the food would taste better if she cooked it. She showed how to eat properly. It was incredibly interesting to see how much the taste would change. All three took a slow bite at the same time. They were thrilled with how delicious it was. Nivea was very pleased that her supplements were once again appreciated. Kyle kept saying it was damn delicious. Tugo and Auntie couldn't stop praising the food. Kyle thought they weren't quite conveying how delicious it was. Ferrari started shouting for Tugo to immediately prepare more food. Kyle supported the lady's request and also ordered more food to be brought. All this time, Ethan continued to sit under the table. It was very difficult for him to resist trying what they praised so much. Within the fortress walls, Ferrari, Nivea, and Kyle were heading somewhere. Auntie said that for some reason the wind is not so cold today. Tugo carefully hid behind the trees. He kept repeating the same thing, that he needed the precious recipe. Kyle kept glancing strangely at Nivea. Ferraria asked her niece what condition Eulenia was in now. Nivea said that her sister's condition was extremely serious. The girl stopped abruptly and thought. She said there was something that was really bothering her. Nivea said about the medicine, with a serious expression on her face. She added that both her father and Eulenia regularly take the same medication. Nivea said that it is made from herbs that grow only in Sandra, the stepmother's ancestral estate. Kyle thought about the words. It seemed strange to him. The guy reached into his pocket, remembering that Ethan had passed him something. Kyle held out the bag and asked if these were the medications he was talking about. He remembered Ethan's words about the fact that these particular medications were needed in large quantities. Nivea was shocked that these were the same herbs. Kyle said he bought them because he had heard about their miraculous effects. Nivea carefully emptied the contents of the bag into her palm. Ferrari decided she should explore too. Nivea and her aunt couldn't figure out what kind of grass it was. Tugo came out from behind the bushes and asked to take a look at it once. He scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that he shouldn't be here. Tugo said he had traveled a lot in his time. He was, in fact, more of an explorer than a cook. Nivea transferred the herbs to Tugo's palm. He began to sniff and look at every particle. Tugo decided to try it and took a small bite. He said he had a hunch, but it needed confirmation. Tugo cried out loudly for the servant to bring him some boiling water. In just a few minutes, a bowl of boiling water was in front of him. He threw all the grass straight into this bowl. The color of the water began to change before our eyes, becoming somehow dark. Seeing this, Tugo smiled. His guess turned out to be true. He started drinking it, which shocked everyone. Tugo told Ferrari that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Nivea immediately screamed that she would try it too, snatching the cup away. She peered into the cup, not daring to take a sip. Nivea very slowly reached for the cup and took a small sip. She tried to figure out if anything had changed. The girl began to think that Hugo was right after all. Hugo said it was crowgrass, which only grows in the Sandra area. He added that it is usually brewed and used for medicinal purposes. He also said that it helps with high fever and loss of strength. His voice changed abruptly. Hugo said that it only helps if you use young leaves. Everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they stared at Hugo. Hugo, examining the leaf, said that they were too large to be young. He clarified that such leaves become poisonous. Nivea thought about his words, which made her very wary. Hugo said that such leaves are very dangerous for pregnant women and children. Nivea realized that all this time, her father and sister had been accepting this nastiness. Hugo said that if the pupils are enlarged, there will be no doubt, this is it. The girl immediately flared up like a match, realizing that Azula was doing this. Ferrari was also worried about this and angrily squeezed the cup in her hand. She rushed from thought to thought, trying to understand why. Ferrari was so angry that she couldn't control herself at all. Her hand was covered in blood, but she seemed not to feel any pain. Kyle screamed at her to come to her senses immediately. Auntie covered her mouth with a trembling hand. She started screaming that Azula was just a scoundrel and a murderer. Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't understand what was happening. Ferrari was in a panic that she was missing her sister and that her nieces were at risk. Nivea had no idea which sister they were talking about. Ferrari said there is another reason why she hates the Erber family. In tears, she said that Azula, who was Victoria's close friend, had become a part of her. Nivea stood there, bewildered and scared. Victoria became close to Azula, whom she often saw at receptions. They married at the same time, Victoria to Viscount Herbert. Azula was for a small baron who didn't even have his own estate. They became pregnant almost simultaneously and kept in touch afterwards. Usually, Victoria was the first to extend her hand. She invited Azula to her home, surrounding her with care and attention. Victoria's last letter said that Azula always gave her medicine. It was it, the medicine that became poison for the pregnant woman. Ferrari was sure of it, but she had no proof. Even though Victoria was weakened, it did not affect the birth of Nivea. But being pregnant for the second time, she suffered and gave birth prematurely. It was then that Azula made sure Victoria took her medication daily. Ferrari seemed to be out of her mind. She screamed that she would kill her with her own hands. Nivea and Kyle looked down at the ground, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, after a short pause, Kyle turned to the lady. He said that no matter what happened, he would be on her side. Kyle asked her again if she would go with him to Erber. Nivea asked her aunt to make sure they went together. Ferrari's gaze at this moment became filled with even more anger. Nivea understood that she herself had sworn to catch this scum and take revenge. She knew that she knew better than anyone how to deal with people like Azula. Nivea decided that she had to become even more cruel than herself. 4 days later, Kyle reported that the nobles were already arriving in Erber. He said that the ceremony itself would take place early in the morning the next day after the reception. Nivea was surprised that plans had changed so abruptly. Kyle said Duke Ethius is behind his schedule. The guy noticed Nivea's thoughtful face. He thought that she was still sad about breaking up with Ethius. Nivea didn't understand why it was so important to wait for the Duke if he wasn't the hero of the ceremony. She also wondered if he would look for her when he arrived. She was sure that news of the broken engagement would reach Azula, but no one found out anything. Nivea realized that the Duke was deliberately hiding this fact. The Duke cannot let go of someone he has already lured into his nets. Kyle said that Countess Ferrari would arrive on the appointed day. Nivea said she needed to leave today to get there on time. She suddenly said that she was curious about something. Nivea asked why Kyle addressed her aunt so informally. She was outraged that he was talking to her aunt as if she were a friend. Ferrari said that knights of the same order had no need for such formalities. Nivea felt a bit uneasy and asked if there really weren't even ranks. Ferrari said that among the knights of the royal army, the highest ranks were always held by members of the royal family itself. Nivea clarified that she asked this out of curiosity. Ferrari turned away abruptly and said she had a stomachache. Kyle was in a panic, because now he would have to answer questions. Nivea was scared for her aunt. What if she ate something bad yesterday? Turning to Kyle, Nivea remembered her question. She asked why Kyle was helping them. Kyle was stunned, not knowing what to answer. He said he needed to tell her something. Kyle leaned towards Nivea's ear and began to whisper something. The girl's expression changed dramatically. It was clear how surprised she was. She asked with displeasure if she was telling the truth. Nivea asked him if it was really the prince himself who sent him. Kyle paused and simply said that it was correct. Nivea thought that now it was clear why his fencing skills were so impressive. She decided that it must be fate to accidentally become the companion of such a man. Nivea asked if the prince had sent him only because of questions about the ceremony. Kyle said that wasn't the case at all. He said he was brought here to investigate signs of an impending major rebellion. Kyle added that the main rule of hunting is to search the area and surround the prey. Nivea decided that she had to be careful not to interfere with the knight. She said that then they would meet later and finish their conversation. Kyle told Nivea to take care of herself as a parting shot, which she was pleased to hear. Kyle, in his spare time from meetings, took on the responsibility of training Nivea. Everything went quite productively and fun. Plus, food after a hard workout tastes a hell of a lot better than usual. Nivea told Kyle that she would say goodbye to her aunt and immediately hit the road. Kyle suddenly asked Nivea anxiously to wait. Nivea turned her head slightly to the side and asked what was the matter. Kyle exhaled heavily, finding it hard to speak. He asked if she would become his companion if everything went according to plan. Nivea didn't quite understand what Kyle meant. The guy hesitated. He felt very awkward. Nivea put her hand forward and said that she didn't want to. Without waiting for an answer, she quickly left the office. Kyle stood there in shock, not understanding what it was. He intended to accept her into the order under his command upon completion of the mission. Kyle was shocked that she dared to reject the prince. Kyle realized she didn't need it. He felt quite uncomfortable. He repeated to himself that men don't cry. Kyle turned to Ethan, who was waiting to be addressed. He asked Ethan why Nivea had refused him. Ethan suggested that it was because there were no flowers. Kyle was outraged because the flowers had nothing to do with it. Ethan said that usually when a girl is asked for something, they give her flowers. The knights were discussing among themselves that one of them was fond of a girl. They offered different options on how to confess to her. Ferrari watched them and screamed that kidnapping a girl was a crime. She said that girls like cute and beautiful things. Ferrari said indignantly that she meant flowers. Ethan decided he absolutely had to remember that. He said that it seemed to be the rules of etiquette. Kyle decided he needed to talk to her after handing her the bouquet. Unfortunately, he never experienced the joys of communicating with the opposite sex. Other parents were worried if they couldn't get their children married soon, but not Kyle's father. He insisted that Kyle was far more concerned with how he inherited the throne. Father insisted that it was impossible to bring the princess to the corrupted kingdom. He said that first, the country needed to be put in order. Then the wife would appear on her own. And Kyle, of course, believed those words unwaveringly. Ferrari wished Nivea a safe journey home. Nivea wished her aunt a safe journey. Ferrari exhaled heavily, as if she was upset about something. She threw herself into Nivea's arms and told her to take care of herself. Nivea smiled broadly. She was very pleased. She also hugged her aunt tightly. Ferrari was very worried about her and was even ready to assign security to her. Auntie said she knew she had wandered into the forest by mistake on her way. Then Nivea remembered that they had talked about this during training. Kyle was shocked when he heard about the giant. Nivea convinced her aunt that everything would be fine. Her face changed. She was thinking about something. She remembered Kyle's offer to become his companion. Nivea chuckled at his use of old-fashioned phrases. She decided that he asked to be on his side with the prince. Nivea had only one goal, and she had no intention of getting involved with any of them. She understood that she could not stay here and had to return home. Together with Rosehawk, they went home. Nivea's attention was drawn to two doors near the building. The girl noticed wooden doors leading down. A bright light from the open doors illuminated the stairs. Nivea and her horse began to carefully descend the steps. The girl remembered that she was told to go down there and pull the rope upon her return. Doubtfully, she pulled the rope hanging on the wall. Suddenly, the silhouette of a guy appeared in the distance, running towards them. That black silhouette turned out to be Hugo. Noticing how worried he was, she told him with a smile that she was back. Hugo began to ask Nivea excitedly about her well-being. Slightly embarrassed, the girl asked him not to fuss so much. The guy was surprised by the girl's answer. Calming down a little, a smile appeared on his face. After making a small bow, he said that he was very glad to see Nivea again. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a foal that had suddenly appeared. The girl stroked the horse and said that they had an interesting story. Nivea decided to ask if her escape had gone unnoticed. Hugo reported that due to the preparations for the ceremony, no one noticed the girl's absence. Preparations for the big celebration were in full swing in the hall. The girl wondered when the last time a celebration of such a scale had taken place. After thinking for a moment, she remembered that the last reception had been in honor of Azula's wedding. The butler decided to reassure the girl, saying that he had tried his best to hide her absence. After hearing the information that they would definitely want to see her tomorrow, The girl nervously adjusted her hair. It's just something to give to Duke Ethius. Hugo promised that he would try to find out all the details first. The guy was very surprised that Nivea stopped his speech. With complete seriousness, the girl ordered the butler to stop giving Eulenia and her father the herbal medicine. There was a sense of emotion in the man's words about the difference between those herbs and those given by Azula. Hugo remembered that he had a sample of the herbs with him. Taking a small bag out of his pocket, he placed it in Nivea's hand. The girl examined the bag and poured a couple of leaves into her palm. Noticing the difference in size, the girl frowned. The leaves are not popular with many people, but are nevertheless used as medicine. The girl turned to Hugo seriously. After examining the grass samples, Nivea came to the conclusion that it was crow's foot. She nervously clenched her fist with the grass, remembering that if the leaves were old, they could become poisonous. These words shocked Hugo, and horror appeared on the boy's face. He stuttered and repeated the words about poison. Nivea reported that if the leaves are not taken for a long time, healthy people may begin to feel unwell. Regular use of herbs can cause addiction. Hallucinations are also a side effect. People often died from exposure to the poison. Not believing what he heard, Hugo grabbed his head. Horror completely overwhelmed the guy. Due to Azula's vigilance, he was unable to make the medicine himself, and it was she who brought Eulenia's brew. Hugo could only watch this from the sidelines, doomed. This made the guy start to blame himself for the fact that the medicine could have turned out to be poison. Nivea felt how much pain it was for Hugo to exist with this feeling of guilt. The girl firmly told him that time spent on regret was better used to change the future. The guy swallowed nervously and agreed with her. There was worry in Nivea's eyes. Patting the guy on the forearm, she said that they had a lot of preparation to do. A slight grin appeared on Hugo's face. The palace stood illuminated by daylight. From the window of her room, Nivea watched the arriving carriages. She was waiting for Aunt Ferrari, but she was late. Nivea was worried that things might not go as planned. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from behind. A serious, stately woman appeared in the doorway, accompanied by servants. With a sly smile on her face, the woman said Nivea's name. Nivea was surprised by the lady's appearance, but tried not to show it. The girl was reminded that the reception would take place this evening. The woman warned that if Nivea said something wrong, it would be bad for everyone. In response, Nivea merely spread her hands. On the way to the exit, the guest turned around and said that the event was important for everyone, so it should be taken seriously. Embarrassed by the comparison to a flower, Nivea froze in place. Noticing an unusual outfit behind the maids, the girl decided to find out who it was intended for. In front of her lay a beautiful emerald dress and a multitude of sparkling jewelry. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the girl began to get ready. The red stones on the jewelry highlighted the beauty of Nivea's hair. Gold perfectly complemented the carefully chosen look. After some time, Nivea was completely ready and began to examine her appearance with interest. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, and she found it difficult to breathe. Nivea felt uncomfortable in these clothes. It felt like she was wearing 10 things at once. Suddenly, the girl felt nauseous. She understood why lunch that day had been so meager. The assistant held out a pair of shiny, high-heeled shoes to Nivea. A tense Nivea struggled to stay on her heels. The sensations could be compared to walking on a tightrope. The girl looked at her new shoes and said that she looked like a clown in a circus in them. She hadn't noticed before that they had oak floors. After some time, she began to get used to the unpleasant sensations. Despite this, the pain in my legs made itself felt. Suddenly, the butler Hugo knocked on the door. He was amazed by the girl's unusual appearance. With interest in her eyes, Nivea tried to find out the purpose of his visit. The girl's attention was distracted by the whispering of the maids behind Hugo's back. Embarrassed by the butler's compliment, she just laughed it off. The girl noted that if Hugo were a girl, he would be tens of times more handsome than her. Switching to another topic, Nivea reminded him that he couldn't stay there for long. In response, the guy handed her a black mask with a gold pattern. He added that after the reception, there would be a ball and a mask was a necessary condition. Nivea had not been warned about such moments, which worried her. Azula was the one making decisions in the house, so Nivea knew almost nothing. Noticing the girl's reaction, Hugo clarified that he had brought the mask to notify her. Nivea thought for a moment. Suspecting something was wrong, she thanked the butler and asked him not to worry about her. In any case, the real work starts tomorrow. Worry about Aunt Ferraria's arrival prevented her from concentrating. The mask in the girl's hands raised doubts about the need for a masquerade ball at such a time. It was with the help of masks that it was possible to hide the identities of people present at the masquerade. Be that as it may, these are just Nivea's guesses. Standing on the steps of the hall, Azula thanked the guests for their presence, despite their busy schedules. The woman said with a forced smile that she really hoped everything would go well. At this moment, Nivea tried to get a good look at the guests. None of the guests would have come to the ceremony with the pure intention of celebrating the event. Due to the estate's remoteness from the capital, it was difficult for the nobility to gather together. At such events, many people tried to make friends. The main goal of many was to meet Duke Ethius. Nivea tried to find the Duke with her gaze, but he was not there. The tired guests also awaited the appearance of Duke Ethius. The girl realized that the main character of the evening was not Nudolf, but the Duke. Among the crowd, Nivea heard two men discussing. Noticing that they were being eavesdropped on, they stopped their conversation in fear. Their stares made Nivea want to gouge their eyes out. As if they had read her thoughts, the men became seriously frightened. After the reception, the hall was buzzing with conversation. Meanwhile, Nivea wondered if she should have a drink. Despite the difficult mission ahead, she thought that this might be her last chance to have fun at such a ball. A silhouette in the corridor distracted my attention. An unknown man made his way through the crowd. Soon he disappeared into another room. Things started to smell bad, and Nivea tensed up. The two men were discussing something heatedly. Standing around the corner, the girl tried to follow them unnoticed. Her feet hurt terribly from the heels. Having adjusted her dress, she looked out from her hiding place again. The men were no longer there, which made the girl disappointed in her surveillance skills. On the way to Artem, Nivea risked losing her life. Someone called out to her from behind. The girl turned around, frightened. In front of her, she saw a tall, fair-haired guy. It was Duke Idius Timutero. He asked Nivea to reveal her identity. She didn't expect to meet him, because everyone said that he would arrive only tomorrow. It was a hopeless situation, since he would still recognize her just by hearing her voice. Unable to find a better solution, she asked him to take off his mask as well. The Duke was extremely surprised by such an unexpected answer to his request. Having recognized the girl, he addressed her by name. The Duke wondered when he had last seen her. From that moment on, her image often appeared in his thoughts. The rejection of the engagement hit him particularly hard that day. He didn't know whether he should stop her or follow her. Regretting and tormenting himself again and again, the Duke tried to find her, but never met her. The letter stated that after a short break, Nivea would be sent to the temple. This letter, which came from Erber, gave information about the location of Nivea. Without thinking twice, he immediately wrote a reply in which he indicated his intention to attend the ceremony. One way or another, he needed to meet with the nobility of this region. The Duke felt as if he were mocking himself. His original plan was to gather a select few aristocrats in a secret location. Perhaps the idea of gathering among a large number of people was because of Nivea Amber. Ethius didn't know what he would say when he was in front of her, so despite his busy schedule, he was very nervous. And now the worries have come to an end, because she is standing right next to him. Nivea asked why the Duke was here. The man replied that he was late and was now heading to the hall. Nivea did not detain the Duke and invited him to continue on his way. Despite this, he remained in place. The girl couldn't understand why he didn't leave. The Duke decided to start a conversation about their last meeting. Despite the stress, he continued speaking. Ethius said that an engagement was not an agreement that could be cancelled by words alone. Nivea didn't understand where he was leading the conversation. The man continued that the marriage was planned by their families and could not be cancelled. The girl did not understand why her opinion regarding her marriage was not taken into account at all. The Duke extended his hand towards her. He was about to finally free the girl's face from the mask. Nivea asked what benefit she would receive from the marriage, which again puzzled Ethius. Removing his hand, she repeated her question. With enthusiasm, the Duke began to talk about the power, wealth, and military might that Nivea could gain. The girl replied that she was not interested in this at all. The Duke couldn't understand what else Nivea needed. The girl believes that people get married to be happy. The man believed that happiness lies in money, power, and fame. Angered by Nivea's naivety, he added that only commoners engage in such savagery. Unlike money and status, feelings are invisible to the eye and inevitably disappear over time. After this information, Nivea considered the Duke a crazy idiot. Compared to the Duke, the knight was more noble in appearance and more beautiful in soul. What he heard disappointed the girl, because it would have been rude of him to say something like that to his face, especially to his fiancée. Even though it was an arranged marriage, he should have at least shown some respect. The Duke, in turn, did not understand that he had acted inappropriately. Unable to bear it any longer, Nivea said that she had no desire whatsoever to marry him. As she left, she turned around to add that she didn't need money, status, or power. The Duke's teeth clenched in anger. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, which scared Nivea. When asked to let her go, he refused. After waiting a short time, Etheus shouted. What Nivea heard sounded unexpected. The Duke, unexpectedly for himself, announced that he would love Nivea. The girl froze in place. Etheus added that if she wanted love, he would give it to her. The indignant girl said that this would not work, since love should be a mutual feeling. The Duke realized that the girl did not love him. Before Nivea now stood a true offended narcissist. He tried to rectify the situation, assuring the girl that he could improve if he put in a lot of effort. However, this only made her more tense. She could not imagine that he was such an outstanding person as to use force in such subtle feelings. The Duke became agitated. He squeezed the girl's wrist even tighter, so much so that it hurt Nivea. The man always considered her a submissive and innocent girl, but his expectations were not met. However, now she seems even more interesting to him. This shocked the girl. Unlike submissive and quiet ladies, he is more attracted to those who are hard to get. In her mind, the girl called him a complete psycho, but out loud, she only said that he was a pervert. Not understanding the word she had spoken, the Duke asked again. He was quite puzzled when he heard his new nickname. The girl laughed when he took it as a kind word. One way or another, Nivea was his only bride. The girl didn't understand why he needed her. Despite Nivea's refusal to become a priestess, he continued to pursue the idea of marrying her. The words about renouncing the title seemed like a lie to the Duke. Initially, the title of High Priestess was the reason he chose her. Since there were two candidates, the probability of her success was 50-50. Etheus thought that if he could get two, his chances of success would be 100%. He considered Nivea too naive, because she thought that she was the only option for him. After thinking it over, he decided that the girl could not dissolve the marriage. And after a short period of time, he came to the conclusion that, in extreme cases, only he could do this. Perhaps this can be compared to the instinct of a hunter aiming to obtain an appetizing prey. However, it didn't matter to him now. Nivea couldn't believe that the Duke didn't take it so seriously. She smiled nervously and said that it was all bullshit. When Nivea joked about a dog running nearby, Etheus began to look for it. With a sharp movement, Nivea pulled her hand out of the Duke's tight grip. Without wasting a minute, she ran. As she ran away, she thought that the Duke was greedy enough to start a war in order to become king. The Duke could achieve his goal by any means necessary. Nivea knew the estate well, so she had the advantage of escaping. The Duke looked into the now empty hall. Suddenly, someone approached him from behind. He was informed that he was expected in the negotiation room. Turning around, the Duke agreed to go into the hall. The last thing Etheus thought about was Nivea's words about him being a pervert. From running for so long, Nivea was very tired. Feeling a little disappointed, she realized that she had lost her entire estate. Her gaze was caught by the green leaves. The girl had a view of beautiful bushes with flowers. Nivea realized that she had reached the garden. Deciding to take a rest, she sat down on the edge of the fountain. The peace was broken by the sound of an approaching man. Frightened, Nivea asked who was there. In front of her, she saw the important figure of a knight. He didn't really like it when a girl addressed him as Sir Knight. Surprised by his appearance, Nivea asked him why he had arrived a day earlier than promised. Regardless of Kyle's answer, the girl was glad to see him. A sharp pain in Nivea's legs washed over her, frightening the young man. Trying to calm him down, she said that the pain was just because of the shoes, which were most likely the wrong size for her. The knight decided to make sure that Nivea was not injured and asked her to sit down. A second later, Kyle was at her feet. With a slight movement of his hand, he unfastened the clasp on his shoes. Nivea waited with interest to see what he would do next. Since the shoes really didn't fit her, the girl's foot bled. The knight could not understand what he had to do to get so injured. He didn't believe Nivea's words that she was just walking around, and said that something like that wouldn't have happened even in a battle with the orcs. The girl compared her recent adventures to them. Kyle was scared for Nivea. Not knowing what to answer, he thought. Taking a pair of shoes in his hands, the guy ordered her not to wear them anymore. When the girl said that it was her stepmother who told her to put them on, they both couldn't understand when Nivea had started obeying. After examining the wounds on Nivea's feet a little more, the guy decided to take action. First, he carefully washed the blood from the wounds. He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out some bandages. With careful movements, he bandaged the wounds. The knight warned that if the wounds became infected, the girl could lose her legs. Nivea was afraid of losing the ability to walk. The girl, nervously, began to assure Kyle that everything had gone well for her. The words about whims really touched her, so she did not miss the opportunity to recall it. Nivea sighed heavily and fell into thought. She never had to experience how a man washed her legs and shoes. Since early childhood, she trained a lot, so she did not have time to communicate with the opposite sex. Nivea looked at her bandaged legs with interest, lifting them one by one. Noticing these actions, the knight asked her to stop, because her legs needed rest. Disobeying the instructions, the girl continued to move her legs. Suddenly, the girl turned to him and asked how he knew it was her. Not understanding her question, the guy asked again what she meant. Nivea pointed out that she was wearing a mask and an outfit that was unusual for her. Taking a closer look, he realized that this was truly the first time he had seen her like this. From their first meeting, she wore the clothes of a commoner, not a priestess. The knight said seriously, "Isn't it the same with her?" He added that this was the first time they saw each other like this, but she also recognized him without difficulty. Nivea realized that Kyle was right. She was confused that, despite the fact that the Duke had known her for a long time, he was unable to recognize her right away. The knight looked thoughtfully into the distance. Nivea noticed that the suit suited the man much better than she could have imagined. Not receiving a compliment in return, the girl was offended. The guy said that there are things that are much more suitable for a girl. Inspired, Nivea began to consider options involving archery and cooking. Having confirmed that Nivea was good at both activities, the knight turned away in embarrassment. Deciding to change the subject, Nivea said that she had recently met Duke Ethius. There was surprise in the man's eyes. An agitated Kyle began asking questions about what had happened, to which Nivea said that nothing had happened. She added that the Duke had said that the engagement could not be broken. The knight's face filled with horror, and he said that the Duke was a complete psycho. In response to the guy's words about the Duke being a pathetic bastard, Nivea added that he was also a pervert. Not understanding the meaning of this word, the knight asked its meaning. Nivea explained that this is what they say about a person whose tastes are very specific and different from others. They thought that Duke Ethius was indeed a little special. Nivea remembered Ethius saying that he was more attracted to rebellious girls than to those who obeyed easily. After these words, Kyle felt even more horror. The girl felt very comfortable sitting and was reassured that her legs would still be there. The knight was surprised that Nivea lay down to rest, and he said that only street vagabonds rested like that. Seeing the girl's reaction, he regretted what he said. The man didn't understand where Nivea had picked up such bad habits, but he was already tired of arguing with her. The girl was enjoying the air when suddenly a question followed. Is she drunk? No matter how frivolous she was, Nivea would not wet herself before an important event. Kyle looked at the girl warily when he realized that she did not deny that she had been drinking. Nivea was offended by the fact that, despite her age, she could not drink as much as her heart desired. Suddenly, the mask flew off the girl's face. Having distracted the knight's attention, she tore the mask from his face. Their gazes, freed from unnecessary obstacles, met. Nivea exhaled a small amount of air towards the knight. This action made the young man embarrassed. Smiling, the girl pointed out that she didn't even smell of alcohol. From worry, beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face. With a light touch, the girl took the knight by the hand. Unexpectedly for him, she raised her hand to her face. The excitement and confusion inside Kyle was already reaching its limit. The guy suddenly jerked away from Nivea in horror. He couldn't understand if she was in her right mind to do such a thing. Kyle could still understand Nivea's carelessness, lying anywhere, but he couldn't accept that she grabbed a strange man by the hand. Gritting his teeth, he said that Nivea was a pervert. The girl was very angry at this statement addressed to her. Turning away, the knight told her to think about her behavior. She didn't understand why he kept turning away from her like a teenager. An awkward silence fell over them. The moon, emerging from behind the clouds, beautifully illuminated the night sky. Breaking the silence, Nivea said that if there is a halo around the moon, it will rain soon. Kyle was silent, just looking at the girl. He was tormented by indecision. He reached into his pocket to get something. The knight was hesitant whether to give Nivea the thing he had prepared for her or not. The bustling market in Erber was always crowded with people. An unknown figure suddenly called out to a guy passing by. It was Kyle, trying to find out where the flower shop was nearby. The girl with the basket listened with interest to the stranger's question. Behind her, wilted flowers were visible. The knight asked if she had any fresh flowers, but in response, he only heard that in such weather, Flowers quickly wither. Something caught the guy's attention. After hesitating for a long time, he realized that he still had to do it. With a sharp movement, he threw the bundle to Nivea. Looking at the unknown thing in her hands, the girl could not even guess what was inside. Having unwrapped the package, she still didn't understand. Suddenly, Nivea pulled the unknown thing to her mouth to try it. Kyle was outraged by her irresponsible behavior on the part of the girl. He compared her to an orc, with an indiscriminate diet. The enraged girl screamed that if she was an orc, then Kyle would be huge. The guy explained that Nivea had seeds in her hands. She felt very awkward because she thought it was sesame. The girl showed no interest in gardening, especially when she didn't know if what grew would be edible. She wondered what could come from these seeds. Nivea froze for a few seconds, lost in her thoughts. The impression of the night gradually changed. The girl was embarrassed by the unexpected gift given to her. Nivea promised to take care of the escapes. Kyle's face remained unchanged. Nivea didn't believe that he just wanted to give her these seeds. After waiting a short time, the girl decided it was time to leave. She realized that he was not stopping her. But at the moment when she was already moving away, he called out to her. At first, he was going to tell her something. Regretting that he had stopped her, he decided not to say anything. Finding his actions very boring, she said goodnight. All he could do was watch her go in silence. In the end, he never dared to ask her to join his squad, but simply gave her the seeds. He had a plan that if everything ended as planned tomorrow, they would have time to talk about it. The next day, tired people filled the hall again. The girl felt like everyone had gone a bit overboard with the fun yesterday. Approaching the table, Nivea addressed the table. Seeing that the girl had taken some food, he offered her another portion. She politely declined, but the man insisted that she needed to gather her strength. She noticed that his condition had improved since he had not consumed the poison for a couple of days. The smile disappeared from her face and she became serious. She wanted to talk to her father, and he was only glad. She said that their lineage, which her father and mother had worked so hard to build, could not be passed on to other people. At first, notes of horror appeared on his face, but then Nivea noticed some fear in his eyes. She couldn't understand what he was so afraid of. Over time, guesses began to emerge about the reason for this fear. Nivea claimed that she and Eulenia were not as weak as he thought, and were no longer children. Taking his hand gently, she realized that he was just a weakened, confused father. It was hard to imagine how much Azula had managed to brainwash him. Once Azula tricked him into marriage, it was too late to change anything. For 15 years, she poisoned him with this medicine. She thought about this when she heard her aunt's voice full of anger and pain. Long before her second marriage, everything was going according to Azula's plan. Nivea sighed heavily. The girl's father was very nervous. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. She was very determined in her actions and had no intention of backing down. Suddenly, the father was very surprised. Azula appeared in front of them. She was unhappy about something. Sensing something was wrong, Nivea decided to leave as quickly as possible. Still dissatisfied, the woman looked after her. Her eyes filled with suspicion towards the girl. Nivea held a large dagger in her hands. With a quick movement, she placed it under the belt of her robe. She was ready to act. With a confident gait, the girl made her way through the crowds of guests. Her gaze was drawn to a smug man. Inside, there was a desire to hit him. Duke Ethius was already waiting for her among the guests. She was confused that, despite his scene yesterday, today he was the picture of composure. The butler watched everything that was happening. Hugo tried to control the situation. Nivea met his gaze and nodded imperceptibly. The butler made an announcement for everyone to take their seats. The ceremony of succession to the title of Viscount was about to begin. Halfway through the sentence, Hugo froze in surprise. The guests didn't understand what was happening. A silhouette appeared at the front door. A stately woman in a formal suit entered the hall. The guests couldn't believe their eyes, because Countess Ferrari stood before them. The woman asked with a smile if she had been too late. Everyone was extremely surprised by her sudden appearance. She was offended that, despite her arrival by invitation, Azula acted as if she were an uninvited guest. Ferrari asked her about a possible error in sending the invitations. Azula's lips trembled with stress. At that very moment, discussions began in the hall. The woman didn't like the Erber family, and she wouldn't let it go that easily. Azula knew the situation was getting out of her control. She asked why the Ferrari was here. The woman was surprised by the sudden question. Through gritted teeth, she asked if she was really not where she was supposed to be. Azula didn't know what to say to that. Nivea was overjoyed to see Ferrari. The initiation rite lay ahead. The man understood that all these people had gathered for the ceremony of his inheritance. He believed that no matter how respected a knight she was, the countess would not be able to do anything in front of the duke. The priest addressed him. He held a golden cup in his hands. With one movement of his hand, he sprinkled water on the man's face. Nivea watched Duke Ethius's behavior closely. He looked very relaxed and unperturbed. The ceremony continued in full swing. They announced that congratulations from the guests of honor would now begin. Nivea grinned and realized that the most interesting part was about to happen. Viscounts, barons, and counts gradually presented their gifts. Everyone looked at each of them with great admiration. Nivea's father sat very tensely. The next to congratulate was Duke Ethius. The duke's servant presented a box containing various jewels. Nivea thought that these jewels could buy an entire estate. It was Countess Ferrari's turn to speak, which made Azula even more tense. The countess ordered her assistant to bring a gift. The servant carefully handed Azula a small bundle. Cautiously, she began to unfold it. Her eyes filled with shock at what she saw. Ferrari said she had given her a particularly valuable gift. As an apology for her tardiness, she intended to share a small portion of it with everyone present. She felt as if the cold she had been through had gone right to her bones. So she looked for a good medicine and heard about Lady Azula's medicinal herbs. Azula became very worried. Ferrari added that she spent a considerable amount of money on the goods, as they were delivered only to Viscountess Azula. The woman didn't understand how she managed it, since she had told them to keep their mouths shut. From Nivea Ferraria, I heard that this medicine is given only to family members. More precisely, it was given only to the Viscount. Azula jumped up and screamed that she was lying. The enraged woman confirmed that she gives the medicine to her family, but only other herbs. The Duke held a similar bundle in his hand. He looked at him with distrust. Ferraria doubted that Azula was giving a different medicine to both the Viscount and Eulenia's niece. Out of despair, the woman fell into a stupor. The guests did not understand what this whole argument was about, because if these were medicinal herbs, then they would be medicine. Azula claimed that the herbs were completely different. Ferrari didn't believe it at all and asked him to swear in the name of God. Trying to avoid answering, the woman said that she did not at all understand what kind of misunderstanding had arisen. 15 years had passed since the Viscount's first wife died in childbirth. Azula claimed that all this time she raised the children as her own. Wiping away tears from her eyelashes, she said that the goddess Horatia herself was merciful to her and her children. The speech touched those present in the hall. Nivea was surprised when the conversation turned to her. Azula's parents told her to end the marriage and return home. But despite this, she gave all her youth to bring the Erber family back to life. During this time, Ferrari never showed up, and Azula didn't understand how she could talk about her niece now. The guests changed their opinions about Mrs. Ferrari. Azula continued to appeal to pity, mentioning Eulenia's grave condition. Ferrari constantly listened to the condemnation of those present behind her back. She seriously agreed that Azula was speaking the truth. The woman said sadly that all this time she hated herself for not being able to help her dying sister. She promised herself that she would not be late or deceived again. The door swung wide. The guards brought a frightened man into the hall. Azula immediately recognized the man. It was he who supplied the medicine from Sandra. Ferrari ordered him to tell the truth. She threatened that if he decided to lie, he would lose his tongue. The man was terrified. Falling to his knees, he began to speak. He began to abruptly apologize for the sin he had committed. Displeased, Ferrari told him to confess to what he had done. The man claimed that he was merely collecting and drying herbs as he had been told. Having shown him the leaves, the woman asked him to confirm that these were the ones he had sold to the Viscountess. He looked at the leaves with horror. Unable to bear it, Azula asked him to stop. In her rage, she ordered Ferrari to get out for her indecent behavior. Kyle watched all of this from around the corner. He grinned contentedly. Furious, Aula didn't understand why no one was listening to her. Ferrari continued to demand that the man answer her question. The man said that this grass is called crow's foot, and it grows only in one area. The woman wanted an immediate continuation, she said. He continued that the medicine is made only from young plants, but if you collect them when they are already ripe, they become poisonous. After hearing this, people hurried to get rid of the grass and Svetok. They were shocked by Azula's cruel behavior. At that moment, she didn't understand how to react. The woman confirmed that she had received the herbs and had indeed given the medicine to the family. However, she was sure that she was producing young leaves. Butler Hugo listened attentively to the entire argument. Having made up his mind, he declared that he would testify. Hugo added that Lady Azula always made the herbal infusion herself. In his hands, he held a jar found in the room where the cooking took place. Azula was absolutely furious at Hugo's actions. He raised his hand with the can high and threw it on the floor. The vessel shattered with a crash, and its contents fell out. The color, size, and shape matched those the Countess had brought. The woman condemned the butler for daring to go against his mistress. In response, he said that he had only one mistress. For a long time, his family served only the true heirs of the Erber family. Azula, filled with anger, swung at the boy. Mrs. Ferrari suddenly grabbed her hand. She ordered the woman's arrest. At that very moment, the veterans grabbed Azula by the arms. She begged the Duke to believe in her innocence. Ferrari said the woman would appear before the Supreme Court, and that she would prove her innocence there. Nivea looked towards Atheus in confusion. Everyone couldn't understand why he didn't react to what was happening. In response, he simply let out a calm sigh. Atheus said he came here to congratulate the heir, not to defend a criminal. Not believing her ears, Lady Azula froze in place. He understood that if Ferrari was right, then siding with Azula would damage his honor and reputation. In any case, in this family, he was only interested in Nivea. The girl didn't understand why he was staring at her like that. The Duke would just like to understand what was going on in her head. Nivea was glad that Azula got what she deserved. Atheus continued that if a crime had been committed, it would be dealt with according to the law. Suddenly, he took Nivea's hand. He said that he just wants his bride to be happy. Mrs. Ferrari was surprised by what she heard. Kyle also didn't believe that what he heard was correct. Nivea was filled with horror at the Duke's words. Unperturbed, Atheus continued that they had been engaged for a long time. He insisted that it was because of Nivea's reluctance that information about the marriage was revealed only now. The girl was already feeling ill. The guests couldn't even imagine that such a relationship existed between them. When Nivea had the chance, she pulled her hand away. She was very upset that she had only just managed to deal with Azula when the Duke began to create problems for her. The hero of the occasion was in a stupor from what was happening the whole time. Frightened, he shouted that he knew nothing and did nothing wrong. He continued to shout, hoping that he would not be accused. Unable to bear it any longer, Nivea decided to vent her anger. She hit the guy in the face with all her might. At first, he was so surprised that he didn't understand what had happened. He didn't want to believe that the girl had gone against her mother and him. Nivea didn't react to the screams. Suddenly, a fist flew past her temple. Without losing her composure, she hit him on the chin. From the strong blow, he could only make some unintelligible sounds. The girl rejoiced at her accurate hit. Soon the man was taken away by guards. Nivea was disappointed by his belief that he could get away with everything if he shed crocodile tears in front of everyone. The Duke played with Nivea's fingers with particular tenderness. The girl was surprised when he warned her that if she waved her arms, she could get hurt. Disgust filled Nivea. She realized that he was already making her sick. The ladies in the crowd decided that Nivea was pregnant. Upon hearing this, she immediately began to deny everything. The girl was irritated by these stupid rumors, and despair appeared on her face. Atheus supported the rumor about Nivea's pregnancy and said that she should be more careful because it is no longer just her body. Aunt Ferrari appeared out of nowhere, asking if everything was okay. A heavy hand touched my shoulder. Ferrari decided that Atheus was not capable of taking proper care. Auntie is worried that he is cheating on her niece. She gave her entire youth to defending what he was about to take away. Atheus said that Nivea must make her choice in favor of safety. She wondered why she should do this. Frightened, the girl agreed out of desperation. Looking at her, the Duke said that she had made the right decision. She hid behind her aunt's back and said that she would only go with her aunt. His gaze became rough. Nivea understood that she would still do as she wanted. The Duke thought about her words. The girl decided to stick out her tongue at the departing Atheus. Nivea's attention shifted to the crowd behind her. People were discussing the incident involving Azula. Deciding that Ferrari was tired, the girl suggested that she go and rest. Nivea called the butler Hugo for help. She told him to tell the guests to return and also to clean up the hall. Nivea's father stood to the side, disappointed. He looked very upset and depressed. Tears appeared in his eyes, and he began to apologize to the girl. As it turned out, Azula had him under her thumb and had kept the man captive from the very beginning. She gradually carried out her insidious plan, right up to the forgery of the will of Victoria, whom she had killed. The last letter to the Viscount, reporting the rapid deterioration of his condition. This was all obvious to Nivea. Victoria ordered them to find a suitable wife who could surround the children with love. And Azula became that woman. When Victoria's final instructions were announced, the Viscount was already out of his mind. Nivea asked her father to look at her. She exhaled heavily and said that being a fool was also a crime. Looking into his eyes, she added that mocking fools is an even greater sin. The man was very ashamed to even call himself a father. Raising his head sharply, he asked Nivea to live with dignity. With confidence in her voice, she told him not to be intimidated by difficulties. The words about not holding on to the ghosts of the past left the man dumbfounded. When he married Victoria, the man was a magnanimous feudal lord. He ruled his territory peacefully, and even the taxes his workers paid were lower than those of the others. Ever since he married Azula, his people have been frequently exploited. There is not a single person left who is truly devoted to him. Someone in the hallway called Nivea's sister. It was Eulenia, accompanied by a servant. Nivea was extremely surprised that her sister could walk. Eulenia was also delighted that she could already do this on her own. Taking her sister by the arm, Nivea led her down the long corridor. The girl's eyes filled with genuine surprise. At that moment, it started to rain lightly outside. The girl turned her attention to her sister. Glittering tears streamed down Eulenia's cheeks. Wiping away tears with her tiny hands, the girl hastened to reassure her sister and said that these were not tears of sadness at all. Nivea hugged Eulenia tightly and said that everything was fine. When she told her not to cry, she meant not to do it in front of others, because she might be considered weak. Now she could cry and laugh heartily. Something suddenly caught Nivea's attention. Surprised, she invited Eulenia to look at it too. The girl felt herself filling with admiration. A beautiful rainbow was visible in front of them. Eulenia told Nivea to make a wish quickly. She once told her sister that if a rainbow appears during rain, she should make a wish, and it will definitely come true. Nivea looked at Eulenia with interest. The girl thought about what she would like to wish for. Since childhood, she lost her parents and ended up in an orphanage, which is why she had to grow up early. The little girl had to survive, not live, day after day. One day, a physical education teacher discovered her talent for sports and recommended that she take up archery. Having no other choice, the girl went to a boarding school that specialized in shooting. To get to the next level, she had to work 20 times harder than others. Nivea never got to experience parental love and care at that time. She thought that if she took first place, she wouldn't be thrown out of there. This was the only way to get a scholarship and cover living expenses. To become independent, you needed a lot of money. At that time, she couldn't even think about anything like desire. She was pulled out of her thoughts by Eulenia, who asked if Nivea had made her wish. Having answered positively, the girl asked what her sister wanted. Unable to come up with a better answer, Nivea said that wishes should remain a secret. The girl said that there is a rule, following which the wish will definitely come true. Nivea wondered if she should make a wish for the first time. Although she didn't know what Eulenia had wished for, the girl wanted it to come true. It was time for a late dinner, and everyone gathered in the dining room. Nivea felt very calm. Everything was really good, but one thing bothered her. For some reason, the Duke still hasn't left. She hinted to him that he should leave, to which he received the answer that he was leaving with them tomorrow. This answer did not satisfy the girl at all. Atheus said that the journey alone could be dangerous. Ferraria asked again if Nivea was definitely going to the capital with them. The girl hoped that she could simply escape, but she was branded as a priestess. She must resolve this issue either with a priest or with God. Eulenia was worried about her sister and asked if it was necessary to go there. Nivea said that in order to spend more time with her sister, she needed to finish her business. Ferrari said that if she needed help, she could contact her at any time. Eulenia asked Hugo how his father was feeling. Hugo said that he was very weak at the moment. The guy turned to Nivea and told her that she could go with peace of mind. Nivea told everyone to stay where they were, and she would help with the cooking. Hugo was surprised and asked if she had ever tried cooking. The boy cried out that he would rather have eaten some crowgrass. Little Nivea always wanted to do everything herself. The servant allowed himself to make porridge for Eulenia once. Nivea really tried her best, putting in all the effort she could. The servant and Hugo were happy for her. The servant decided to try it himself and see what happened. But he immediately threw down the plate of porridge and barely restrained himself from spitting it all out. Nivea didn't understand what had happened to him. Hugo looked at the porridge and wished himself bon appétit. He happily scooped some up on a spoon and tried it. But, like the servant, he didn't like the porridge at all. The terrible taste made Hugo even faint. Already at a conscious age, he said that this cannot be allowed. He wanted to help, but Ferrari immediately told him to sit down. She understood that Nivea cooked very tasty food. Nivea came into the kitchen, where no one expected to see her. She said she would help them a little with the cooking. Rolling up her sleeves, she said we needed to start with the ingredients. The dishes turned out to be large and varied in quantity. Nivea couldn't understand how they could hide such fresh food. Nivea asked to wait a little while so she could try. The girl carefully took a small sip. She turned around and decided that there weren't enough spices. Nivea noticed a lot of jars on the shelf and took them all. The cook was shocked at how much she added to it. The second cook was no less surprised. They shouted that if she continued, it would all have to be thrown away. Nivea said that the guests were waiting and it was time to set the table. The servants quickly took the food and carried it to the dining room. Eulenia and Hugo had already fallen asleep from the long wait. But as soon as the table was set, smiles appeared on their faces. Some strange sounds were heard at the entrance to the dining room. It was Kyle who was outraged that all this food was supposed to be his. He was really angry. His brows were furrowed. The servant served the portion to Edius Timotero, who was quite serious. Eulenia asked him to taste it properly. Ethius slowly speared a piece of meat with his fork. He took a small bite carefully. Nivea looked at him, thinking that he was a scoundrel. Ethius's face changed and he froze. Hugo panicked that the food really did taste strange. But no one waited for an answer, as the fork suddenly stuck into another piece. Hugo didn't understand why he hadn't felt sick yet. He was surprised that it was so delicious that the Duke couldn't take his eyes off his plate. The Duke turned to Nivea, which slightly confused her. He said that he would definitely marry her, to which Nivea said that she would not let that happen. Hugo tried to figure out if everyone else was pretending. Eulenia said with delight that it was very tasty. Hugo watched carefully as Eulenia ate. He tried to understand why everyone was so focused on food. Hugo took a small bite very carefully. The guy almost screamed that it was simply magnificent. He asked Nivea what she had added to achieve that taste. Nivea said with a smile that it was crowgrass, adding that these were, after all, young leaves. Kyle was almost biting his elbows with how much he wanted to eat. The next morning, Nivea was going somewhere. Hugo prepared a horn for her. Nivea threw herself into his arms, and Rozak was also very happy to see her. Hugo watched their tight embrace in bewilderment. He asked Nivea if this number of escorts was sufficient. Nivea said that there was nothing to worry about, because her aunt was also coming. She glanced back and realized that the scum of Ethius was coming too. Azula and her nasty son walked with their mouths covered. Nivea screamed at them to move their legs faster. Hugo finally asked Nivea to be as careful as possible. Nivea said that she would return as soon as she had sorted out all the matters. Nivea noticed Yuli and was surprised that she woke up so early. Eulenia was stunned, lost in thought about something. She tried to say something, but something was stopping her. Yuli said loudly that she would definitely get better. Nivea looked at her sister in surprise. She blushed and smiled broadly, agreeing with her. Yuli said she wanted to be as strong as her sister. Nivea replied that just the thought of it gave her more strength. She sat down on Rozhak and said that it was time for her to go. Yuli and Hugo watched Nivea leave with longing in their eyes. Yuli began to pray that Nivea would return home safe and sound. They walked for quite a long time, Nivea looking at the trees the whole way. Ferrari noted that the Nivea has good riding comfort. She wondered when Kyle would decide to tell about himself. She realized that when the deceived Nivea came to her, she would be very grateful to him. Ferrari asked what she was carrying in her bag. Nivea said it was something like a royal egg. Auntie said that it would be very nutritious and tasty when she cooked it. It was already getting dark, and they stopped to set up camp. Ferrari suddenly called out loudly to Nivea. She asked the girl to go get some water while she pitched the tent and made a fire. Nivea immediately went to fetch water. The knights were outraged that the Duke was doing nothing at all. Nivea looked at him and said that she would be back soon. A large, beautiful lake appeared in front of her. She hurried towards him, humming some song. Nivea decided that she should first dip her feet in the water. Nivea slowly lowered her feet into the cool water. The water relaxed her, but she was still worried that she might freeze. Suddenly, someone grabbed her by the hood and pulled her to the side. Nivea was terribly frightened and screamed. But Kyle, who did this, asked her to be quiet. Adjusting his hood, the man noted that the girl's screams sounded like goblin screams. Having calmed down, Nivea said that she almost gave birth from fear. The knight took everything literally and began shaking the girl with questions about her pregnancy. She started to fight him off and say that the pregnancy thing was a joke. Kyle became very nervous and asked Nivea not to say that again, even as a joke. The girl did not understand his reaction and became tense. The guy was counting on Nivea being accepted into the Imperial troops under his command, so she couldn't be pregnant. Nivea asked if it was true that he was also going to Ericilia. The girl also received affirmative answers to all subsequent questions. Kyle decided it was time to slowly reveal the truth to her. Nivea asked about Duke Ethius, to which the knight said that he would rid her of this pervert at all costs. The girl still carried the egg in her backpack, which was very dear to her. Kyle offered her to eat it, but Nivea wouldn't let her. The girl began to think that the egg could be a miraculous medicine that would grant enormous strength. Suddenly, something inside the backpack began to move violently. The sudden movement surprised Nivea, but the knight didn't notice anything. She thought she was just imagining things. Somewhere nearby, she heard a painfully familiar scream. Recognizing her aunt's voice, Nivea jumped up from her seat. She ran so fast because she knew that Ferrari needed help. The woman shouted to the girl that she needed to hide. Huge monsters ran straight towards them. Nivea couldn't understand where these lizards came from. Another moment, and they would have already caught up with the girl. Turning around, she wondered why they were running after her. A sharp tug on her hood brought her back to consciousness. Kyle knew that Nivea couldn't cope on her own, so he came to help. Water dripped from huge stalactites. The guy said that right now they found themselves in a cave. Nivea asked what kind of monsters they were, to which the knight replied that they were called lizardmen. They live in swamps, so it was difficult to say how they got there. Kyle knew the girl was worried about her aunt, so he said that the Imperial Army doesn't take just anyone, and she found refuge. The monsters' bodies are covered with hard and durable scales, but Ferrari can easily pierce them with her sword. Nivea exhaled calmly. The girl asked sharply whether Duke Ethius would die. The answer that everything would be fine with the Duke upset her a little. Since lizards can see better at night than people, it was not safe to go out. The prospect of sitting in a cave all night did not appeal to Nivea. A dark night in Kyle's company made me think about staying awake all night. The situation, just like in the novel, gave the girl goosebumps. The guy noticed that the girl's face had changed, so he decided to ask her if everything was okay. It was very cold in the cave and Nivea was shaking violently. She felt like the world was against her being happy. Kyle invited the girl to go deeper into the cave. Nivea agreed with him and stood up carefully. When the girl was running away, she accidentally cut herself, so she limped slightly, which the knight could not help but notice. Every step she took was very difficult. Kyle watched her actions closely. Realizing how hard it was for her to walk, he invited her to climb on his back. Having refused, the girl took another step and stepped on a sharp stone. A sharp pain gripped the girl's body. She grabbed her leg and realized that her pride would have to be put aside. Nivea wanted to call Kyle, but he was no longer there. The girl was upset that he didn't ask her about it again. Kyle came back and said that was exactly why he should have agreed right away. Jumping onto his shoulders, Nivea said that next time she would carry him. Hearing the strange word from the knight's lips, the girl became indignant. She barely tried to contain herself. Kyle carried Nivea on his shoulders with a straight face. It was the first time someone carried her in their arms. She couldn't believe that all backs were so warm and strong. It seemed that Nivea now understood why others liked it so much. Kyle felt the girl become comfortable and smiled. The fire grew stronger and stronger. Nivea watched the guy's actions in surprise and asked how much clothing he had. The fact that he was tearing her apart as if nothing had happened confused the girl. Kyle continued tearing the fabric thoughtfully. Suddenly, he handed the girl a piece of cloth. The knight advised her to wrap herself in this if she got cold. Nivea took the fabric sheepishly, while the boy continued to go about his business. The girl wondered why the fabric didn't smell of sweat at all. Kyle noticed the strange action and asked why she was sniffing everything like that and compared her to a goblin. Nivea was outraged by the crude comparison and noted that goblins were quite ugly. The girl decided to also offend Kyle and compared him to the lizard men, but the guy calmly replied that they looked quite strong. Anger appeared on Nivea's face, and she begged him to be silent. The girl picked up the egg and began to examine it with interest. Kyle asked if she was going to eat him now, but Nivea refused. The thought of the Arisilt's gluttony came into my head. Her gaze fell on Kyle. Surprisingly, he was quite handsome. The knight asked Nivea about the seeds he had given her. Nivea replied that she planted them in the garden. She wasn't sure when they would sprout, but she hoped they would by the time she returned. Kayla was completely satisfied with her answer. At that moment, Nivea realized that she hadn't had time to eat anything that day. The guy thought that frying an egg wasn't such a bad idea. The girl knew almost nothing about him, but nevertheless managed to become attached to him. An unknown sound was heard from somewhere. Nivea couldn't believe her ears, so she asked Kyle again if he had heard anything. The girl looked at the egg with excitement, because it seemed to her that the sound was coming from there. A small crack appeared on the top of the shell. Kyle, confused, suggested placing the egg on the floor and letting the baby hatch on its own. The girl listened to his suggestion and carefully placed the egg on the ground. The cracks gradually began to spread across the entire surface of the shell. Nivea and Kyle watched with interest as new life emerged. In a moment, the shell cracked completely. Something small and bright blue jumped out of the egg. An unknown slime landed near them. This baby looked very cute and defenseless. Nobody could understand what had just happened. Nivea was confused, trying to understand what the sound she was making meant. Ick. She realized that she was clearly trying to tell them something. The blue baby continued to make an incomprehensible sound. The girl tried to find out from him if he was feeling well. The slug boldly jumped onto her knee. Now Nivea has become a mother to him. The girl wondered who her new friend was. From its appearance, she concluded that it was a jelly monster. Taking her baby in her arms, Nivea showed it to Kyle and asked if he knew what it was. There was surprise on the guy's face, and he said that it was the spirit of the ego. Nivea had never heard of such perfumes before. Kyle himself only read about it in the Imperial Library. The girl's worries did not allow her to calm down, and she began to beg the knight to tell her everything he knew. The book said that ego spirits appear through the reincarnation of the purest souls. The new friend surprised Nivea more and more. That book was very vague about everything, so the information ran out quickly. Kyle said that in order to find the book, we must first return to the capital. Nivea's spirits lifted, and she excitedly planned to show up there with her screaming baby. She wondered if the spirit's name was related to the fact that it constantly made eeking sounds. Nivea was touched by the baby for a long time. She said that now she will be his mother. The baby started drooling with happiness. Kyle immediately noticed the resemblance between Nivea and the baby. You could see from the girl's face how angry she was. The girl looked at the baby again. She decided that he definitely needed to come up with some kind of name. Nivea thought about the meaning of the name. She stroked the baby and tried to guess what spirit he was. The girl decided that the slug could be a water or forest spirit. The baby waited for a moment to make sounds, and Nivea decided that he was the spirit of nausea. The knight spoke about the characteristics of ego spirits. Nivea looked at him with surprise and asked questions. The baby continued to drool and look at them. The girl placed the slug on her shoulder. Nivea looked at Kyle mischievously. Kyle looked at them thoughtfully and found the sight amusing. Nivea became angry and responded sarcastically to the knight. The girl thought again about the name of the spirit and asked the guy's opinion. They came to an agreement and named the slug Agoni. Nivea took the baby in her fist and quickly pushed him forward. Kyle looked at her questioningly, without answering. The girl pressed the spirit to her cheek and was touched. Kyle looked at them and suggested that they go to bed. He lowered his head and exhaled. Nivea asked if he would go too and offered to keep watch together. The knight refused, and they exchanged barbs again. Nivea got angry again and went to bed. While the knight kept watch near the fire, the girl slept peacefully, holding the baby close to her cheek. Kyle turned towards them and thought about the spirit. Lost in thought, he looked tense. In the memories, Kyle, as a child, was talking to his mother. The woman held a book in her hands and offered him to read. The little knight sat next to his mother and listened to her while she read. The woman told her son about the existence of spirits, and he began to question her. Little Kyle listened with interest to his mother's stories about spirits. The boy looked at his mother in fear, asking if he could be a spirit. He looked into her eyes, trying to find the answer. Mother stroked his head, trying to calm him down. The child looked down thoughtfully, trying to understand his mother's words. The woman calmed her son, looking at him with a calm expression on her face. Kyle remembered the warmth and calm that his mother's eyes always conveyed. The knight talked about spirits as the ashes from the fire flew towards him. The guy expressed confidence that the baby was the spirit of the ego. He wondered if Nivea knew about this. The knight peered into the burning fire, continuing his reasoning. Nivea slept soundly, drooling, while they tried to wake her up. The girl got scared and jumped up, afraid that Kyle would leave without her. Kyle stood next to her, intending to leave soon. She quickly wrapped her legs to finally set off. Nivea stroked the spirit and wished him good morning. Kyle stood closer to the girl and the baby, suggesting that they go on their way. The knight crept up to the exit of the cave, checking the situation. 3 reptiles with sharp teeth cautiously examined the forest clearing. Kyle noticed them and put his finger to his lips to keep the girl quiet. Nivea looked at the guy warily, but expressed understanding. The knight drew his sword, intending to fight the monsters. The angry reptile stood in the foliage, checking out the situation. Kyle struck the monster, swinging his sword and plunging it into the reptile's neck. Blood spattered in the air from the swing of the sword. The girl looked out of the cave, listening to the sounds. She tensed, realizing that she was among monsters without a weapon. Nivea looked confused and scared. The lizard peered out from the bushes, trying to scout out the situation. The headless monster lay in a pool of blood. Nivea looked at Kyle in horror. He looked back at her and looked frightening. The reptile made its usual sound, clearly intending to attack them. Kyle looked confident. You could see it in his eyes. Another swing of the sword towards the lizards. Drops of blood splashed onto the guy's face, but he remained firm. Kyle dealt damage again by grappling with the lizard. He dragged the ground with his feet, frozen with the sword in his hand. Clenching his sword in his fist, he was ready for another attack. Kyle swung his sword, leaving a bloody streak in the air. Nivea watched what was happening with interest and admiration. The guy turned around, seeing 3 lizards behind him. Nivea watched from the corner of the cave. Alarmed, the girl continued to watch. Thinking that everything had worked out, she was mistakenly happy. Suddenly, Agony made his usual sound. She took the baby in her arms, afraid that the monsters might hear. Her face was filled with fear as she pressed herself against the stone tiles of the cave. Fearing that the monsters had noticed her, Nivea ran away deeper into the cave. She intertwined her fingers hopefully, hoping that everything would be okay. The baby's body emitted a magical, very bright color. Nivea covered her face from the blue rays that blinded her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand, looking at the light. Her eyes expressed fear and interest at the same time. Suddenly, she picked up the bow into which the spirit had been transformed. The girl holding the glowing bow looked puzzled or a little embarrassed. Nivea concentrated and pulled the bowstring of the bow, glowing blue with magic, taking aim at the lizards. She turned around to face the enraged green monsters. The girl looked frightened and surprised in their presence. A green lizard with yellow eyes and a bared mouth was preparing to attack the girl. She froze in fear, looking at the reptiles. Nivea, who had drawn the bow that glowed blue with magic, looked determined. With a focused look and a slight blush, she prepared to release the arrow. A sly and mysterious smile appeared on her face. The green monster, with its grinning mouth, was struck by magical energy concentrated in a circle on its chest. The girl's face was covered in sweat, a blush, and a slight smile from excitement. She looked ahead with wide eyes and a surprised or even frightened expression on her face. Nivea held a bow glowing with magic in her hands, with a wary expression on her face. She grinned smugly, rejoicing in her victory. Kyle, sword in hand, fought off 3 green reptilian monsters. He looked determined as he raised his sword. Nivea drew her bow again, ready to shoot. He looked angry as he stood among the monsters and held a sword in his hand. The guy with dark hair and red eyes looked determined, and nearby there were splashes of blood from the fight. Kyle looked straight ahead with a serious expression on his face as a red line of blood flashed in front of him. Nivea took aim with her glowing bow, and the man next to her looked at her with surprise or concern. She smiled smugly as she stood next to Kyle, who held the sword and looked forward. The boy frowned at Nivea's smug remarks, responding with sarcasm. Nivea looked at him with irritation, clenching her teeth. The 3 monsters rushed towards them again. Nivea looked frightened, and the knight asked how she was feeling. She clenched her fist, contemplating her physical form. Having prepared themselves, they pointed their weapons towards the reptiles. Nivea fired her bow. Kyle struck again. Battered from the fight with monsters, the girl walks along the forest field. All her shoes are soaked with the blood of the recent battle. Hearing her name, she raised her head sharply. The alarmed aunt rushed towards her. Grabbing Nivea by the shoulders, she asked how she was feeling. The woman looked worried about her niece. Nivea reassured her aunt, looking at her with calmness in her eyes. Touching her elbow, the girl thought about the consequences of the fact that before the recent battle, she had not held a bow in her hands for a long time. Tired and bloodied, Kyle and Nivea sank to the ground. Nivea glanced in his direction, learning of the next steps. He told her about the car tracks and sent her on the trail. She found out where he was going by looking into the knight's face. Having said goodbye, Nivea set off on her journey. Looking worried, the girl asked how her aunt was feeling. Smiling weakly, the woman assured her that she was okay. They laughed and exchanged sharp jokes. They both looked worried, their eyes fixed ahead. Nivea expressed the thought that it would be wonderful if the Duke were dead. Together with the knights, they set out on their journey. The aunt decided to check the cart and tents, warning her niece. Nivea looked back, looking alarmed by something. She began calling for Rojok as she walked through the forest clearing. Hearing the sound, Nivea voiced the name again. Scratching the back of her head, she tried to figure out where the sound was coming from. She raised her head and looked at the view from above. Horn hung on a branch, pressed into it out of fear. She tried to calm him down by calling him by name. The horse was still shaking with fear, while Nivea spoke to him tenderly. Roshawk shed a tear, whining with fear. Suddenly, the horse developed a rainbow horn. A flutter of white wings appeared. The horn descended to the ground and Nivea praised it. The girl was touched by the horse and gently stroked him with her palms. Nivea introduced Rojak to Agoni. Suddenly, the girl's name was called again. The aunt looked at the bloody car. The woman and Nivea expressed shock at what they saw. The girl put her palm to her forehead, clearly tired of the whole situation. Auntie scratched her chin thoughtfully. Nivea responded to her name with a sideways glance. A man with blonde hair, surrounded by 2 knights on horseback, said the girl's name. Both girls were clearly unhappy that the Duke had not died after all. The Duke called out to Nivea again. Nivea made fun of the Duke. The man noticed the mess on her head, to which she replied that her hair was dirty and asked him not to touch it. Nivea, looking away, cheerfully exclaimed that he was a damn pervert and asked where he was reaching with his hands. The blonde man thought that the Duke must have escaped, sitting nobly on his steed, while the knights covered him. Nivea looked at the Duke happily and asked what she had in her hair. He looked at her in surprise, his eyes questioning. The blue eyes expressed emotionlessness and calm at the same time. The girl's face expressed disgust and incomprehension. He calmly noted her less than ideal condition. The man snapped his finger at his guards and beckoned them to him. Nivea pondered the differences between Kyle and the narcissistic Duke. Nivea took the clothes from the man's hands. She exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. "Man, lead a tied-up man with his mouth taped." The Duke chuckled and replied that he had picked it up on the way. Nivea began to put on the gifted robe. Having put on her boots, she simultaneously learned about Azula. Nivea asked the prisoner a question, but he could not answer. She asked again, removing the cloth from his mouth. He burst into tears and tried to answer her question. The man said that they were attacked by lizards. Nivea doubted his story, looking at him with suspicion. She asked the Duke where they picked up the boy. The girl asked again about Azula, looking at the man with interest. She asked her aunt what they would do next, to which the woman scratched her chin thoughtfully. She firmly outlined the options for action. Looking at the Duke and Nivea, she replied that they would soon continue their journey to the capital. The girl walked forward, crossing paths with the Duke. The baby made a sound again, attracting the Duke's attention. Nivea tried to evade the Duke's questions by turning away awkwardly. The man insisted that he clearly heard something. The girl jumped on the horse and turned away from the Duke. She talked about the spirit and its characteristics. Nivea wondered if the spirit could be something other than a bow. She wondered what would happen if he fell into the hands of a knight. The girl emphasized that she needs to train harder. A quiet, bright city appeared before my eyes. Their entire company found themselves at the entrance to the city. Nivea was again displeased with the Duke's presence. Auntie said she would take care of Nudolf and hand him over to the Supreme Court. Nivea watched them go. The girl became interested in whether there was a concept of collective responsibility in Ericilia. Nivea decided she should focus on what she could do. The Duke called out to the girl, and she remembered that he was still there. Etheus invited the heroine to go with him to the estate. Nia thought that he must have heard the conversation with his aunt, so why was he suddenly calling her to his estate? The Duke didn't like the girl's appearance, and she asked what was wrong with him. The Duke felt on top of things because he was lucky to be born handsome. Nivea came to the conclusion that if not now, she would visit Duke Etheus. The girl asked where the estate was, and Eteus replied that it was not far from the imperial palace. The Duke was called and told that his carriage was waiting for him. Etheus asked Nia to sit down. Nivea had a strange feeling that she saw a limousine. The Duke asked the girl to sit down again and said that they were already leaving. Nivea became worried about the baby and asked the boy to take care of him. The carriage set off, and people in the area were busy with their own affairs. Kyle stood in the shadows wearing a hood. The prince noticed the girl and wondered what was going on in her head. The boys were approaching an incredibly beautiful estate. Nivea looked at the estate with admiration. In the girl's head, it was a top-tier estate. It was the center of the city, indicating the position of the Duke's family in the kingdom. The Duke decided to assign a maid to Nivea, but the girl said that she would not be there for long, and there was no need to worry. The boys were met by the butler and maids. Everyone bowed before Etheus. The guy introduced Nivea as his bride and told her to treat her with due respect. The butler told the servant to take the girl to the room. Nivea looked around the room with admiration. The servant explained that this was her room. The guy offered to cook dinner for the girl. But she didn't care about the thought of food, she wanted to wash herself. The servants began to remove Nivea's clothes. The girl indignantly said that she could swim herself. Two girls awkwardly asked if perhaps a servant was needed after all. The girls wondered if Nivea didn't like the fact that there were only two of them. She felt somehow uneasy about what was happening. The girl explained that she just wanted to be alone. The servants left the girl alone, but if she needs their help, they will come. Nia replied that she was still not used to this kind of thing. The girl thought that it was not so easy to change her lifestyle, even though she was still a modern person in her body. Nivea thought about the convenience of having help while bathing, but it's still better to be alone. The heroine took out the slug and praised it for being quiet. The girl reminded him that he should behave just as well. The servant heard strange sounds and asked Nia if everything was okay with her. Nivea replied that everything was fine and told Ego to be quiet. Nivea began to slowly lower her foot into the water. A couple of seconds, and she was already completely immersed in the water. Ego made a noise of delight, and Nivea realized that he liked it too. The heroine thought that the bath in the village of Corral could not be compared to this one. Remembering the village, she also remembered the Duke with the long sword. Nivea tried to think about something else. Duke Etheus's estate was visible in the background. Of course, there is an army there, with the help of which Etheus is making plans to capture the kingdom. However, the Duke did not stop there and began to attract his eastern neighbors as allies. Among the feudal lords of the southeast, there is not a single family that has not made a secret deal with the Duke. Nivea understood why Eteus first began to subjugate the lands of the east. The king of Ericilia is ill and his power has weakened. Only now has production stabilized again. The more the power weakens, the more it grows for the Duke. It was this fact that Eteus used to secure the loyalty of the nobility. Nivea decided that the first thing she needed to do was find evidence that the Duke was planning a riding school. The girl put these thoughts aside, as it was lunchtime. Etheus warned the girl that she might not like the food, but Nia found it very tasty. The Duke noted that the dishes were prepared from the finest ingredients. There were shrimps in sauce visible on the plate. Nivea was surprised that there was no one else. For example, family. The Duke stopped eating. The guy ruled out having his family over for dinner. Eteus said that his father died a year ago. Nivea asked about Etheus's mother. The Duke replied with a delay that his mother was not there. Eteus looked at the girl and questions arose in his mind, because no one had ever asked about his family before. The late Duke Timotero was a greedy man. He saved his money and resources. He understood that as soon as the war ended, the situation in the country would change. But the war dragged on. Therefore, Timotero became obsessed with the idea of an heir. But the first child died, and after 3 miscarriages, both the wife and the baby died in childbirth. Perhaps Horatia herself cursed the Duke's line. This thought drove him crazy. Then something unexpected happened. The maid became pregnant, and the child was Etheus. The Duke remained thoughtfully silent. Nivea asked why Etheus wasn't drinking, to which she received the answer that he had enough. Despite this, the girl did not refuse the wine, because it was amazingly tasty. Eteus lightened the mood by saying that it was much sunnier in the south. Nivea thought that he had started bragging again. The Duke added that this is why the wines here are considered the best. Nivea really liked the wines. The Duke looked at the girl and called out to her. Nivea looked at him questioningly. Eteus added that the more she opens up to him, the less he understands what is on her mind. Nia thanked the guy, although it wasn't a compliment. The Duke mentally said that she was becoming a great mystery to him. Etheus once thought that she would be completely in his power and would not run away. He was sure that she would fall in love at first sight. Since childhood, the girl was raised to be submissive. She has no desire to possess anything more. Eteus came to the conclusion that they were similar to his mother. His mother was treated politely because she became the Duke's mistress. After all, just recently, she was the one who washed others' feet. But in the morning, her position had changed. And one day, she gave birth to a healthy baby who had Timutero's blood flowing through him. If a daughter were born, he would wait until she gave him a son. After Etheus was born, the Duke drove his mother away. Initially, the Duke only needed a son, his blood heir. Eteus added that, as an only son, he grew up in incredible care. And at the same time, he felt the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Eteus was tossing and turning, because on the one hand, the blood of the Duke flows in him, and on the other, a dirty commoner. People bowed their heads before him, and behind his back, they discussed his pitiful origins. But Etheus only wanted to become stronger. He cannot change his origin, he cannot choose his mother, The boy was jealous of the power that Nivea was about to receive. Nivea suggested breaking off the engagement, and the guy was very surprised. At first, Atheus thought that the heroine would return to him, but after he heard what Naya told Conrad, he stopped thinking that way. Nivea turned to her father with a request, explaining that they are no longer children in need of protection. The Duke wondered if this was an attempt to calm his old, sick father. Atheus heard the girl say that she was not thinking of retreating. The Duke turned his head in bewilderment. At the legacy ceremony, the girl's words were confirmed. This made the Duke look at her in a different light. The Duke saw countless numbers of those who praised him, while behind his back they spoke harsh words. The guy felt that Nivea was not like everyone else. Duke Atheus involuntarily expressed a desire to have a drink with her. The girl didn't hear this and asked again. The guy said that if Nia went into the bedroom with him, he would give her a lot of wine. The girl stopped him and said that she liked drinking solo. The Duke did not understand her words, and the heroine explained that solo meant drinking alone. Atheus wondered if she knew about the rumors, about its origin and facts related to it. In any case, the Duke didn't like it. The guy asked the girl if she would refuse to have a drink with him. The girl refused and joked about his height. The Duke broke into a smile and couldn't help but laugh. Nivea was scared, because she didn't understand why he was laughing. Atheus ordered the servants to listen. He asked for a table with drinks to be prepared in his bedroom. The Duke extended his hand to the girl and called her to follow him. Nivea took a long time to decide whether to accept this offer. She decided that going to the bedroom wouldn't be the worst decision. The girl stood up carefully and said that she agreed. Nivea warned that she would only be his companion for one evening. Turning proudly, she walked forward. Atheus watched with a smirk as Nivea, even without knowing the entire estate, confidently walked ahead. Red wine was poured into shiny glasses. Nivea no longer understood what number glass it was. The Duke noted that the girl's face had already turned red. Nivea asked Atheus how he was coping, to which he replied that he had never drunk to the point of intoxication. This answer did not satisfy her, because she planned to get him drunk and start looking for evidence. However, the Duke had no plans to succumb to the influence of alcohol. Nivea was not going to give up and kept topping up the Duke's glass with wine. It was she who regulated the pace of their meal. The girl encouraged Atheus to drink all the wine they had. Atheus didn't understand the message of her words, to which she replied that it was some kind of chant. Taking her glass in her hands, Nivea offered the Duke to clink glasses. After some time, there were many empty bottles on the table. As it turned out, Atheus was quite the drunkard. Over time, the Duke noticed that Nivea hardly drank. The girl was at a loss at first, but pulled herself together. The girl, confused, took a glass of water and tried to convince him otherwise. Nivea added that if you drink alcohol with water, you won't get drunk as quickly. She realized that she could have simply brought sleeping pills, since it was very difficult to get Atheus drunk. The wine cork made a loud pop. The girl realized that perhaps she would be able to get him to drink this particular alcohol. The young people began tasting. Nivea began to spit the drink into another glass, pretending to drink. She believed that she was a master at deception. The Duke noted that he did not have so many bottles of wine that he would spit it out so wastefully. In surprise, Nivea spat the wine straight at the Duke. She tried to rectify the situation by wiping away the remaining wine with the sleeve of her dress, while simultaneously apologizing to the Duke. Atheus didn't understand why Nivea was doing this. Suddenly, the guy grabbed her hand. Nivea looked at him in surprise and suggested calling one of the servants or changing his clothes. In response, Atheus only looked at Nivea with a serious gaze. He said confidently that he did not need any help or new clothes. Nivea, confused, asked the Duke to finally let go of her hand. The Duke's gaze was still as intense. It seemed to Nivea that the Duke was suddenly overcome by a power that reached to the heavens. Suddenly, with a confident movement of his hand, Atheus pulled the girl closer to him. When their faces were extremely close to each other, Nivea, in horror, began to ask him to stop. Suddenly, the Duke pushed the girl. She felt something soft underneath her body. Realizing that she was currently lying on the bed with Atheus looming over her, Nivea fell into a stupor. With clenched teeth, she asked the Duke to collect his thoughts, because he was acting like a perverted scoundrel. Atheus drew attention to the word perverted. The Duke considered the word relatively affectionate, and noted that she had not called him that for a long time. The girl was confused that he considered this something good. The guy's eyes sparkled with some kind of peculiar excitement. Beads of sweat from stress appeared on Nivea's face, and she repeated that the Duke was a perverted bastard. Atheus clearly liked this, so he asked her to continue calling him that. Looking at the guy, Nivea was once again convinced of his inadequacy. Etheus still insisted that Nivea call him names. Nivea said that she didn't go drinking with him for that reason, but Eteus replied that he was going precisely for this purpose. Nivea overlooked the fact that this madman had not been affected by her words from the very beginning. The girl asked him to just shut up. Etheus began to slowly approach Nivea's face. Nivea pushed the guy away from her with all her might. Etheus was quite frightened by this. Literally a couple of seconds, and Nivea was already sitting on him. The guy was shocked, not understanding how she managed to do this. Nivea looked at the guy with a smile and laughed. She managed to say what she called a three-cornered hold, and then immediately pinned his head between her legs. Etheus seemed to be turning blue before our eyes. He didn't have enough air even to say something. Nivea looked at him and smiled, wishing him sweet dreams. She felt uneasy at the realization that they had almost kissed. She decided it was high time to start searching. Nivea carefully approached the door and opened it slightly. The girl decided to check everything in his office first. Approaching the table, Nivea began to open each drawer one by one. But unfortunately, there was nothing there, which upset her a little. Looking at the closet, she realized that there was nothing there at all except useless books. Running her hand over each book, one of them caught her eye. It stood out from the rest. Carefully taking the book, a small leaf fell out of it. At that moment, there was loud knocking at the door. The girl immediately rushed back to the bed with Etheus. The head butler knocked on the door, asking the master if he could come in. Nivea didn't understand what to do, because Eteus was unconscious and asked to wait. The girl rushed towards the Duke and began to unbutton his shirt. She began to ruffle her hair aggressively and nervously. The butler did not wait for an answer and opened the door slightly. His expression changed. He clearly didn't expect to see anyone other than the Duke. Nivea told him hesitantly that his lordship was fast asleep. The shirt was unbuttoned just a little, but Eteus didn't move at all. The butler felt uneasy, and his cheeks immediately turned red. He asked the servant to take the lady to her chambers. Nivea became upset, deciding that she would not be able to find out anything more. Walking down the corridor, the girl thought that if she had gone alone, she would definitely have gotten lost, since she had always had problems with orientation. She didn't notice how they had already approached Nivea's room. Nivea, entering the room, noticed how the maids were whispering something among themselves. She realized that servants were like their masters, so no one could be trusted. The servants asked her to call them if she needed help. The girl waited patiently until the door to her room closed. She immediately collapsed onto the bed with relief. After the wine, Nivea was so sleepy that even her nervousness went away. Suddenly, she giggled, trying to get something out of her sleeve. Egony carefully held the very note that had fallen out of the book. Nivea decided that she would be interested in reading something at night. The next morning, the girl looked, to put it mildly, not very good. She told Etheus with displeasure that she wanted to have breakfast in her room. The Duke said he would have to leave a little later, adding that this was the only chance to eat together. Nivea exhaled heavily and said that then she would leave today. Eteus was stunned and asked the girl again what she had said. Nivea said that she had not planned to stay long, and especially since she still needed to go to the temple. Etheus offered to take her tomorrow, which Nivea immediately refused. He decided to remind her that although she was a candidate for sainthood, she was also his fiancée. Nivea cried out indignantly that she had already said that she refused. Eteus said that it was not his plan to give her up, and besides, everyone already knew about it. Nivea said that they weren't even engaged, that she hadn't given any consent, adding that Azula had decided everything for her. Etheus began to speak in a quiet voice. Between each word he spoke, he made small pauses. Nivea, oppressed by anticipation, did not understand what the Duke was trying to say. After thinking for a moment, Etheus said that it was time to take responsibility. Not expecting such a result, the girl jumped up abruptly and said that if the Duke had to take responsibility for her, then there was no need for this. The man looked at Nivea with a serious expression and clarified that she needed to take responsibility for herself. Nivea was very surprised by his answer and considered his words to be some kind of nonsense. A certain embarrassment filled Etheus, and he decided to recall the night spent in the company of Nivea. Seeing the girl's sincere lack of understanding, the Duke became slightly upset and came to the conclusion that she had forgotten what had happened then. Nivea was horrified and couldn't understand how he could remember anything if, unlike her, he was unconscious. Memories overwhelmed the man, and he said that the girl unbuttoned his shirt with her own hands. The girl thought that despite the fact that he was unconscious, the Duke could wake up at some point. Nivea decided to explain to him how it really was, but the man did not listen to her because he was still in his thoughts. Blushing slightly with embarrassment, Ethias said that he had no idea she could be like that. The girl thought about what nonsense he was telling her. Realizing that the situation needed to be rectified immediately, Nivea decided to clarify that nothing had happened between them that night. These words sounded very unconvincing to Ethias, so he decided that Nivea, just like him, barely remembered her actions. The girl began to get a little angry and said that he didn't have any memories because there was simply nowhere for them to come from. Looking at her puzzledly, the guy did not agree with her words and added that he still remembered some fragments. Nivea was still trying to convince him that she just wanted to wipe the wine off of him, but Ethias wouldn't listen to her. The girl was driven crazy by the fact that she could not tell the truth, that the reason for his passing out was her chokehold. When Nivea swore that nothing had happened between them, because she remembered everything, Ethias replied that the butler could confirm it. The girl looked with irritation at the butler, who at that time was agreeing with the Duke's words. Nivea crossed her arms and said that there was nothing here that she should be responsible for anyway. The Duke decided to ask her whether she had deliberately gotten him drunk. When the man added that she did it in order to take advantage of him, the girl became scared. She realized that she shouldn't have gotten involved with this idiot in the first place. Nivea, with a fragmented head, declared that there was nothing except what he himself filled out. To make it even more convincing, she even swore by God. It was unbearably hard for her, because it seemed to her that he was taking her for a fool, attributing such actions to her, and because she could not tell the truth about the reason for his disconnection. Disappointment appeared in the Duke's eyes. Pulling himself together, Ethias said that they hadn't crossed the line one way or another. The girl started screaming about why anyone should be held responsible when they hadn't even finished. Nivea added that if he continued talking about responsibility, she would pack her things right now. Ethias no longer understood how to react to her words. He said that since he had a lot of work today, he could take her tomorrow. Nivea realized that alcohol was only causing her problems. The girl was very tired and sat down on the bed to rest. The Duke had infuriated her especially strongly today. Nivea asked if anyone was nearby, and at that moment, one of the maids appeared at the door. The girl wanted to get some fresh air, so she asked to prepare her clothes for a walk. Nivea walked down the street, where various offers from local merchants could be heard. The girl was asked to take her time because they couldn't keep up with her, but Nivea had initially asked not to follow her. She thought about being treated like a woman, that she had spent the night with the Duke last night. Even though it was not true, Nivea decided to go to the clothing store first. The friendly lady greeted the guests. Confused, she turned to Nivea to ask if she was looking for anything specific. Nivea looked at her with an important expression. Walking between the racks of clothes, she pointed out each outfit she saw. The consultant girl could no longer cope on her own and asked for help. Nivea continued to add outfits. Nivea's assistant asked why she needed so many clothes, to which Nivea asked her to make sure they brought everything she had pointed out. While her assistant dealt with the consultants, Nivea walked forward with a serious face. The girl slowly began to change clothes in the fitting room. Adjusting the hood of her black cape, she thought about something. Nivea peeked out to make sure everyone was distracted. The girls were enthusiastically discussing outfits for her. Making sure everyone was busy, Nivea realized it was time to leave. A few minutes later, the girl was already free, where she finally felt alive. The merchants continued to loudly advertise their goods for purchase. Nivea walked quickly around the corner of the building. The girl's gait was confident. Nivea heard some rustling and looked around. Removing the hood of her cloak, she said that the guest could come out of his hiding place. A tall figure in the same black cloak appeared in front of her. Nivea told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kyle stood in front of her. The girl asked him if he had been following her all this time. When Kyle asked her how she knew, Nivea said that his stalking was quite obvious. The knight had been following her from the moment she stepped out of the carriage and didn't even try to hide. The girl has well-developed reflexes and, like a well-trained knight, she senses the presence of others. Kyle decided to ask Nivea why she came to Duke Ethias's estate. He thought that it was impossible that she did not suspect the plans of Aetius Timotero. The guy got angry at the girl because she said that she didn't feel anything for the Duke and was going to break off her engagement with him. With a serious look, Kyle said that Nivea should not call the Duke to fool her. Nivea was furious at the knight's words. With a sharp movement, she handed something to Kyle. The guy was holding an unknown paper in his hands. Nivea found this note in the Duke's bedroom, and since it was hidden, it can be understood that it is not a useless piece of paper. Kyle realized that Nivea had gone to the estate to collect evidence. The knight felt ashamed of his wrong thoughts towards her. He decided to apologize to the girl and said that there was a misunderstanding between them. Nivea decided to ask the man if he knew about the affairs of her aunt and Nudolf. Kyle said that the search for Azula was ongoing, and if she was found, he and Nudolf would be sent to serve their sentences. Otherwise, Nudolf will be sentenced for both. Kyle added that Ferrari decided to stay with one of her colleagues, since she does not have her own home in the capital. Nivea was hungry, so she asked the knight if he had anything to eat. Kyle noted that every time they met, Nivea said she was hungry. Hearing this, the veins on the girl's forehead bulged with anger. She said that perhaps in a past life she was a vagabond and died of hunger. Nivea cried out that she hadn't had a proper breakfast because she couldn't swallow a single bite next to Duke Aethius. She said that if he really felt sorry, he should feed her. Nivea asked to go somewhere less crowded, and that it would be even better if they had a few drinks. They came to a certain establishment. Nivea was delighted with how vintage it was. The girl asked Kyle what this place was. Kyle asked the waiter to bring 2 beers and something to eat. Nivea periodically looked back where various sounds were heard. She decided that these men looked threatening. The waiter brought them beer quite quickly. Kyle said 1 mug each would be enough for them, adding that Nivea should just drink water. Kyle focused his attention on something, looking very intently. He noticed 2 strange men. As soon as they noticed his menacing look, their faces changed. Kyle looked very intimidating to them. Nivea said he couldn't even imagine what she had to go through to find even that piece of paper. Kyle asked the girl if something was wrong. Nivea began to talk about her with the Duke in his bedroom. Hearing this, Kyle's hand that was holding the beer glass tightened very tightly. Nivea looked at the guy with a smile and said that she was sleeping. Kyle slammed his mug down on the table, sending beer flying in all directions. Everyone heard this and paid attention to them. When the mug hit the table hard, the bottom gave way and all the contents spilled out. The waiter asked Kyle why he was being so rowdy. Seeing the angry guy, the man said that he should be more careful next time. He took the mug and said that he would bring a new one right away. Kyle told Nivea that he thought he had simply misheard. The guy was furious and asked Nivea to stop joking like that. Nivea said it wasn't that they slept together. She just had to put him to bed. She said she had no choice but to get him drunk until he passed out and send him to bed so he could look around in peace. Kyle sternly told her not to do that again. He said there was no need to go that far to find out anything. Nivea asked if he could really get into the Duke's estate. The girl said with dissatisfaction that she tried her best to learn as much as possible, but in the end, she heard nothing but reproaches. Kyle asked her if Aethius knew about what happened that night. Nivea said that it seemed like he remembered some isolated fragments, and these were very strange episodes. Kyle asked the girl what she meant by strange episodes. Nivea said the Duke thought she was attacking him. She added that as soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately started talking nonsense. Kyle stood up abruptly and slammed his hands on the table, telling Nivea to stop. He shouted at her to get out of there and never have anything to do with the Duke again. Kyle added that she should do it right today. Nivea felt uneasy. She thought that he had also gone crazy. She said it was like running away without paying. Kyle said that she should just leave, and all the responsibility would fall on him. Nivea said that as soon as she found out everything, she would immediately leave, asking why he was angry. She added that it was literally written all over his face. Kyle admitted to himself that he was indeed angry, but not at Nivea. The reason was the nonsense-talking Duke Aethius. Nivea said she lured him into bed to knock him out and make it look like he fell asleep. Kyle screamed that this damn pervert really had no equal in this field. Having calmed down, the guy said that Nivea was a good girl for strangling him. Kyle asked Nivea what about the nights they spent together. He added that Nivea must keep her word with him from the very beginning. Nivea was confused as to what was going on. Kyle thought about what he had just said. He told her that she had also seen him naked. Nivea felt uneasy because she was almost able to forget everything. Kyle said that from her own words, it appears that she then ran away without paying. Nivea stood up from the table and screamed. The next day, Nivea was riding somewhere in a carriage. Nivea looked out the window. Her face showed that she was unhappy about something. Aethius was also in the carriage and asked if she had slept poorly the night before. Nivea said that she had a lot of thoughts in her head, which kept her tossing and turning all night. Aethius asked if she couldn't sleep because she was thinking about him. Nivea couldn't understand why he suddenly became so inspired. Nivea immediately began to deny everything, that this was not true and under no circumstances. They arrived at that very temple. Aethius kindly offered his hand to Nivea so that she could get out of the carriage. Nivea told him that here they were forced to part. Aetius suggested going together, as he had business at the temple. For people, the very appearance of priests is already a lottery, since they are born randomly once every few decades. Nivea, who had the best chance of becoming a priestess, became engaged to the only duke in the kingdom. This topic has become hotly debated in society, and it would be strange if no one knew about this event. Because of this, Nivea could not sleep at night because she was so worried. She even thought that it would be better to hide in the wilderness, where no one would go. Nivea realized that even this would hardly change the future and prevent the war. When the war began in the novel, it took many lives, although most of those killed were soldiers, and ordinary people and nobility were not harmed. The one who took their lives was Horatia. She became angry and sent an omen to Nivea. The voice could have belonged to either a child or an adult. It was unlike any known voice. All Nivea remembered was how much endless anger and disappointment there was in him. This novel doesn't have a sad ending. It's a complete ending where everyone dies. Nivea felt an invisible weight, as if she was entangled in invisible threads of fate. It is these that Nivea will need to cut. Nivea knew she would rather laugh in her face, grabbing for any life preserver, deceiving her. After much deliberation, she decided to pretend to be submissive for now, and then strike from behind. The same thing happened with the Duke. Nivea decided that she would take everything she could from his power and wealth. She thought he would have done the same, abandoning Nivea and taking advantage of her status as a priestess. Aetius asked what clothes she bought yesterday. Nivea said she just chose the one she felt comfortable in. Aetius said that these were the clothes of common people. Nivea said that we need to find out about the life inside her. Aetius told her to buy whatever she wanted. The girl began to be sarcastic, listing the jewelry in the carriage. She asked if she could buy his estate, to which Aetius told her not to overestimate her possibilities. They stood in the very temple from which Nivea had once fled. The high priest said that they had been waiting for the Duke for a long time. You could see from his face how much he was worried. Nivea was curious to see how she would be received here. She smiled slyly and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The high priest coughed and said that he was glad to meet them. Nivea noticed that he looked strong and healthy. She asked to give her some time and give her some time. They stood in a stupor, not understanding what to answer. One of the men told her to follow him. The Duke turned to Nivea with excitement. He said he needed to talk to the high priest. Nivea said with displeasure that they should talk as much as they wanted. The girl went somewhere with the man. The man was interested in what she wanted to ask him. They approached some room where Nivea knocked. Nivea turned to the man, which made him slightly wary. The girl asked how they could meet. The Holy Father asked if they were talking about Mrs. Rosanna. Nivea asked with displeasure why she would seek a meeting with her. Nivea wondered if Rosanna knew she had arrived. She decided that she absolutely had to go and see her. The Holy Father was a little agitated. Nivea said that it wasn't Rosanna anyway. The girl said that she wanted to meet the goddess. She asked what she needed to do to make the meeting happen. The Holy Father was perplexed as to how she could simply ask about her. Nivea asked him not to drag it out and to speak directly. The man said he didn't know. Nivea was shocked by this answer. The Holy Father said that they were just insignificant creatures. Nivea asked if no one knew. The Holy Father said that only a select few could hear her voice. He added that if Nivea became a priestess, her will would be revealed to her. Nivea asked, what if she came to her in a dream and chose her for this role? The Holy Father said that the high priest was able to read and understand her signs. The Holy Father said that the time would come, and she would send them a test, which they would have to interpret correctly. Nivea said indignantly, and in a quiet voice, that they didn't seem to be translators. The girl asked him again that if she did not become a priestess, she would not be able to establish contact with the goddess. The Holy Father said that in very ancient times, ordinary people were able to meet with the goddess Horatia. He suggested that they accomplish this through prayer. Nivea thought that this sounded like some kind of bullshit. The Holy Father said that there is no need to doubt. You need to believe in her, and she will answer. He added that when the time comes, the great meaning of everything will be revealed to everyone. The Holy Father finally said that if she had any questions, she could ask them at any time. Nivea continued to repeat the words about prayer in her head. She spent a few more minutes digesting what the Holy Father had told her. The girl understood that even in her old guise, she never prayed. And in the new one, she never believed in gods. But she acknowledged that in her worldview, God definitely exists. Nivea was confused about whether she should kneel down to pray. She had been through so much hardship, but now she could feel her hands, not the scars from training. The girl didn't understand what to say. and decided that she would say everything that was on her mind. Nivea decided to start by saying that her name is not Nivea at all. She began to say that she was a person not from this world, that she ended up in this body after reading the book. Nivea admitted to herself that she could not continue to remain in this world. The girl tearfully asked for her lost soul to be returned home. She looked up and wondered if the goddess could hear everything she was saying. Nivea exhaled heavily and thanked the goddess. She didn't understand what to do next, because she lived in complete disarray. The girl decided to leave everything to Rosanna and just leave. She barely got up from her knees, with a bunch of thoughts in her head. Nivea headed towards the exit to return to the high priest and the duke. She slowly reached for the door handle, unsuspecting. Opening the door, Nivea was stunned by what was in front of her. It was the silhouette of a girl, in a cape, but for some reason without a face. At that moment, it felt like a million goosebumps ran through Nivea's body. The atmosphere was very scary. The girl just walked past Nivea. Nivea was in a panic, not understanding what was happening at all. At some point, she realized that she couldn't move at all. The door slammed shut very quickly and loudly. Nivea was unable to leave the room, and the girl stood behind her. Nivea became even more nervous. She couldn't even move a finger. Suddenly, that strange girl just started floating in the air. Nivea turned her head slightly, noticed this, and decided that she was another crazy person. The girl said sharply that she was not crazy and asked Nivea to sit down. Nivea thought it was an exclamation, not a wish. The voice was impossible to identify unambiguously. It could have belonged to anyone. It was the goddess Horatia who answered Nivea's prayer. Nivea, kneeling, said that it was an honor for her to meet the goddess herself. Horatia replied that she had almost no time and would get straight to the point. Nivea understood what it really feels like to have a trip. Horatia sharply told Nivea to stop thinking about nonsense and listen carefully. She said that without further ado, she was the one who brought her into this world. Nivea was surprised and outraged at the same time. She hoped that she had misheard it. Raising her hand up, the goddess said that it was by her will that Nivea's soul was now here. Nivea was perplexed as to why and for what purpose. Horatia said that Nivea herself saw how this world was perishing. Nivea thought she had abandoned the book, but there was no more than a page left to the end. The girl began to ask the goddess to bring her back. Horatia immediately asked what Nivea would have done then, and whether she could have changed anything. The girl was stunned, as if she was dumbfounded by this question. She immediately remembered herself with numerous injuries and pains. Horatia pointed this out by saying that Nivea herself was not confident in herself and her abilities. Nivea wondered if she could change anything here. Horatia said mockingly that nothing would change either there or here. Nivea began to be indignant that Horatia could not decide anything for her. The goddess smiled very strangely. She slowly began to lower herself to the floor and began to say something incomprehensible. Horatia said she was here to show that Nivea was incapable of anything. The girl, already in a strong panic, began to cover her ears with her hands. Horatia continued to say that the ignorant must see the light. She hovered over Nivea, telling her to realize her powerlessness. Nivea was in great despair. She realized that she herself was constantly in a hurry, running forward. Nivea knew that a day of rest would cost her a whole week of hard work. There were also times when she thought that her efforts would finally bear fruit. But then, it was as if her wings had been clipped. The climb to the top took a huge amount of effort and time, but the fall from it took seconds. She felt like there was someone next to her. Nivea suddenly exploded in intense panic. Etheus stood next to her and said that she had finally woken up. The girl was confused about where she was and what had happened to her. Looking around, she realized that she was in her room in the temple. Nivea realized that nothing could be changed. She became very angry, gritting her teeth. Etheus said that she suddenly fainted. She asked if there was anyone there besides her. The Duke said that no one entered or left that room. Nivea got angry, thinking that it was all the damn goddess. She suddenly thought that she could hear everything. Nivea said not to worry, saying the room was a little stuffy. He said he was waiting for her, so they could get back together. Nivea didn't understand what was being discussed. And then the Duke said that he meant the house. Nivea said she was going to stay here for a while. She decided that she would stay there until the name of the next priestess was called. Etheus said he planned to stay in the southern part of the duchy for a while. He wasn't entirely pleased that she simply wished him a safe journey. It was clear from his face that he was upset. Nivea asked if she asked him to stay, would he leave? Etheus said that the house should not remain empty for long without its owner. But he had things to do. Nivea grinned. Because his affairs are ordinary nights? Etheus said that he would definitely write to her. After these words, he immediately went to the carriage. You could tell he was upset. There was a strong feeling of pressure in my chest. He didn't understand why he felt so sad, because he had never felt like this before. Etheus remembered Nivea's words, that she had always been sincere with him. Nivea's beaming smile couldn't get out of his head. He couldn't accept that this was their last time. Etheus wanted her to smile when she was around him. Of course, he doesn't like her willfulness. Nivea never asked for help, which made him very upset. There were many things about her that didn't suit Etheus, but they also attracted him. It was deep night, and the moon was shining brightly. Nivea and Rojak watched the meteor shower. It was clear from her that she was quite tired. Nivea had been feeling a bit stuffy all this time, but the air had become cooler. Rojak was happy that Nivea was next to her. Nivea said that they would soon come to a better place, and they could relax. The goddess Horatia never left the girl's head. There was a loud clap of thunder and a flash of lightning, which made them very scared. Nivea began to think that she might actually hear everything. She didn't understand why the goddess was watching only her. Someone addressed Nivea, right from behind her. It was Sir Knight Kyle. He came out from behind the tree. Kyle asked her what was wrong with her. He added that Nivea looked like something had happened to her. Nivea hesitated and said that all sorts of things had happened. Kyle said that didn't sound like her at all. That's why he asked. As he left, he said that, in general, the world is full of bad things. Nivea, of course, agreed with him. She said she felt as if the universe was particularly cold towards her. The words that she couldn't change anything upset her greatly. She exhaled heavily, and her lips began to tremble on their own. Kyle said that this attitude didn't suit her at all. He said that he was an excellent archer, adding that she cooks better than all the chefs on the continent. Kyle said with a smile that her food was very, very tasty. He said that sometimes she can be a little rude, but at least she never lies. Nivea said that she was actually a good liar. Kyle said that at least there was no hypocrisy in her. Nivea felt sad that she was not Nivea at all. She thought that she could at least save Nivea's life. Nivea decided that it would be double luck if she could do this and return to her world. She smiled, deciding that everything was not as bad as she thought. Kyle said that he had lied to her about something. He added that he couldn't tell her yet, but she would find out everything when the time came. Nivea felt a little uneasy about this. Kyle was surprised that she didn't even ask. She said she doesn't have a habit of pestering people with questions. Kyle realized that she didn't fit his ideas at all. He said she didn't need to live up to anyone's expectations. Together, they gazed at the beautiful starry sky. Kyle wondered if this might be an attempt to convince himself. Although as a prince, he was always prepared to rule the country. He was not sure that he would have time to resolve all the kingdom's post-war problems. Kyle told Nivea that she needed to see the world through her own eyes, not through someone else's. Nivea asked if he thought he was being too serious. Kyle looked at her with a smile. The girl said that he had just looked very much like a scientist. Kyle said he liked the word scientist. Nivea smirked at how happy he was to be praised. She thanked him for his support. Nivea asked him if she could ask one question. She asked him why he was helping the prince. Kyle asked what she meant by that. Nivea said that he had no reason to do so, adding that he had many talents, and that the Duke would be happy to take such a person to his place. Kyle simply said that he believed in him, which surprised Nivea. He said that anything could become true if enough people believed it. Nivea said that the Duke could not be defeated so easily. She added that the weak always kneel before the weak. Kyle said that a country can be governed not only by a strong army. Nivea thought that in her world, there were those who did this to their own people. Kyle said he didn't care if Duke Etheus wanted to take the crown, adding that he was not going to sit on the sidelines while the Duke was ready to step over heads. He firmly said that he had to stop him so that others would not get hurt. Nivea was very surprised to hear this. He looked like a real hero in her eyes. Nivea offered him a contract. Kyle was a little surprised and didn't understand what kind of agreement she could be talking about. Nivea said that if she officially became a spy, everything would be fine. Kyle said he thought they already had that kind of relationship. Nivea smiled and asked if he agreed. Kyle smiled and of course agreed to it. They shook hands firmly. Kyle felt a little awkward about this. He put his hand on his chest and said about the heart. Nivea immediately asked him what was wrong with him and what hurt him. She kept asking him over and over again what was wrong with him. Nivea rushed to him and offered to help. Kyle turned red with embarrassment. Nivea was confused by how fast it was beating. She listened and understood that it couldn't be a heart attack because he was still very young. Kyle seemed to be burning with embarrassment and awkwardness. He asked her not to touch him there. Nivea asked him if he had any heart problems. Kyle whispered for Nivea to take her hands off her. This surprised the girl very much. She looked at her hand, which was on his chest. Nivea thought about what kind of body he had, and what kind of muscles he had. Kyle cried out, "How could a woman touch a man so easily?" Nivea said that there was nothing wrong with it, that she was just worried about him. He cried out that this was no reason to openly grope him. Nivea's expression changed, because she was unable to touch this pervert. Kyle, seeing the girl's reaction, immediately apologized. He wondered why his heart was beating so fast. Kyle decided that these were obvious health problems. He realized that this was a common occurrence for knights or guards. The guy told himself that he would need to drink some tinctures or decoctions. It was immediately clear that Kyle was just new to love. The next day, the events took place during the service. Nivea prayed and asked herself in her head if Horus could hear her. She thought that, apparently, the gods themselves choose when to appear to people. Yesterday, Nivea trained long and hard. She noticed the men and thought that the service had already ended. Nivea was exhausted because she had clearly overdone it during training. A female voice caught her attention. Rosanna stood in front of her, her arms folded across her chest. Nivea remarked that she looked great and asked how she was doing. Rosanna asked indignantly where Nivea had come from. She screamed, "Why the hell did she even come back?" She was so angry that she even started biting her lip. She told Nivea that she was just making her way while no one was looking. Nivea said that not everyone always gets what they want. With a grin, the girl asked if he should give her the priestess's place. Rosanna clenched her fist so hard in anger that even her veins bulged. She was outraged that Nivea was treating her dream so carelessly. Rosanna screamed loudly for her to just disappear. She asked what else Nivea needed to come back. The girl continued to scream, not giving Nivea a chance to respond. Nivea replied that nothing here depended on her wishes. Rosanna shouted that Nivea had seduced the Duke and taken him into her hands. Through tears, she said that the Duke had even stopped communicating with her. Edius told Rosanna that he believed that she was worthy of becoming a priestess, and regarding the engagement with Nivea, he said that it was purely political in nature. Rosanna waited a long time for her and the Duke to be together. She then waited and laughed loudly at Nivea's back. But rumors were circulating that the Erber family was gathering all the local aristocrats. That Viscountess Herbert has been arrested on suspicion of murder. But what finished her off was when Duke Ethius announced his engagement. Then she immediately realized that they were talking about Nivea. Nivea smiled and asked if she really thought she had seduced him. Rosanna shouted that Nivea never knew her place. Nivea said that with such an attitude, she does not want to help her at all. The girl firmly said that she did not need Nivea's help. Nivea didn't understand why she thought that by constantly putting others down, she would make herself look better. The girl just dreamed that everyone would leave her alone. Nivea said that Rosanna could take the Duke right now. Rosanna asked how she could just give it to her. She said that they were already hers, that she had nothing to give. Nivea let out a heavy sigh, saying that she was fed up with this. As she left, Nivea said that Rosanna would definitely be left with nothing. These words made the girl even more angry. Rosanna grabbed Nivea by the cloak and said that no one had let her go. Nivea slowly turned her head towards the hand. She told Rosanna to take her hands off her in a menacing and confident tone. Rosanna continued to bombard Nivea with questions. Nivea smiled slyly. She said she planned to hit, which scared Rosanna. Nivea, smiling maliciously, said that she wanted to break bones. She asked Rosanna if she wanted to be part of her plans. Rosanna hesitated and asked if Nivea was threatening her. Nivea told Rosanna to stop wasting her time. As she walked away proudly, she told Rosanna to come up with something of her own. Rosanna was absolutely furious about what was happening. The next day, events in the commoners' area. Nivea was riding in the carriage and noticed that it had become much cleaner here. Ferrari asked her if she really had business in such a place. Nivea said she needed to meet someone. The girl got out of the carriage and began to look around. Her expression immediately changed, as if she saw something. She noticed Rosie in front of her, playing with the sand. Rosie also noticed Nivea and immediately smiled. She threw her arms around her, and Nivea was very pleased that the girl recognized her. Nivea noticed the hiding girl and asked Rosie who was there. The girl also immediately smiled when she realized who it was. It was Roy. She ran towards Nivea. The girl said that Laura was working and had gone there since early morning. Nivea was very surprised by this. She remembered how she saw her the last time. Nivea asked the girls what she did for a living and where she worked. She decided that if someone was making a slave out of her, she would find them and bury them. The girls noticed how quickly and strongly Nivea became angry. Laura appeared in front of them, saying that she had returned. As soon as Laura noticed Nivea, she smiled and blushed slightly. Nivea was also very happy to see her. The girl began to say that she was very worried about her and asked where she had been. Laura looked at the bag in her hands and pointed at it. She handed the bag to Nivea and told her to help herself. Nivea looked into the bag and realized it was bread. Laura said that she helps in the bakery, where her aunt constantly treats her to bread and gives it to her home. Nivea was pleasantly surprised. She was proud of Laura. She patted her on the head and said she was wonderful. Nivea asked how she found such a job. Laura said that after Nivea and the knight left, many people appeared in their area. The girl asked what people she was talking about. Laura said they fixed houses, opened different shops, and provided jobs and food. Nivea became curious about who decided to help the city. She thought about it, and for some reason, Kyle's name immediately appeared in her head. The girl understood that he could very well do that, but she immediately abandoned this idea, deciding that he was always busy with his own affairs. Nivea said that she had to leave soon and left the rest of the bag for them. The girl told the girls that she had brought a gift for them. Laura looked at the large boxes, with her eyes sparkling with joy. She said that the bakery was a bit difficult, but she really enjoyed it. Laura said that as soon as she makes the bread with her own hands, she will definitely share it with her. Nivea was delighted by this and said that she was sure that it would be very tasty. She said she was very glad that they were all healthy and safe. The girls were very happy to see her and were already looking forward to their next meeting. Ferrari watched all this from the carriage. She watched every action carefully and thought. Time flew by quickly, and they arrived at the palace of Eracilius. Kyle was deep in thought as he walked down the hallway. It was clear from his expression that he was upset about something. He entered the room where his elderly father lay. Kyle clenched his fists tightly. Guillermo Ilich Eracilia, a great king who is much loved in the kingdom. He earned his fame and title with sweat and blood, the hope and pride of an entire country. As the king of Eracilia became a swordmaster, people boasted about it countless times to the Archon kingdom. The situation changed when the second prince of the Archon kingdom also became a swordmaster. Prince Eracilia became the youngest master of the sword. He was Kales Ilich Eracilia. But one shining star began to fall rapidly downwards and become a comet. Kyle whispered to his father that he had arrived. The disease had deeply affected his body, apparently as a result of all the suffering he had experienced. In his time, Guillermo shone like the sun in the sky. He always fought morning and afternoon, and in the evening and at night, he was busy with the affairs of the kingdom. This man was truly a king who deserved respect and glory. The war was too long and drained everyone's strength. Kyle knew that the aristocrats would probably be watching my every move. It turns out that he had no other chance to defeat Duke Timotero. Kyle realized that he needed to protect the throne and his place on it. This was precisely the reason to find out the Duke's weakness. Looking at my father, there were many thoughts in my head. He realized that when it happened, he would be ready. Something distracted Kyle from all these thoughts. The valet entered the room and said that it was already time for dinner. Kyle thought about it, but immediately said that it wasn't necessary. The valet became nervous because Kyle had not eaten since yesterday. Kyle said he would definitely let me know when he was hungry. The man did not say anything else. Kyle let out a very heavy breath when he heard the door closing. He realized that he really hadn't eaten anything since he arrived at the palace. He asked himself, when was the last time he had eaten comfortably and enjoyed it? Nivea appeared before his eyes, asking him if he liked what she had cooked. Kyle remembered how delicious it had been back then. Goosebumps ran all over my body at that moment. Suddenly, his heart began to pound again. He decided that he would have to visit a doctor after all. The carriage with Nivea and her aunt arrived. Nivea looked around and admired the beauty. Ferrari said it was the estate of a close friend of hers. She added that she could live here as long as she wanted. The table was already set, just in time for Ferrari's arrival. They began to eat dinner, just the two of them. Nivea decided to ask her aunt a question. She asked if they knew what had happened to Nudolf and Azula. Ferrari said the first step was to conduct an investigation. She added that she didn't think they would be able to find her. The aunt said indignantly that thanks to the new king, there is practically no punishment. Nivea wasn't ready to hear this. Ferrari said the issue was related to the aristocratic inheritance and would influence the final decision. She added that everything depended on whether Azula was alive. Ferrari said the investigation should be completed within 6 months. Nivea replied that would be wonderful. Auntie said that she would personally oversee this matter. The girl thanked her aunt for her help. She said that she already had a personal interest here. Ferrari said that a big disaster could have been stopped if they had known about it earlier. Nivea placed her hand on her aunt's hand and asked her not to say that. She said that if it weren't for her help, she wouldn't have been able to save her father and Eulenia. Nivea said she was already extremely grateful. The girl looked at her aunt with a sincere smile. Ferrari was touched by her niece's words. Several years have passed since then. Ferrari thought that the situation with the Duke had changed and decided to come to the capital. But in the capital, they were just doing what they were doing, talking about the Duke's wedding. Ferrari realized that he apparently wasn't even afraid of the crown anymore. Nivea called out loudly to her aunt. The girl said that she would repay her for her help. She said she would help with the party she believed in. Ferrari suddenly screamed loudly her niece's name. Auntie clenched her teeth tightly. She said there was no point in getting involved. Ferrari said it would be a very long battle. She said that Nivea had had enough of all the suffering. Nivea thanked her aunt again for taking such good care of her. She didn't understand how to tell her that she had been in this situation for a long time and was up to her ears in it. Nivea said that the knight was already counting on her help. Ferrari was stunned. Auntie was furious, which is why Nivea told him about this. She knew she couldn't reveal the fact that he was a prince. Ferrari understood that if she had her way, she would have wrung his neck long ago for her suffering. Nivea said that she was already connected with Duke Ethius. Ferrari was confused because she was also connected to Kyle. Nivea was connected to the prince himself. Nivea rushed to her aunt, thinking that she was ill. Sometime later, Ferrari was sitting on the balcony, looking at the stars. She thought about how Nivea was hanging out with the prince and didn't even know it. Suddenly, someone called out to the aunt. Nivea came onto the balcony and said that she was preparing desserts. She carefully placed the plate on the table. As she sat down, she said it was strawberries and sweet syrup. Nivea said that we need to eat it right now before it gets cold. Ferrari looked at the skewer with slight bewilderment. She slowly pulled it towards her mouth, cautiously. Auntie's face changed in an instant. Her eyes literally lit up. She said there were simply no words to describe the taste. Sweet syrup enveloped the juicy and tart strawberries. Nivea said it was a pretty good quick dessert. The girl noticed that someone was running below. Someone flashed past the balcony very quickly. Nivea told her aunt that she thought there was something there. But then she said that there was nothing special about it. She looked up and said that it was not worth any attention. The silhouette of a man in a cloak appeared right in front of her. Nivea was very scared and almost fell off her chair. Ferrari screamed in fear. The man began to slowly pull the cape off his head. Kyle appeared before them in all his glory. The girls were shocked to see him. Nivea asked him why he was wandering around like a thief. Kyle doubled over in pain and clutched his heart. Nivea began to ask him in fear if he was hurt. She immediately thought of Duke Ethius. Kyle simply remained silent in response. He pulled off his cape and threw it on the floor. The guy silently extended his hand to the girl. He asked to treat him to some strawberries too. Nivea was even more shocked by what she heard. She screamed that she could get a heart attack. Nivea said that it was possible to just come in and ask. The girl angrily extended her hand to him. Ferrari was upset because these were supposed to be her strawberries. Nivea said people might think she was starving him. Kyle absolutely loved the strawberries and asked for more. You could tell how upset he was when he realized there was nothing left. Nivea said she would ask the maids to make more. Kyle, like a little child, said that he wanted strawberries specifically for Nivea. The girl was irritated by this, as if he really hadn't seen food for 10 years. Exhaling heavily, she said that she would bring it soon. Ferrari immediately asked why Kyle had come. Kyle said there were too many strangers in the castle, but it was quiet here. Ferrari said he looked very pale. She asked with displeasure why he ate the last strawberry. Kyle said he needed advice urgently. Ferrari was slightly indignant at the prince. The guy said that they should hurry up and get to the point while they were alone. Kyle said that Nivea offered to work as a spy for him. The guy said that it could be very dangerous for her. Ferrari said she was still against Nivea taking part in their case. Kyle exhaled heavily and said he understood. Ferrari said she would do anything for him. This was a little unexpected for the prince. The woman said that if Nivea herself wanted this, then she would not interfere. Kyle apologized to Ferrari. Ferrari replied with a smile that she was ready to follow her master to the end. She wondered if he should apologize for something else. Kyle decided to ask Miss Ferrari if he had done anything else wrong. Ferrari, without hesitation, immediately agreed with his idea. She screamed that the strawberry he ate was the last one, and it was hers. Kyle even felt a little scared by such an emotional cry. He said that next time he would be more careful. At this time, Ethan sat alone under the balcony, waiting for the prince. He was upset that he was sitting hungry, and that he was the only one who didn't get any strawberries. The next morning, Nivea slept like a log. She began to groan, and loud sounds could be heard outside the door. Having risen from the bed, the girl was very indignant that it was so noisy at home. Nivea grunted and began to stretch, stretching her arms. A voice came from right outside the door. Someone was persistently trying to shout to Nivea. The servant opened the door and shouted something about the archbishop. He cried out even louder that the archbishop had arrived. Nivea was very surprised by this and fell into a stupor. Without changing clothes, only tying her hair, Nivea left the room. She saw Rosanna in front of her, who also noticed the girl. Rosanna immediately turned her head away and exhaled angrily. Nivea was worried about why there was such a commotion about his arrival. Everyone stood quietly in one place and did not move. The high priest, holding a roll of paper, said that the great prophecy was written in an ancient language. He said in a loud voice that this was the first prediction since the selection of candidates for the role of priestess. On the sheet, it was written about the goddess Horatia, that she commands. The goddess wrote that one must fear everything, but move forward, and then everyone will be able to find her. The goddess wrote that her two priestesses would soon become one. Nivea was outraged and wanted to get to the point quickly. The high priest said that the holy beings themselves would choose the child, and thus his truth would be proven. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, but then her expression changed dramatically, as if she was rethinking what she had heard. The high priest clarified that this was exactly the prophecy of the goddess Horatia. Nivea wondered what he meant by Agony and Rosehawk. It was announced loudly that Nivea Erber had been chosen as a priestess. Nivea immediately screamed that this would never happen. The high priest said sternly that this was very rude and that there was no point in shouting like that. Everyone around began to look closely at the nervous Nivea. Nivea felt uneasy about this and apologized and said she'd better go. She ran to her room with a bunch of thoughts in her head and a bunch of indignation. The girl thought to herself how stupid Horatia was. The fire on the torch flared up very brightly at that moment, and Nivea immediately apologized out of fear. Nivea desperately opened the door of her room slowly. She sat down on the bed, not understanding what to do next. Apart from the question of what to do next, there was nothing else in her head. Agony crawled up to me. He was very happy. Nivea asked him what kind of stupid fate had befallen her. She realized that if she became a priestess, her life would simply end. I already had a picture in my head of how she simply died. Nivea decided that she would rather die than become a priestess. While the king is simply ill, everything is still bearable. But after his death, chaos will certainly reign. The second prince and the kingdom of Arkan will certainly decide to start a rebellion. The kingdom of Ericilia wants to start a war to protect its power. Then the main temple will decide to unite with the duke. And Nivea, who will marry him, will try to go to the end for his sake. Thanks to this, the duke will receive support from the believers. Nivea tried to figure out if becoming a priestess would help the king. She can heal the sick, but not those who are one step away from death. According to the novel, Nivea will not be able to use the goddess's power until she herself allows it. All she could do was wait for Horatia to condescend to her. All these thoughts gave the girl a very bad headache. Time flew by quickly, and night had already fallen. Nivea put on her cape and carefully walked out of her room. She crept slowly and quietly down the corridor, trying not to make any unnecessary movements. A couple of minutes later, Nivea was already on the street. The girl ran into the stable. She began to look for her horn. Rosehawk, noticing the girl, laughed loudly. He was glad to see her again. Nivea suggested that he take a little walk. They went somewhere together, happy and free. The girl admired how nice it was outside. Nivea suddenly asked Rosehawk if he remembered their first meeting. They almost died because of that scary green monster. Nivea then showed herself to be a real daredevil. She had nothing to lose. And now she has everything she dreamed of at that time. But it is still very difficult for her. She felt like she was on a chain and it was choking her. Looking at Rosehawk's head, she said that she was very glad that he had such problems. She said sadly that freedom could not be found near her. Nivea said that Rosehawk has wings, but he won't be able to use them while they are together. Rosehawk looked at the girl with sadness and was perplexed. The girl pressed herself against him and hugged him tightly. Nivea asked Rosehawk if he would show her his wings. In a moment, Rosehawk developed a horn and opened up beautiful, large wings. Nivea froze in place with delight. The girl was touched by the fact that his horn had become bigger. She thanked him for choosing her as his mistress. Nivea said sadly that he didn't need a mistress at all. She understood that very soon, Rosanna's forces would begin searching for holy spirits and magical creatures. Nivea couldn't let anything happen to him. She wouldn't be able to survive it. And given Horatia's jokes about predictions, she won't just be sitting still. Nivea was confused. She had a lot of thoughts. Until everything is clearly stated in the prophecy, neither Nivea nor Rosanna will become a priestess. Tears began to flow from Rozhok's eyes, which Nivea tried hard to wipe away immediately. She reassured him that they were not parting forever, and that they would meet again. Hugging Rozhok, the girl said that she hoped that next time, she would be able to fly as freely as he did. Nivea asked him to fly away as quickly as possible. Rozhku, of course, didn't want to fly away, but he had no choice, and he took off from the ground. His wings shimmered beautifully, with different colors, and seemed to shimmer. Looking at him, Nivea repeated to herself that everything would be fine with him. She stood there for a while longer, looking at the sky. Someone was watching all this from not far behind the tree. The next day, Auntie noticed that Nivea's face was swollen. The girl could barely open her eyes, but said that everything was fine. Nivea bowed her head and said that it was simply hard for her to let her children fly freely. Auntie panicked, thinking that Nivea really did have children. She remembered the rumors about the reason why the Duke and Lady Nivea got engaged. Ferrari then pricked up its ears anxiously, so as not to miss anything. The man said that this was the most banal thing that could happen between a man and a woman. Nivea said she didn't know what her aunt was thinking, but it wasn't like that, adding that if she had been carrying the Duke's child, she would have killed herself immediately. Auntie reminded her that if something was bothering her, she could always tell her, and she would always help her. Nivea said that everything was fine for now, but if something happened, she would, of course, tell everyone. The girl asked her aunt if she knew that a new prediction had been received in the temple. She spoke anxiously about how she did not want to become a priestess at all. Nivea was very worried, which made her hands clench involuntarily. Ferrari looked closely at her niece and turned to her. She said with a smile that she would support any decision she made because she believed in her. Nivea was surprised by this answer. Auntie just smirked, because it was really true. The girl thanked her aunt for this and said that she would try very hard not to disappoint her. She said that she needed time now because the problem was that Rosanna might become a priestess. Ferrari asked Nivea if she had any plan yet. Nivea said thoughtfully that she couldn't, of course, stop the flow of the river, but she could redirect it into the right channel. Auntie told Nivea to let her know, and she would immediately receive any help from her. Nivea did not agree to give her the priestess's place. If Rosanna did not take it, the situation would become too complicated. The thought never left me that Rosanna was very dangerous. She will actively support the Duke and become another toy in his hands. Nivea thought that everything was going according to plan so far, but she still wanted to let Egony go. As soon as the girl tried to talk to him, Egony immediately slipped out of his hand. He pressed himself against Nivea and began to sob. The girl decided that he was still too young and that he was easy to hide due to his compact size. Nivea told her aunt that she needed to go to the office, that she needed to check something. The girl understood that she would not be able to come here for some time. After a new prediction, too many eyes are watching Nivea and Rosanna. The temple is obliged to take care of all the candidates, and if something happens to them, it will be a very big problem. Nivea knew she didn't want to deal with all of this, especially not with the Archbishop. In the original story, he was connected to the Duke because the latter promised to make the son of the current head of the temple the next Archbishop. Nivea decided that before this happened, she had to deprive the Duke of influence, thereby delaying the choice of the priestess. She thought about the fact that she had already let Rozhka go, and no one knew about Egony. Only one person knew about him. Kyle, whom Nivea had not expected to see at all, entered the office unnoticed. She said she was a busy woman and suggested getting straight to the point. It was clear from Kyle's face that something was really bothering him. Kyle saw the royal physician, who said he was fine. The guy tried to prove to him that this couldn't be, because sometimes his heart beats like crazy. The doctor suggested that this could be due to his perfect blood. He tried to explain that it was just a guess, because there was no name for it. The doctor also suggested that he might have an autumn illness. The doctor said that this is a disease that enters its active phase with the arrival of autumn. Hearing this, Kyle thought for a few minutes and fell silent. He sharply asked the doctor how this could be cured. The doctor said that there was only one cure, and that was to find love, since Kyle was already at the age when people got married. This left Kyle stunned. Usually, upon reaching adulthood, all young people become engaged to some girl. As a rule, most marriages are political in nature and are concluded without love. The doctor said that if he found a worthy princess, it would help him, the country, and all the people. Kyle told him to stop. adding that it wasn't time yet. The guy thought that he even felt sorry for the woman who would stand by his side in such difficult times. The true king's faction will be watching her every move, and the duke's supporters will try to kill her. Kyle decided that he couldn't afford marriage yet. Since he had autumn illness, it would pass on its own with autumn. Nivea asked him why he was still silent. She reached out to him, asking if he had a fever again. Kyle moved away abruptly, so that the girl could not touch him. He screamed at her not to touch men just like that. The guy continued to shout that she couldn't do that to a complete stranger. Nivea told him not to shout like that, because she was not seducing him. Kyle focused his attention on the girl's lips. He closed his eyes and asked her to stop. Kyle yelled at her to stop moving her lips so weirdly. Nivea said that the prince apparently put too much work on him, which is why he looked tired. Kyle immediately began to deny everything. He thought that he hadn't realized that autumn illness was so serious. The guy asked why Nivea was looking for him. Nivea thought for a moment and said that now it would simply be difficult for her to leave the temple. Kyle hesitated, wondering what it meant that she wanted to meet him so badly. He pressed his hand to his chest and told himself to stop his heart from beating so hard. Nivea said that she really wanted to talk to him. Nivea said that if Kyle knows about the prophecy, then he understands everything. The girl desperately pointed to herself and said that she was a priestess. Kyle thought about what was said and fell silent. He said that Nivea had amazing self-confidence. The girl thought that he hadn't even looked at this prediction since he was saying such things. Kyle claimed he read the prophecy. Nivea cried out that it said something about her, that the priestess would receive the blessing of the spirits. Kyle added that there is also a blessing from sacred animals. Nivea was upset and said that she had an egony that hatched from an egg. Kyle suddenly covered Nivea's mouth with his hand. He asked her to pretend she didn't know about it. The guy added that she was going to do it anyway. Nivea asked him if he knew that Horn was a unicorn. Kyle stood there, perplexed as to how an ordinary white horse could turn out to be a unicorn. The girl said that she was from the forest of Timo and flew away on it. Nivea closed her eyes and exhaled heavily. Kyle said that he would, of course, keep her secret. Nivea said she was afraid the prince would force Kyle to work for him as a priestess. The guy said that the prince was not the kind of person to force others to do something they did not like. The girl was unhappy that he was so angry. Kyle decided to ask where Rozak was now. Nivea had tears in her eyes, and Kyle asked what happened to him. With tears in her eyes, she said that she had let him go, and now the unicorn could not live next to her. Kyle said she could have just given it to him. Nivea said that it was scary to leave him among people, that he would be better off where there was no one. Listening to all this and seeing how worried Nivea was, Kyle also felt uneasy. Kyle put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that unicorns don't just choose their owner, that they have it for life. He asked her not to be sad, saying that they would definitely meet. With a smile on her face, Nivea said that she really hoped that would be the case. The girl said that in any case, because of the prediction, it was impossible for her to go out anywhere, so she called Kyle. Kyle thought about her words and agreed. Nivea looked at the young man with a smile. The guy said that if he comes, then everything is possible. Nivea was embarrassed and didn't know what to answer to this. She said that if there was an important matter, then she was for it, and she would try to find out more information about the Duke. Kyle suggested leaving secret messages for each other on the tree where they first met. Nivea said that it was just a great idea. The guy, slightly upset, turned away from her. Nivea reached for some kind of bag. She grabbed his hand and asked him to wait so that he wouldn't leave. Kyle slowly turned his head, looking embarrassed again. She held out her hand and asked him to take it for himself. Nivea kept telling herself to stop, but then she kept telling herself not to stop. The girl raised her hand higher so that he would notice the bag. She said that she had time before his arrival, and she managed to prepare. Opening the bag, the guy saw strawberries and syrup inside. Nivea winked at him and said that they were now friends with a secret. Kyle stood there, confused. Why friends? Why with a secret? The girl told him to relax, that it was nothing serious. She said that she would be pleased if he ate these berries, and then he would have the strength to move on. Kyle smirked and agreed with her. Nivea said that it was time for her to get ready. Patting him on the back, she repeated that he should eat it all. Kyle looked at the girl leaving with longing. Kyle stood in the middle of the room, lost in thought, having decided that it seemed that the autumn illness was now in its acute phase. Ferrari, seeing her niece off, offered to give her a ride, which Nivea kindly declined. She asked Nivea to be careful and to be sure to write her letters. As Nivea got into the carriage, she wondered if Ferrari had ordered it. Auntie watched the carriage leaving for some time. Ferrari thought that the temple had sent this carriage. The carriage drove slowly through the autumn forest. The coachman of this carriage was clearly not a man from the temple. They had been driving for a long time, and it was already deep into the night. Nivea woke up and wondered why they hadn't arrived yet. She carefully looked out the window. The girl became wary. She was confused about what kind of place this was. There was a forest and some kind of dirty road all around. Nivea cried out to the coachman, asking where they were going. She heard nothing in response. He didn't even turn his head. This made the girl even more indignant, and she repeated her question, but much louder. The coachman again simply remained silent. The thought that she was being ignored crossed Nivea's mind. In this world, the moment you get distracted, you're immediately kidnapped, and Nivea promised herself to be more careful. Nivea thought about escaping through the window, deciding that she would get agony and kill the coachman. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, and Nivea flew forward. The carriage overturned. Glass shards flew in all directions. Nivea lay in the overturned carriage, covered in blood and unconscious. Opening her eyes, she only thought that she was in great pain, but she could not move. Several male voices could be heard from outside, asking if Nivea was alive. One of them looked into the carriage and said that it seemed as if she was not breathing. Nivea couldn't say anything, but she told herself that she was still alive and she should hurry. Literally a second, and her eyes closed.